What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Happy Sunday afternoon. My name is Yeso, and I will be your host today as we return once again to Microsoft Sundays here, brought to you by Esports Arena. We got a lot of Halo 5 action ahead of us today. I hope you are having a wonderful weekend, and I'm super stoked to be here as always. We have just 87 days between us and the launch of Halo Infinite. We're going to be counting it down here every single weekend with some Halo 5 fun. I'm super excited about it. Hope you guys are excited like we are for the coming release of Halo Infinite. It's certainly going to be a blast. We've got a big double elimination tournament here ahead of us. We had insert team name here stacked with big names taking the title a week ago over the squad. Business that looked like favorites came through the winner's bracket, just demolishing everybody, even beat insert team name here early on in the tournament, but they were able to get their revenge in grand finals and take the title a week ago. And now we'll have to see. The fun part for this weekend is those top teams rosters seem to shake up every single weekend. A lot of these big-time pro players love to mix things up in terms of the rosters when they come to play on Microsoft Sundays, and it always makes it interesting to see how the rosters shake out for the weekend and who is actually going to take the title. So I'm very much looking forward to that. And the best part here is we've got a huge bracket. We've got a ton of teams here this weekend. We'll be kicking things off with a great matchup to start off. And also, we've got a couple of awesome casters on the show today. I'll have Shyway and Tony joining me on the show here. They'll be bringing you all of the action for every single game throughout the day. So I hope you all are excited for that. Do want to let you know as well, if you guys love our content here at Esports Arena, maybe you want to see what else we've got going on, I've got a bunch of different options for you, okay? First of all, you can follow us here on Twitch and subscribe. We got big shows all throughout the week. We'll be having our 10th week of Season 3 for Series E, Apex Legends this week on Tuesday and Wednesday, starting at 4 p.m. Pacific time. And then we'll also have Final Circle, our recap show this Friday, going over everything that happened this week in Series E and everything in the Apex scene as a whole. That's every Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. You can also check out a ton of our content on YouTube. We've got big clip compilations of our Pokemon streams, all different kinds of content. You can see all the VODs from our Series E shows, so make sure to check this out. Also follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Esports Arena, and you can check us out at esportsarena.com. But production has let me know we've got our first match on deck. The casters are ready to go, so I'm going to hand it off to Tony and Shyway.
Very difficult. Bullet does die. He even has a sniper in his hand who ends up getting the stick on Atso. Beautiful plays and still has 3 shots in the sniper. And hell yes, go Dodge Storm are here to play.
Oh my God. That was dirty. This man repeat the flag on the board in less than a damn minute.
1-0 lead going into
Snipe, so I like
look at this. Boo gonna actually get behind enemy lines. And Boo Boo Doo gonna put him down.
1,000 IQ prediction made there into market. Man, that's a good intro. Got me hype. Good to be back, by the way. Good Sunday for some Halo, of course. Yet another Esports Arena 1K. I'm Shyway, by the way. I'll be hosting the action today. And this good-looking man beside me, he needs no introduction. Tony, how you doing?
They don't need an introduction, but I'm going to give one to them. What's up, guys? This is Why Not Be Reckless, a.k.a. Why Not Be Casting, and I'm kind of a freaking big deal. If you don't know, now you know.
Good to have you back, Tony. Good to have another ESA tournament. Of course, if you're new to these, if you haven't been here before, let's give you the lowdown. We'll drop the format on screen. Tournament. You can see the prizing on the right side. First place gets $600, second place $300, third place $100. Not too shabby. Of course, 4v4 and double elimination as well. So if you're knocked out, you're knocked into the lower bracket, you got a second chance to survive. But every single round is a best of 3, even the grand final. So I hope you're ready to sweat. I hope you're ready to make a statement early on, or you are out. You're not going to last, especially with the way some of these matchups go in Halo 5. Tony, we've had some serious blowouts with some of the talent that we have in our tournaments. And man, Tony, when I'm talking talent, we're spoiled. We got spoiled today with talent, Tony. Did you see the rosters in today's tournament?
I got to see some of them, and I'm so happy that we are here. I mean, it's an open event, so we encourage everybody. If you're a player trying to get introduced to competitive, or even you've been doing it for a few years and maybe been out of practice, we encourage you to come by. If you have a team, bring them on in and test your limits. But keep in mind, it's open, so you may run into the likes of Frosty, you may run into the likes of Bound, or one of the squads like this right here in KCP. Watch out.
Yeah, or you might run into Jones BBQ and Foot Massage, apparently, who not only offer barbecue and foot massages, they also offer high quality Halo gameplay. At least that remains to be seen, Tony. But what a trio of expertise to have for us on the broadcast today. Either way, I'm not sure who this roster is, Tony, but I'm very curious now.
Yes, I know Jones Barbecue and Foot Massage always is with Nightmare Squad. He apparently loves that old Vine video, and he always has a pretty decent group. And making it over to winners round 3, I mean, obviously they're doing something right in this case, and I'm hoping to see them, go further, most likely in the elimination bracket, because they just ran into a brick wall in KCP. And let's be honest, there's not many teams in this tournament that can beat they got 3rd place last week. Let's be serious.
Yeah, we got to be honest here, right? When history tells us enough, and based off of history, KCP, not only have they won several Esports Arena tournaments, they also got 3rd place in our last tournament just last weekend. No easy feat for them considering the talent that we've had. Of course, like you said, we got a Frosty roster in here today. We have our Trippy, Ola, I believe Stellar, and Penguin this time. So another GOAT squad. So we've got plenty of GOATs in NA, but we also have LATAM, the LATAM region. I assume, I haven't checked it yet, Tony, but I assume we got PK. I assume we have some version of Fire and Ice. And I even saw some high-level EU players, which is great to see too. We don't often see them in these tournaments as much, obviously, because we go late into the night sometimes, and for them it's the next morning. So great to see some of them. I think we got Outcast and Shabby Dagger, so a couple top players in EU. Either way, this is what's on screen, what matters most here. We got a Truth CTF to kick off our day today. Tony, let's get it.
And we're going to start on board here with a Druk who's holding down top mid as a player over towards bottom car wants to drop down and finish him off, and right in time because there was a player over towards top car who would have gotten an angle on him as Druk elected to stay alive. Talik taking out Nightmare, trusting his teammate. Talik ends up getting a double kill off a screen. That's 3 players down, make that 4 as Super CC not only slays down that player, but also gets a flag in hand.
If you're a KCP fan, you are no stranger to this, Tony. Of course, we've seen it time and time again, but KCP, they have CTF down to a T. They excel at this game type. They play it so optimally, and because of it, they already got two flags in less than a minute. We saw that top mid flag run as well, which you have to have amazing timing for. But I mean, the boys on KCP, they understand the spawns. They are pretty damn good on the sticks themselves, so things seem to work out.
2 down go our blue team, but Wiley in excellent position to get a couple of shots off, but he might have peeked a little bit too hard because he is going to be taken down. Jolly Josh taking down Soul Snipe. Druk going to get his payback, and that's going to be another 2 down for the boys in blue. They're able to pull a cheeky flag off to maybe delay the push, but it's only a matter of time before KCP start to pounce, and here comes the cavalry.
Yeah, you said it, Tony. That flag is out front base, maybe their last saving grace, but considering this run is about to go in the door, that flag's being returned. I think that's a GG already, less than 2 minutes. Talik gonna punch it in for a 3-0 victory in our game 1. And Tony, we said it in the beginning of the broadcast, this is just how it goes with Esports Arena sometimes. In the early matches with top teams like KCP, get ready or get run over, right? Especially with the best of 3. This could be a quick one unless we see something crazy in the next game. But speaking of crazy, did I just see a 100 accuracy stat? Did you see that, Tony? I think I saw 100.
I saw it. I don't think I've ever seen anybody pulling off 100% accuracy. What, they only hit one melee and then just not shoot his gun after that? I would love to know what's his damage. When we send over to Yeso, I'm sure we're going to review some of those stats, and I would love to know the stats on that one. Make sure we get a screenshot of that.
I don't think he had much damage. So I think whoever it was, I'm not sure.
Soul Snipe.
It was Soul Snipe. Okay, so he was just running flags. I'm pretty sure Soul Snipe was almost 100% focused on the flag, but maybe he fired a couple shots, threw a couple fists in there and hit everything, I guess. So he got 100%. Not only that, his teammates had upwards of 70, somebody with like a high 60 as well. So you already know these guys are shooting beams. That's to be expected. Can they keep it up though, right? Can they do that in Slayer where they need the slays, no more flags, but in the following matches as well? That's the true test for KCP, because as good as they are, we've seen them fall. We've seen them fall to some of these GOAT squads. So this is a good warm-up for these boys, but it's only going to get sweatier, Tony, as we keep going.
And it just shows you the level that KCP is playing at the moment. I mean, when I look at Nightmare, he's a been there, done that kind of player. He's actually made it into the HS Pro Series out of the Open before. And Wiley and Nox, they made it out, not maybe in Halo 5, but in MCC. And Jolly Josh, a pretty darn good Slayer coming out of SVP. So this is a good squad. This is a squad that has made it out of Open multiple times. And KCP making quick work of them. Talent getting a beautiful double kill, starting to up the tempo as somebody in his sights goes one shot, and maybe might have got a little bit too fast, but bought enough time for Chase to take over bottom mid, and that's a win in my book.
Definitely. We'll start seeing 2 caps on the board in seconds, I'm sure. But that's a good point that you made, Tony. Just a simple fact that, Jolly Josh, Nox, Nightmare, Wiley, you find these boys in a matchmaking game in arena, good luck, right? If they're playing together in an arena game, these boys, they'll dominate the arena setting. Even at a champ level, I'd say they're up there. But up against a team like KCP, they kind of look like fodder. Dare I say it, Tony, but KCP, they're so coordinated, they're so talented that the moment they get control, they're locking you down in your spawns, and they can make a good team, a collection of good players not look so good. And that's just, that's the terrible thing, but also the beauty of Halo, I guess, at the same time.
And speaking of not looking good for Jones Barbecue, it's not good that Druk having the shotgun in hands at the moment, and he's not slowing down whatsoever. Soul Snipe able to take down Jolly Josh. Super CC going after Wiley, but he's going to go down. Soul Snipe goes down as well, so here we go. Jones Barbecue handing out foot massages and A-whoopings as well, because they're starting to come out. That's going to be 2 down for KCP, and can Jones Barbecue mount a bit of a comeback? I might have spoke too soon.
Tony, it was a Jones Barbecue out here with the foot massage and ass whooping. I love it. Let's see what else they can do. But of course, they got to get points, right? Regardless of what slays you get, it's not going to matter how many times you get kills. You got to get in the cap. You got to get points on the board here. Right now, we're looking at 27 and counting. Is Talik, the cheeky man trying to get up on the garbage truck, couldn't survive, couldn't get a kill, and it looks like they might. Oh no, they didn't get bottom mid, so the bottom mid got reset. They got to dive in one more time, and this just makes them victims to Soul Snipe, who's now diving in to pick this up.
If you make any mistakes against this KCP roster, they will make you pay, as Soul Snipe starting to troll a little bit, and even the shotgunning his teammate right there, letting him know. That's one thing I know about this KCP roster. They love to have fun, and that might have been a little bit of a troll, but let's see if Nightmare can take advantage of that, as he does get a big kill. Jolly Josh ends up getting a double kill of his own, and that's going to be 3 down. Make that 4 down for KCP. Can Jones Barbecue take advantage of this one?
Well, we'll have to find out, Tony, because like you said, KCP, as good as they are, they're as competitive as they are, they're also very quick to sandbag when they feel they got the opportunity to do so. And it looks like sandbagging cost them for all of 5 seconds, right? They got right back into bottom mid, capped it right quick. Soul Snipe in a bit of a 2v1 here, but doesn't seem to get that one either way. Talik, I'm confused. Talik was shooting Soul Snipe, wasn't he? So I thought Talik was on the other team because he was so focused on shooting Soul Snipe. Like we said, Tony, sandbagging.
Well, you said it was a 2v1, and you were right. One of the players was actually on his team. 52-4 lead going in favor of KCP. Nox getting a big kill on Talik. Nightmare ends up going down, though. A 3v3 scenario. So does Super CC. So back and forth action. Everything. No team wanted to give an inch, let alone a mile.
Yeah, they're not giving anything, and I don't expect that to happen anytime soon, especially considering the team shotting that we've seen, and no real points as a result of it. So Jones, BBQ, foot massage, they still got a bit of a chance here, but they would have to coordinate and conquer very quickly to do so. And right now, Noxie's in a lot of trouble. CC going to dive in, and even though CC didn't get the kill, he got the reset, and that just delays them a little bit longer as the trip cap seems to really be hurting them right now.
Jones Barbecue getting put on the grill tonight, and KCP serving up something nice. A 72-4 lead going in favor of the boys in red. Knox trying to finish off that play, but he's being ever so elusive. Somebody jumping right over his head. They are having such a trouble with KCP, and that's one thing about all of the members on KCP. They all have incredible movement, but finally Druck gonna move his way over towards the black screen.
Definitely pretty good out of Knox, though, managing to turn those 2 kills there. It does seem at this point like some of these boys are a little bit more focused on just winning their fights, and, you know, at least they can walk away with some sort of a W here, because when it comes to coordination, actually getting those captures, not looking like it's going to work out for them this time. But, I mean, any wins, any individual wins or bag smacks you can hopefully get. Wiley almost getting turned on there. But that's always, you know, a little bit of a dub, I guess, if you can win your fights.
Hey, Outs, you got to take the wins where you can get them. If you're going to make your way over towards the elimination bracket, I'm going to feel good saying, hey, look, I outgunned Soul Snipe a couple of times. I maybe got a nice little back smack or a little ninja on one of the members on KCP, and take that as momentum. Say, hey, look, if we can win our gunfights against members of KCP, we can probably take down whoever else we're going to match in the elimination bracket. So take your wins where you can get them, but it's not going to be right here, because KCP going to be taking this 2-0 as Talon getting the catch on Wiley. Ends up trading off kills, but it's mathematically impossible for Jones Barbecue to come back. KCP 2-0ing and advancing forward into winner's bracket, round number 4.
See, Tony, now I'm curious, considering they beat them in such dominant fashion, does that mean that KCP now gets a discount at Jones Barbecue and Foot Massage, or is this like a lifetime free barbecue? Like, what's happening here, right? Like, well, what do we get for the win?
They're gonna have to pay double. They got beat so bad that Jones Barbecue is going to bring out a special menu that says just for KCP when they come in, and it's literally going to be double the prices.
a rack of ribs, and they got 2 people massaging. You got 1 on each foot for the foot massage. So just the premium experience for KCP, and I think they got it lifetime because of that domination. Either way, Jones BBQ Foot Massage, as good as they are in the culinary side of things. I mean, I don't even know. I've never been, Tony. But they're still in the tournament, right? They're going to drop down the lower bracket. They still got a shot, so maybe we'll see them. But we talked about this earlier. It's a sweaty day today. We got a lot of talented players today, so I only expect to see higher level matchups as the tournament continues, and we'll watch them shortly. Before we get there, though, Yeso's going to break it all down in post, so good luck, Yeso.
Hello, can you hear me now? Thank you. Thank you, Shyway. Appreciate the well wishes. I know that was such a quick match that there may not be all that much to break down as KCP with a dominant 2-0 victory over Jones Barbecue and Foot Massage. But we can pull up these stats here, and we'll kick it off with CTF on Truth. And you heard Shyway and Tony talking about it. KCP is so good at the objective game types, especially capture the flag. They absolutely crush it regularly on CTF. They are one of the squads that continues to speedrun capture the flag against almost any team. They struggle a little bit more against those top squads. You see them against the likes of a business or an insert team name here, and it's not quite the same story, but if they get a squad that they know they are matched up well against and they get CTF, they're going to speedrun it. So let's pull up the stats here for these matches. And there it is. We'll start off again. CTF on Truth. We'll skip right over to the Slayer stats here, but 2 caps there for Talik. No surprise there. Getting those quick runs in to get KCP ahead. And also Super CC grabbing 1 for himself. So no caps on the other side. And look here. Yeah, nobody even in the double digits of kills. That's how fast this was. Just over 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 2 seconds. And it would have been a sub 2-minute run if one of the players for Jones Barbecue and Foot Massage hadn't gotten into red base just for a little bit of a stall at the end of the game. But still a very dominant victory here for KCP. We'll go to the final page of stats here. Jelly Josh able to get 4 kills and a couple of assists, but nowhere near enough. And we check over on the KDAs. Talik leading the way, 5.6 KDA. Great accuracy as well. Look at the 100% accuracy for Soul Snipe. I've never seen that before. And even in a 2-minute game, it's crazy to see that he didn't miss a single shot. But it looks like he maybe only took one He had 35 damage dealt. So Soul Snipe, I think, just got one tap and then just said, yeah, I'm going to worry about running the flag to base. So that's an interesting stat line there, but that was CTF Untruth. Let's go over to the second game here where we played Strongholds and we were on Plaza. Let's go over to the Slayer stats here too. We'll go to the second pages. This one was another relatively quick game mode. Now you can't speed run Strongholds any faster than the game will allow you. So still just a sub 6-minute game, but 100-4 is quite a wide margin here. And Super CC leading the way once again, 15 kills and 6 assists. Everybody Metallic up in the double digits. So that's a great game from them. And we look at Nox there. We had a highlight play from Nox, kind of dancing around on Plaza, able to get a couple of kills that maybe he shouldn't have been able to get, but really well played. So 18-6, 18 kills, 6 assists from Nox in that game. I would love to get to see this team again in the losers bracket. Obviously, things are going to get difficult as the day goes on, but if Jones Barbecue and Foot Massage can continue through that losers bracket, I'd love to get these guys to see them play again later in the bracket, because I was really impressed with what I saw from Nox in that second game. So I would be very curious to see if he can lead the way in a victory for this squad later on in the day. Leads the way in terms of the KDA, 57.6% accuracy, 62.1 from Super CC. Another great game on that front and able to eclipse that 2,000 damage threshold along with Nox. So both of the leaders for the squads doing some good work there, but it's a 2-0 win for KCP, and they move on to winners round 4. So this is a great start for KCP. They are not wasting their time whatsoever through their first few matches of the day, and they're building some momentum. Now the question is, can they break into that top 2? They looked like a favorite a week ago when they were sitting as that final boss in the losers bracket. An insert team name here came up. KCP had looked really strong. They had actually contested business fairly well in the winners finals. And insert team name here had just built up the momentum and ran right through KCP. So now we'll have to see, can KCP change their fate here today? Third place is nothing to sneeze at. It was a good finish for them a week ago, but I think they want a top 2 spot. And I think specifically they would love to get to and win the winners finals and be able to wait in a grand. So we'll see if they're able to do that. But we've got our next match on deck and we're ready to go. So I'm going to toss it right back over to the casters to keep Microsoft Sunday rolling.
Thank you. Yeah, so my summary on the series personally is if you blink, you missed it, because that was way, way too quick for a Halo match, Tony. That went by so fast. And you know what? I hate to say it, but it might happen again, because we're about to watch KCP again. This time they're up against, was it no cap? Was it? What are caps? What are caps, Tony? Can you tell me?
Well, yeah, I think you're capping right now, to be honest with you, because this squad is pretty decent, and these guys have met each other multiple times in Money 8's lobbies, and KCP may be the favorites, but if there's a dark horse team to root for in this tournament, it might just be What Are Caps. We're captained by JK Jan, going into Scariotic, Eli Elite, and Exodia. This is a been there, done that kind of roster. And like I said, I still think KCP are the favorites in this one, but a good dark horse team for you guys to watch out for is this team right here.
That's cap. Is that what the kids say? They say that's cap, right? But I'm not kidding though, right? Like, so you said Scariotic, Eli Elite, Exodia, and JKV. We call him JKV, right, Tony? Or does you go by something else?
Yeah, JK, Jan, if you will. He used to go by Ghoul back in the day, but
he's a ghoul on the sticks. He's pretty nasty. So Tony, this is a bit of a matchup here. This might not be as quick as the last one. I'm excited to get into it. Of course, Empire Strongholds to kick it off, and Druck not the start he wanted. I think the camo in the hands of Blue.
But at least the overshield going in the hands of KCP. Super CC throwing an excellent nade, putting down some damage here, but he ends up getting back smacked by What Are Caps. So now the overshield is off of the map, and Camouflage still in the hands of JK. But what is he going to do with it?
Well, speaking of ghouls, Tony, he's quite the ghost right now, being sneaky with the camo here. We'll see what he can pull off. We got a player over in red. Looks like that might be his first prey. Just going to get the info. He could do some serious work here in pit. Nice defense. That's a pit cap. and normally the trickiest cap to get a hold of here. So a great starting point. Despite that, they are losing points here. So I like this team collapse onto blue base here if they can win their kills. Players on both sides. JK is going to step out, get right into a beatdown. So he does trade, and that's not really enough, right? KCP, they're going to get the pit. They're going to cap this.
Drunk already in bottom mid, and you were right. They are going to cap it, but they're going after blue base, so the trip cap not going to be in favor for long. Soul Snipe diving right in there to put in some damage, but going to get put down quick. Luckily, Talik whacking the bait and switch. Talik off for screen, getting the double kill, and 3 down go. What are caps? And we're not done yet. That's going to be the 4th player right there, so KCP picking up right where they left off in round number 3.
Oh yeah, KCP hit the boosters for sure. They are flying, Tony. We got a trip cap here and counting, about to hit the 30-point mark. And Soul Snipe, he'll put the shields down off 1 CC to pick it up. Spawners up on blue side. Look at the collapse coming in. You got a player outside. You got a player in the window. And Soul Snipe here to pick up the scraps. Melee in. Actually too late with the melee. So that does end up being a trade. But just look at the delay here. They got the reset on the cap. The trip cap still continues. And despite the talent on this blue roster, they are flailing right now.
They are, Manny going up high to go put Druck down low in the dirt. 2 down go KCP, so maybe this is exactly what the blue team needed to mount a comeback here. Team Caps need to make something happen. Scariotic off a screen, taking down Super CC. Talik going right back at the captain, JK, but he's all by himself here in tower. Can he stay alive?
Honestly, Talik did his job, though. That was a sick bait and switch. I think it was Soul Snipe with the camo who just dove out last second, and Talik replaced him and body blocked that blue player, got the kill, and then, of course, died shortly after. But the camo secured, and that's what matters most. Of course, we do see 2 secures on the side of blue here. They got 4 points. Can they hold on to it, though? Not likely. Scary going to dip his toe into pit in the last second and get the return. So we actually have something starting here, Tony, but how long will it last?
A huge start by KCP, but we're seeing a bit of a comeback here. We're seeing some life coming out of Team Caps. Talik off the screen, going after the outside red player. That's going to be JK. Another player over towards red plat. He needs to get in there. The shots go in, and Eli Lee going to be taking down another bait and switch. And just like that, KCP have turned the tables. They have now gained control of this game completely, and the scoreboard has been heavily on their side.
Talik going to work hard for that kill. JK now down. They can pick up blue base, and this might be another temporary trip cap here. Unless they can trade red, you can see they're just over half cap, so they will be able to get red base just to slow the bleeding here. But of course, control in the favor of KCP. Druck with a kill right now. Talik almost landing the stick into the face of that player, but Eli Elite will get the best of him, and maybe this gives him a chance into pit. You can see they got that started. Doesn't get the kill. Reset comes in, so all these opportunities that are stopped by KCP is just time on the board.
That it is, 2-on-2 action. Scariotic holding down tower, throws an excellent denial nade, ends up catching Talik, so the trades are going to go in. Druck trying to stay alive over toward the blue side. That player going to be cleaned up at Eli Lee by Super CC. Axodian trying to he just hops in the middle of 2 or 3 different players. You're not going to last long there. Druck stealing the kill for the double. Oh, not able to get the triple, but it's not going to matter because the damage has been done. They're about to get overshielded, and I don't want to call it just yet, but it is not looking good for the boys in blue.
Yeah, you said it, Tony. They got the ingredients. Now they just got to cook it. And, I mean, whatever's coming out looks tasty, that's for sure. Druck already got the kill on the Eli. Talik, Soul Snipe, they got their kills. That's 3 dead. That puts them on spawn over on red side. And Druck, I mean, he knows. He's just sprinting forward. He'll get shots into X. So teammate cleans it up. That flips the spawns over to blue. And Druck, look how quick he is to snap back to blue base, be aware of these situations, and just keep these boys on spawn, keep them under pressure. This is a GG, Tony. There's no chance. They're not coming back.
And I love that you mentioned the word pressure when talking about KCP, because that's really their specialty. They play with such speed, with such ferocity. They're able to put so much pressure on the enemy team, and it becomes overwhelming. You're never able to get off of your back foot because you have 4 players flying at you at all times, unless they go all down, like what our Caps are just doing, putting them 3 down. I mean, they have to play near perfect Halo right now to come back. I'm not sure if it's possible, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I want to see something happen here.
I would like to see it. There have been many times in the past where I've said this is over, and then I've ate my words because the team has just turned things around and came back. But not today. Not today. It's not, at least not this, not the start of the tournament, because that's a 100-21 finish out of KCP. The dominance continues. What are Caps? They only got 1 more shot here, Tony.
We said it before the match. Obviously, KCP, the heavy favorites in this matchup, but I love me an underdog story. So I'm still gonna believe in my boys' Caps. I mean, these are 4 fantastic players with a really high ceiling. So I think all they got to do is just take this next game, force a game 3, and then anything could happen here, Alex.
Sure. I think if it's a Slayer, anything can happen, right? These boys, like we said, incredibly talented. Scary, EXO, Eli Elite. We've seen them time and time again. Who am I missing on this roster? Who's also JKV? All these players, they're playing 8s constantly. They're playing in top 8, I'd say, a lot of the time when it comes to HCS Pro Series. So they have the reps. And I think in Slayer, that's the best place to showcase it. In CTF, though, Tony, I think it's GG, right? Like with a team like KCP, how consistent they are in CTF, there's just no shot, in my opinion. So it's kind of a roll of the dice here. They have the format, of course. I don't know it personally, Tony, but we'll see. If it's Slayer, maybe. If it's CTF, I'm going to say 2-0.
Yeah, we all know KCP's bread and butter is objective and specifically capture the flag. You know, I think of all the times on Coliseum, on Fathom, where they've absolutely dominated their opponents. We're talking 3-0. So within 3 minutes of games, it's that level of dominance. And against some of the best, you know, it's not just against the lesser competition. KCP are that good of a flag team, but it's not going to matter because we are going into Slayer. And sometimes this tends to be KCP's Achilles heel. If they have any kind of weakness in their armor, sometimes it happens to be Slayer, as Caps getting a 3-1 lead, starting KCP on their back foot, putting them 3 down. That's looking good for the boys in blue.
Right as Tony says, there might be some weakness in the armor. We see a slight advantage on the side of Caps here, but can they hold it? Of course, the start of the game going to be very different from the midpoint and especially the end once we get there. But still, now a tie game. KCP going to right the wrong real quick here. Now they're diving up into pink side. Scariotic, his teammate leaves him. He turns around, decides to, for a second he wanted to go back, but realized, yeah, he's about to get pinched here. KCP, they turned the deficit into a positive. Tony, they're back on top.
And 3 down go the blue team this time, and it looks like Druck and friends are not going to slow down here. They're not going to let the pressure off of them. Druck holding down P2 with style, taking down that player over towards top card. As one more ends up getting the trade-off kill. A 2v2 scenario, but still looking good for your Kansas City Pioneers.
What a battle of egos right there. Scariotic not leaving that challenge angle. He knew he had an advantage, and he just wanted to outshoot the man. But the thrust back and the headshot, that is not an easy shot to hit. But, I mean, just testament to these boys on KCP. They will come back for you. They will challenge. They will win those fights if you're not careful. Soulsnipe not taking that fight, though. Nice little display of strafe in there out of that blue player. That's Exodia. Eli, Scariotic, they get their kills as well. So they do bring this close once again, and we got some time until camo, but soon they're going to have to make a bit of a rotation to pink side to help out Eli here, who's already getting taken out.
Back on board with Super CC, the young man coming out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania. JK off the screen, taking down his teammate Druck. Super CC throwing some excellent nades, excellent shots on JK, but not able to finish the kill. Luckily, Druck comes in for the flank, but so does Manny, who takes him down as well. So both of these teams leaving it all on the line, and somehow we are still tied up at 15 apiece.
Such an important point in the match here. Tie game, but camo up. JK dives for it, and can he get out? He's one bullet. No, he can't. Such a rough spot to be in. He does burn it, but losing his life puts them at a deficit. You can see on the board here now 19-16. Spawns on Car's side, and Talik, he's so prepared. His teammates forming that U around the map, right? You got CC coming in from the left side of Car there. Talik has Druck with him also, so just the perfect situation to collapse on spawns here, but Eli should be able to get rid of Druck. It's a nice sneaky play. He's got a teammate to help him with the other, and what a way to bring it back.
Eli Lee taking over top mid, but his teammate Scariotic is going to be taken out. Luckily, he's going to go towards a perimeter here. You got to control one of these perimeters, top P or top car, before you can get that middle angle. As Super CC just flying over the top mid, putting down shots, going one shot, but that might have been a mistake. Luckily, Soulsnipe taking down Manny, still tied up at 22 apiece right now. We're going into the halfway point of this game, and it looks like Caps taking a lead, taking control of this game. Can they hold on to it, though?
These boys are trading blows left and right, Tony, and that's the kind of Halo I came to see. Scary right now. He gets doubled on. Not a good position for him, but JK drops as well, so slight advantage to KCP. That gives them the spawn knowledge in red base here. Druck on top map. Nice nade into the window. He can now dive in, clean up Eli. That's 2 dead once again. So they got them split spawning. We got 2 in blue base now. If they collapse on blue, they're going to split them in red. This is a horrible spawn cycle. If they keep this snowball, which you can see they're doing, look at this. They now flip them to car side, and KCP moving as a unit here. This is how they pull the score away.
And not only were KCP able to slay out, they did it when it's most important, because now they're putting caps on the respawn screen when it's getting close to that camouflage time. If they can slay out one more time, they'll be able to get that camouflage and really put the nail in the coffin and put some separation in the scoreboard, as Soul Snipe ends up getting a double kill on board with him. Druck taking out Eli Elite. Things are not looking good for my cap squad right here. I guess I was the one capping.
Yeah, they ain't looking good, Tony, that's for sure. And I don't think they'll get better at this rate, though. They do kill CC. That camo, I think, is still up. Druck in a tough fight there. Exodio, great play out of him to kill Druck. These are crucial. The camo did get picked up, though. Soul Snipe has it, and he might be able to get out here. That nade did lick him. He sits one shot. Now, Exodio does clean him up, so a good way to get rid of camo. Can they keep up the pressure here? You got a collapse coming into blue base. Exodio can't stay up. They will take 2 down with him, though, so a 5-kill deficit, it is doable.
It's all about controlling that P tower, controlling the top of the map, getting over towards top mid, and we're seeing KCP do it, and they're doing it flawlessly. Caps are trying to do everything they can to take back control, but it's easier said than done, as a 4-kill lead going in favor of our Kansas City Pioneers. Soul Snipe getting the cleanup kill off screen on the car side. We have Talek controlling top mid. They need to get Talek off of top mid as soon as possible, and it gets done, but it's 41-36. Is it too little too late?
It was a big kill on Talek for sure, and they cleaned up the rest. So you got Soul Snipe with a huge flank through blue, and nobody was ready for it, so he does trade out a kill, and they keep the trades up. They're in a great spot. Eli Elite might have a sneaky opportunity, and he does. That's 2 down. They've got top map control once again here, so if they can lock down spawns here, they can flip this. It's going to be over on blue side. Eli already throwing pre-nades. Pressure up to pink is happening as JK just trying to hold on from the doorway there. He's playing a tough tightrope back there in pink side, but he is staying up. And look at the score. We're only 3 down. CC off of spawn's going to fly in the center. He'll get melted for that, and that ties our game. Tony, I don't hear you, my man. But this
And
is
control
a big time. I got you now.
P control was in favor of Team Caps, and we're seeing them start to collapse here on the red base. Beautiful shots coming in by Scariotic. Eli Elite ends up going down, leaving Jason by himself. He's going to try to back down over towards red core. We can have some angles over his teammates. That was an excellent nade, and it's going to be trading out. Only 3 more kills needed for both of these squads.
2 kills to close the game. JK playing in P1. Such a rough spot, but he wanted that camo. He doesn't live with it, though. That brings him to 49. 1 kill to close the game for KCP. Can Caps back up and stay up here, though? Druck already hunting Eli off his spawn. Eli got to rotate out. They've got top map control here, and they do find it. Talek with the pickup on the kill. Caps had a huge opportunity, Tony, but they couldn't quite close it, and that's a 50-48 for KCP and a series win.
Beautifully done by KCP, and I mean, come on now, let's be serious. I mean, this team got 3rd place last week for a reason. They're absolutely disgusting. Their objective is insane. They do their thing in Slayer. I mean, I want to see this week. I want to see them even take out the likes of Penguin and Ola. I want to see them go after Frosty and Bound. I want to see them maybe steal a 1st place. Wouldn't that be incredible going into next week where the technical preview's coming out and we get a second chance to play Infinite? They're sitting there all macho like, yo, we beat Frosty, we beat Penguin, we got a big win. I'm a believer in KCP. I am.
I'm a believer. I'd like to see it too, Tony. I want to see some damn good Halo. I want to see this go down to the wire, and I think KCP, out of all the teams here, they got a shot. They could do this, and I know they want it too, especially as we get down to the end of H5. Before you get me too excited, though, it's 2 weeks before the flight, okay? So we come back next weekend. We get 1 more, and then the flight the following weekend. Then we can find out, who's carried the skills over to Infinite. But, man, is that going to be exciting. Either way, that does cap off our series. What's a cap going to drop down to lower bracket? They are still in. They can see what they'll do, I guess, on the lower side. But KCP, they press on, and Yeso will give us the stats once again. So take it away, Yeso.
Thank you, gentlemen. Another great match there for KCP as they take another 2-0 win over what are Caps. And you get that little double dose of that Kansas City barbecue, we'll say, as the KCP squad moves on to winners round 5. And Tony's asking for, hey, he would love to see KCP grab a first place finish. I certainly would as well. This is a squad I very much enjoy getting to watch. And it feels, I get a different feel from this team. So many of the top squads we see are just slaying monsters. And it's not that, necessarily KCP can't win on Slayer and that they aren't good fraggers, but I don't see a squad that is as dominant as KCP in the likes of Strongholds and CTF. They're just a very different team, and they are so good in those objective game types compared to when we see the squads just dominate in Slayer. So I find this squad very fresh, very fun to watch. So I would love to see them, again, like I talked about earlier, getting up into that top 2, playing in grand finals. Once again, they were very fun to watch last week, and I'm looking forward to more here today. But let's check out a quick run through our stats for the last match here before we go to our first break of the day. We kicked it off on Strongholds. Bit of a stronger showing from what our caps here this time around as opposed to Jones Barbecue and Foot Massage in the last round. It's a 100-21 win for KCP, but yeah, not really a very close one. A better game, but not all that much here as we go to the Slayer stats for this first map. And look at Soul Snipe leading the way in the points, but not in the kills. But look at the assists, 3 kills, 13 assists. So Soul Snipe was getting involved for sure. Likely won't have the 100% accuracy this time around, but I think that is just fine. Meanwhile, it was Super CC in the kills department leading the way. And look at Druck, 13 kills and 13 assists. That's a great showing from Druck. Across the board, KCP looking strong. Meanwhile, on the other side, JKV leading the way, 12 kills and 7 assists to his name, was the leader for that side, but it was not enough on Strongholds. Let's check out the last page of stats here before we go to game number 2. And there it is, Talik with the 10.0 KDA, looking really clean and leading the way in the accuracy department as well, 57.3%, and leading in damage. So really just a good showing across the board, different players leading in different statistical categories, but Talik looking really darn strong on that front. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eli Elite, in fact, leading the entire lobby in damage, 2,146. So good showing on that front, but the 60.8% accuracy was tops for the game there for Scariotic. So some good showings here for what are caps, but they just weren't able to get consistent control of the Strongholds on this first map, and it just allowed KCP to build that early lead. They were up 42-0 before what our caps were able to put a single point on the board, and it was just too much of an insurmountable margin there at the start for them to get back at this one. So it was the 1-0 lead for KCP as we head over to game 2, and it was a Slayer match that was much, much tighter than that first game. You could see that finishing score 50-48, and it came down to the wire. And I mean, we saw KCP playing with a 5 to 6 kill lead at multiple times of the game, and even I believe they were up 42-37 or maybe 41-36 at one point late. And all of a sudden, we were tied at 44 kills apiece is what our caps were able to kind of slow the game down for a moment, get a few kills, and tie things back up. And then it was a very tense run to the finish. Both Scariotics and Soul Snipes with 15 kills apiece leading their squads. Also, those 11 assists for Soul Snipe. Very good showing. Super CC, 11 and 16. That's a great one as well. Let's go to the next page here. But it was a very tight run to the finish, but KCP were just able to pull away in the last few seconds of this one. Watercaps were able to slow things down, kind of get control momentarily of the respawns, but the full court press kind of came out there from KCP and was able to secure the few final kills. Let's go to our last page of stats for this map. 8.6 KDA for Soul Snipe and the 63.5% accuracy. Just another great game here. KCP looking solid across the board. Not the greatest game for Druck, but I think that's just fine. What we see from a lot of these top squads, and we've seen it from KCP before, is that all 4 players have the potential to step up, to have a big kind of carry performance, and Druck takes the game off for this one in that front. Will not be surprised if we see Druck popping off, carrying the squad in a future matchup. Meanwhile, just again, credits to Scariotics and the rest of the What Are Caps squad. This is another squad that, just like Jones Barbecue and Foot Massage, would love to see them later on in the day down in that losers bracket. Going to be a tough run, but they do have the opportunity. They are still alive in today's tournament. We got a double dosage here of KCP to start the day. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We still got plenty more Halo 5 action ahead of us as Microsoft Sunday continues, but I'm going to throw it to a break right now. But when we come back, we'll get it rolling once more.
Hello, and welcome back to our Esports Arena Microsoft Sunday 1K. Our first couple matches today have been but a gentle breeze, haven't they, Tony? But I think the weather is about to kick in real quick here. Our next matchup is KCP up against Agni Kai. Now, Tony, we did a search on this, didn't we? What is Agni Kai from?
So Agni Kai is from Avatar, The Last Airbender. I was a big fan of that show growing up. I remember, if you remember the main villain, if you will, Zuko, who had a sister. I can't remember the name of her. I apologize. But they actually butted heads. And when Zuko was starting to join the good side, he challenged her to a firebending duel. And that process was called Agni Kai.
There we go. Now, by the way, in case you guys don't know this roster, this is a GOAT squad and a half, right? This is Bound, Frosty, Boo Boo, and Falcated. So it's three members of our previous Inconceivable coupled with, the GOAT from Sentinels, Frosty himself. So this is going to be a hell of a matchup. By the way, I did a little Google search on Agni Kai just for fun because in case you don't know, we like to nerd out about anime on this broadcast almost as much as we like to nerd out about Halo. So it says Agni Kai is a traditional firebender duel that is centuries old. It's a fight for one's honor and is won only when one opponent burns the other, apparently. The outcome of Agni Kai affects the honor of each opponent. These duels are a popular method of resolving conflicts and are a source of entertainment for all spectators. Tony, Agni Kai sounds like such a fitting team name for this roster.
I would have challenged you to Agni Kai, but we all know who'd come out on top. Let's be serious, as Falcated actually challenged that player to Agni Kai and winning his battle as well. And we're going to have fun with this name. Soul Snipe with the railgun in hand. Who's he going to fight?
Well, somebody's going to burn today, that's for sure, Tony. But the beauty of Agni Kai is the fight for one's honor, right? Frosty and team, last weekend, they were on winner's side. They were winning handedly. Nobody could stop them. But last weekend, Trippy and team, they rose up through the loser's bracket, and they burned them, right? In grand finals, they took out Frosty's team. So here they are once again. This time, they stole Boo Boo from the Trippy team, and now the Trippy team has Stellar instead. So we got a bit of a switcheroo in the roster, but this team is back with a vengeance. They're back to fight for their honor, and what a team to go up against to kick things off. We got KCP, none other than the objective aficionados themselves, Tony.
Lots of money and honor on the line this wonderful Sunday as Talik starting on board, getting this flag over towards the base. Nobody home just yet, so it looks like that's going to be a cap. And we have a 1-0 lead going in favor of your Kansas City Pioneers. And most would say Agni Kai would probably be the favorite to this matchup, but KCP have been red hot all tournament long.
This is the struggle against a team like KCP. We talked about this. They're so efficient when it comes to objective game types, especially CTF, and they're a roster that sticks together and trains together as opposed to Agni Kai, as talented as they are. They just, they tend to form for the day and then just mop things up because they happen to be that good. But KCP, with their consistency, it's no easy feat for Agni Kai, I think, to challenge them in CTF. So they do start out strong. You can see another flag is currently out here trying to cap that blue side flag. Falcated going to try to chip some shots in here, but that flag still moves, and it's right on the red window.
Ends up being stopped short, but Falcated coming back to actually get the flag cap. It's good to see Falcated back here too. Didn't play last week, but he came out in style, getting that flag cap as Bound dropping the people's elbow from the top rope, taking down Talik. Bound also having the railgun in hands, now going to advance forward. Maybe work a little 1-2 combo with his teammate Boo Boo Dooble on this player who looks like he might be camouflaged in Druck.
Very important kill there, and Bound unfortunately got taken out, but Druck does die. He gets double teamed shortly after. Soul Snipe wasting no time sneaking into red and getting started on that flag run. He's taking it past halfway here. We'll see if he gets it through the last link, though. You can see BB12 Frosty is up on top mid. Going to try to stop this man. I love the second toss that he did just to sit it on the porch. It's now in a baitable location, but blue players dropping like flies. That return is coming in, so no chance for KCP there. They'll have to do it again.
Great job by KCP, but even better defense coming out of Agni Kai. I was looking to convert that into offense as that flag is on the move, and we still have 4 players up for Agni Kai, and 1 just went down for KCP, so it looks like that's going to be the second flag cap coming out of Agni Kai. KCP started off hot, but it looks like Agni Kai is starting to stabilize here.
Yep, and they're doing it off the backs of those slays. Picking up full rounds of team slays is the perfect way to get that opening, to get the flag out and run it through, especially on a map like Fathom, which is so fast-paced. You get that little opening, that's a cap on the board. Now, CC, the trouble for him is verticality here. He wants that rail, but he also doesn't want to be in a bad spot, so he will turn, try to get the shots into Boo Boo Doo Boo. Talik can clean that up. He can get back up the top map, and in 10 seconds here, we will have the rail come up. We'll have a camo shortly after. He needs to be in control.
I love the teamwork and chemistry coming out of your Kansas City Pioneers. Like when we were on board with Super CC right there, putting those 3 or 4 shots and then turning away, just trusting his teammate to come out with the cleanup. This time, Talik needing no help with that player right there, getting a beautiful 5-shot and an excellent nade to take down the player, but he has 2 players in his sights. Might have just traded kills off with Frosty and Agni Kai have just gone 2 down. Now they're going into defense mode because they have to stop the push coming out of your Kansas City Pioneers.
Yeah, Agni Kai did manage to pull the weapons out of that exchange, though. Boo Boo Doo Boo has gotten away with the rail here. We'll see if he can make something of it. Being pressured by Talik, he'll jump back. Frosty does pick one up, but 2 dead on the feet. Here's a Boo Boo caught in a bit of a rough situation. He's got Frosty to help, who trades out. That's the camo in his face, though, and that rail has been seeked by Soul Snipe. We'll see if he can pick something up with it, though. Already whiffs one. Falcated under a lot of pressure as multiple members of KCP, they're diving up through the base, going to try to get a pull here, but CC, he'll go down first, and I think they're losing that pressure, that opportunity. Oh, maybe not.
Beautiful railgun shot coming out of Soul Snipe, who was doing an excellent job of controlling the utilities. We saw him have camouflage twice in a row. We saw him have the railgun for a decent amount of time, but now Frosty having a turn with it as he gets the 5-shot kill with Super CC. He doesn't have to hit his railgun shots. He has a beautiful H5 Magnum and a player in his sights. It's going to be Soul Snipe once again going after him as Frosty ends up winning that engagement. 2-1 lead in favor of Agni Kai, and it looked like they might just want to be putting the 3rd cap on the board within the next minute or 2.
Frosty, this goat's on a mission today, Tony. He doesn't like losing, and he got 2nd place last weekend. I guarantee you these boys are coming with a vengeance. They're fighting harder this weekend, so you're going to want to watch out for the receiving side of Frosty's Magnum here. He's already got a killing spree. Going to try to pick up Druck as well. Does slide in for the beatdown double. You got to love the moves there. He's got the confidence, and now he's got the positioning too. Teammate Bound already in blue base to try to pick up flag, but the spawners might deal with him. In the meantime, Frosty's just got some supportive positioning at least.
Great job by KCP of getting Bound out of their base, because one more slay and that would have been game over for KCP, but it looks like they're bouncing back here. They're trying to defend their base with everything possible, forcing Frosty 1 shot to back down. 2 down go Agni Kai, but Frosty making his way over towards Super CC. Bound ends up losing that railgun top mid, and that can be important.
I think he might have played it, though. He tried to die off the edge of top mid there, so he might have thrown that rail down into the depths below, but in the meantime, Druck did pick up camo, so at the very least... No, they didn't! They didn't throw that rail. If anything, the rail might be the distraction that I guess Druck needed, because he turns and burns one. He'll get the hit markers onto Boo Boo as well. Grenade in. I don't know how the heck Druck is living here, Tony, but he continues to survive these gunfights and narrowly pick up kills as he does it. The man's been 1 shot this entire life. Finally, they kill him, but what a distraction.
And I'm a little upset off of that one. I mean, Druck should have hit that railgun shot on Boo Boo. It looked so clean to me, but he ended up putting that player 1 shot. And I believe that if he was able to get that first kill, I believe Druck would still be alive in this moment. But it looks like it's not gonna matter, because here comes Agni Kai flying out. Frosty taking down Druck off the screen, which might be the first kill that they need in order to push up. Boo Boo Doo Boo losing that gunfight against Super CC, but Falcated getting right behind enemy lines. Carnage all over the place.
A lot of carnage, that's for sure. Bound still stays up in blue base. It might be tough for him, though. You can see the spawners coming up, starting to collapse, so he's in a bit of a 3v1 in just a second here. Yeah, no dice for Bound. And once again, another opportunity to pick up flag has been stopped for now. Soul Snipe, speaking of stopping players, what a fight. Just a flyby. He's got Bound in front of him as well. Talik with a pickup. This gives him a chance to go through, but he doesn't see Bound as he crosses by, and that is a big grab out of Bound to slow their roll.
Druck not slowing down, though. He's actually elevating, pushing things up, getting that high ground, dropping down to put Frosty on his back, and that's going to be 3 players down for Agni Kai. Druck trying to make that the 4th player, but losing his 1v1 fisticuffs as Agni Kai, if you will, against Boo Boo Doo Boo.
That next camo going to be so important in picking up this final flag. 2 kills for KCP gives them a great advantage to pick up camo as well. They got the timing for it. Soul Snipe just sitting on the podium. We don't know the exact time, but at least he's got the rail to work with here. If they can collapse on spawns, they can keep these boys back. And look, you can see the setup. You got Druck already collapsing on Silo. You got multiple spawning up a generator, but a sneaky player that's Frosty behind Soul Snipe who wants a piece of that camo, and Soul Snipe, no choice but to drop down to court. They'll push forward with the team, gets melted shortly after. So I think that camo might actually have flipped, and Frosty might have just stopped what would have been a team play for a flag cap. Frosty making big plays here. That's multiple dead on the feed, Tony. Oh, you know what?
That it is, and camouflage actually in the hands of Super CC, who gets the flag over towards the silo side, but is going to be stopped short. But the nades coming in and bound, avoiding all of the damage, and somehow taking down Talik. Soul Snipe going to trade off kills right there, but that should have been a beautiful play come out of KCP, and that should have been a 2 or 3 down and maybe a flag run, and somehow Agni Kai stopping it, getting the return, and we're going to reset from here, but Frosty having the railgun.
Agni Kai are making it so scrappy for KCP. They're not letting them get a clean break. And how does he connect around the wall there? Frosty with a nasty snapshot with that rail. The flag does get pulled opposite side, so steals his attention here. Foul's running the flag in the meantime. That last player who's thrown that flag out, they got to get defense against Slice here. Foul with a big pickup. Shots into Druck as well. He'll dive back in. Druck going to try to take this fight. He does take him, and he'll sit on that flag for a just to keep the game going a little longer here, Tony.
Bound flying into the base, going right after Druck, ends up getting the kill, and the return is going to come in as well. 3 players down for KCP, so now we're going to see Agni Kai up the tempo, get over to the side of KCP, and if they can slay out one more time, they might be able to get another pull, but Talik spawning right in front of Bound. That means the elbow sides are the silo sides are probably blocked here, and they're just waiting for the right time to pull the flag.
This is crunch time here, Tony. We've got 1 minute, 30 seconds left for KCP to tie this game, or for Frosty to put that final flag in and close it off right here. He's got it in his hands. He'll toss it out. That's a spree for him with the nade, but lost 2 teammates. So he's got a delay here. Frosty in a very important defensive position. Player's going to be coming in hot in just a second, so I like this patient play out of him. Just put damage in where he can, delay for his teammates to stop this, because if they cap this in, we might be going into OT. That flag now sits out on porch, but Frosty, he stopped it, and he got the return, so just testament to the defensive play that he put together there. On top of that, that flag goes out. I think that's foul running it. He gets a big pickup. That flag sits out front court, and they could close the game right here. BB12 looking to sink it in. He's got it into the window, but back to 1 shot. Somebody's got to drop that flag in, and I think it might have been Boo Boo Doo Boo, but either way, a 3-1 close. Agni Kai, they will pull away with game 1.
Frosty is playing chess and everybody else is playing checkers right now. This man has one of the biggest brains, one of the highest Halo IQs, and we're showing it right here with look at the damage, the KDA, the accuracy, while also making plays towards the flag as well.
I think he had 30. I think he almost dropped a 40 bomb with over 60 accuracy and nearly 5K damage. Tony, I'm rounding up because that was just what a sweet display of kills. And I think that final life really sells it right there, right? Frosty had the advanced timing on the flag. He pulls it out, but then loses his teammates, gets a nade kill. So it's now like a 3v, or it might be a 3v2, but his other teammates opposite side of map. So all he can really do is just delay, put shots in where he can, give his teammates an opportunity to come back, to overextend, to help him on that flag run. He does more than that, though. He gets kills, he gets the return. He kind of does it all from his spot. And I think that's just, testament to how good Frosty can be when things are clicking. So we'll see if they continue to click as we go on in the series. Of course, Tony, it's not over yet. Best of 3. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen next year? Give me your predictions, Tony.
My prediction is Agni Kai is probably going to win this 2-0. I mean, if I have to put money down, if I'm thinking with my brain, if you will, I got to go them. But I will say the heart is leaning the other way. I love me an underdog story, and wouldn't it be great to see a reverse sweep? So let's see it right here. KCP, make something happen here. Let's make Esports Arena history. I want them taking out both of our juggernauts. I want them taking out Frosty's team and going after Penguin next. I want them winning this tournament, but it starts right here.
Damn, what a hype, man. Tony, always follow in your heart, huh? That's how you know you're a true anime fan, when you go from the heart. It's about the passion, man. You learn mid-fight. You get knocked down. You do a flashback sequence. You remember why you're here. and then you come back and you you win just off the heart. But with what our brains tell us is what's likely going to happen is KCP are going to go down to losers after this game. The map game type, I think, does matter, and it's a Slayer rig coming up next, Tony. So we'll see. I mean, the strongest map game type for KCP in this series, I'd say, would have been Fathom CTF, but, so far it didn't look so good. Rig Slayer, a little bit of variance there, maybe. And if we get there, we got a Strongholds Eden to close it out, which I know KCP are strong in. But Agni Kai, just based off of what we've seen today so far, they might be a little stronger. Tony, I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, if it was Slayer on Regret, I probably would have felt a little bit more confident. But hold on, it is Slayer on Regret. I talked about this last week, where Soul Snipe asked Frosty what he thinks Soul Snipe's best map is, and Frosty said, "I know you want me to say it to the flag, but you know what? Honestly, he's like, I think it's Regret." Apparently, Soul Snipe plays at another level on Regret as he goes up and at him, gets the slay, 3 down, go Agni Kai. KCP are on the move right now. It's 6-1 lead, Alex.
Well, it's a good thing I read off the wrong maps, Tony, because KCP, they got exactly what they wanted, and like you said, they got a dominant opening start. Soul Snipe with a little bit of OS left to work with, and still has the caster. They'll pick up the kill on the bound. We got multiple players diving for center that distracts Soul Snipe, enough for Boo Boo to get a back smack.
Boo Boo Doo will end up getting a clutch double kill, taking down Super CC. Has one more player in his sights, going to go up to top blue, and it's not going to matter because Bound ends up taking down Talik. Soul Snipe going after Falcated off of screen. Bound ends up getting a double kill. Boo Boo Doo flying in, taking out Super CC, and now we're seeing the turntables turntabling, and now they're going back in favor of Agni Kai.
Them tables be turning, Tony. It's we're looking at just about a tie game now. But KCP, they're still holding on to the slight lead that they have. Falcated making good use of the sprint mechanic, though. He gets out of bottom mid somehow, and he'll live just a little longer here. Pink side control looking like in the hands of Agni Kai. If they can hold on to it, you can see KCP now trying to take it back. Bound and Foul pick up 2 big kills. There's a sneaky player underneath Falcated. I think he hears it, though. He's got the audio cue, trying to seek and destroy Talik here, who's just narrowly escaping him, but Bound's there for the collapse. So trades left and right here, Tony. It's a bloodbath for sure, and it's going to come down to that next OS.
And Falcade is a player I really wish I knew more about. He's always at the top list, and players always talk about Team with Falcade, how they love it. He's a perfect teammate. He obviously has a decent shot. He wins most of his gunfight, and he always seems to be at the right place. Excuse me, a great shot. Always seems to be at the right place at the right time. Speaking of which, Soul Snipe, who also has a very decent shot as he puts the Plasma Caster to work, takes down Boo Boo Doo Boo. 3 down go Agni Kai, and I said I want KCP to pull off the reverse sweep. It starts right now.
KCP, they bit back, Tony, and they're not letting go. Jaws clenched here. Druck out front red. Not a good spot, but teammates there to support him. He does get shots in. Somehow dipping and diving here. Now 1 shot. He will get taken out. Trades left and right, but ultimately 24-19 now is KCP. Look to pull away. Frosty, he wants to chase Soul Snipe down just a little bit here, and he can't quite clean him up. Does have the teammate to do so instead. CC looking to hunt down what's left, and these boys are quickly rotating just left and right here, so quick to understand where the spawns are coming from and how to just kind of make sure they're supporting themselves and their teammates and stay, just stay in this kind of rotation throughout the map here, Tony.
But somehow Bounce sneaking over towards top mid, but not able to stay alive up there. And Frosty currently 1 shot trying to avoid damage, but Talik takes him down. Falcon also 1 shot over towards top car, winning a big gunfight against Druck. And I'm looking at the kill feed. He actually didn't get cleaned up, so Falcated clutching up with that kill, staying alive, playing his life. They need to do more of that if they're gonna want to take the lead in this game here. It's 29-24, going in favor of your Kansas City Pioneers.
We're talking about Falcade's decent shot. We got a whiff of it right there, Tony. He just got a cross map onto Pink there with the Magnum, so great pickup out of him. He might have a chance to rotate here. You can see he's lost 2 of his teammates, so going to opt to get back into blue and got melted immediately. What a 5 there. Didn't even have a second to think about it. New OS about to pop up here. KCP with the slay advantage. Can they get there in time, though? Big pickup on Bound. Multiple players already in bottom mid. Soul Snipe whips out the caster. Must be... it's got to be one of his favorite weapons, Tony. He always seems to have it.
Yeah, definitely. He almost seems to prioritize it at times, but he does do work with it. So as Boo Boo Dooble making quick work of Drunk. Beautiful 5-shot kill. 2 down go KCP and Agni Kaya on the move, but they're currently down by 5 kills.
Guy gonna try to fight back. Well, they still can. Boo Boo Dooble with the big trade. Alpha allocated as well. Boo Boo gonna try to get his way into this fight as well, but he's lost 2 teammates to Drunk. Tries to rotate out here into the tunnel as well. Multiple players going to chase him down and collapse those. So now 39-31, an 8-kill advantage here. And at this point in a map like Regret, it's very, very difficult to not at least give up trades in situations like this. I feel like KCP just off of this 10-kill advantage, unless we see something wild, Tony. KCP, they got a good shot here.
They've really taken control of this game here, and that's another 3 down going for Agni Kai. There's 1 player currently alive, not for long. That was the MVP. 5 more kills, and KCP are going to be forcing a game number 3. And you know I love watching KCP play objective. They're a damn good Strongholds team, and I'm a believer that KCP are going to win this series. I'm calling it right now.
The stars are definitely aligned, Tony. They got exactly the map game type they could have wanted here. 49, make it 1 more to close this one out, and it will be with a 16-kill advantage. Druck with a nade on the bound for a 50 to 34 finish to game 2. A dominant answer back, and they are right back in this, Tony. I can't wait to see where this goes, but like we said, the stars are aligned. I think they got a shot now.
That they do. Super CC dropping the most damage in the game. He may have not had the most kills. You saw him toward the bottom of the scoreboard, but I took a peek at his stats. I think he had about maybe 12 or 13 assists. So maybe he was that secret sauce that they needed to go on top of this steak and really send this meal over the edge. I don't know where I'm going with this, Alex, but either way, Super CC might have been that final piece. And maybe, just maybe, if they take down a team consisting of, you know, three-fourths of that inconceivable roster, and then also take down Frosty on top of it, that's big-time momentum. I'm telling you, I'm a KCP believer through and through. I need to see them win. I'm calling it right here, right now. They're taking it, Alex.
Okay, all right. Settle down, Tony. They got hope. Okay. No, he's not going to settle down. They got some hope, for sure. There's a chance. But they're going to have to do it in Strongholds on the rig. Does that change your thoughts on this in any way, or do you think they're comfy here?
I love watching KCP on any Strongholds match. I'll say 100-78 going in favor of KCP. I'll even give you a scoreboard, Alex.
All right, he's giving me a final score, 178. I am going to counter you. I'm going to say 100-64. I got about a 1 in 100 chance that this is going to be correct, but I'm going to stick with it. 100-64 is going to be Agni Kai taking this one. As I say it, though, KCP, they have started out so hot, I might need to change my mind. Tony, trip cap to start the game here.
No, you never let me change my mind, so you can't change yours as Drunk ends up being taken down. Super CC staying alive over here on base, but they're still holding the trip cap, but we're seeing Boo Boo Dooble make his way over towards BR base. 2 players in front of him, gets the shots on Falcated. Boo Boo Dooble was able to take out BR base, and KCP ends up going 3 down. That's not looking good for my blue team.
Agni Kai staggering just a little bit here. Speaking of staggering, bound, like he looks left, he looks right. There's nades coming at him from every single direction, so not much he can do. Talik, in the meantime, playing sneaky through engine side here. It looks like that's going to pay off. Big kill on Defal. He's got spawners up on Carbine as well. So KCP, despite losing the 1 cap here, they've maintained control, and they maintain their points on the board. They have a lock on the spawns as well. You can see Talik. He's so aware. Tony, he got a perfect 5. And he's ready for more.
He is, but he is taking heavy damage here on Engine 2, so he's going to be forced to back down. Snow Snipe off the screen, getting a 5-shot kill on Falcon. Big initial kill. Now we're seeing Chase starting to up the tempo here. Talik ends up getting a double kill because of Chase getting so aggressive, and that's another 3 down for Agni Kai. They're getting put on a spawn cycle where KCP are constantly putting the pressure on them and putting them 2 to 3 down every single life.
Agni Kai, they're fighting with their honor on the line, Tony, and looking like they might get burned if they don't clean things up quickly here. They're running out of time to do so. That camo, I think, should have popped, but they don't have time to prioritize it. They need to get into a capture, and it looks like basement will be the start Can they make a rotation, though? Blue sitting in basement. Bound looking for some info out in basement window, but a risky place to challenge. Frosty above, he does have the rail. Frosty, this is where he can get things going. Camo still sits up, they didn't burn it, but a big shotgun kill at a Druck, and he dives on, picks up Camo, and takes it off the map. So that will slow their roll just a little bit, but Foul, at the very least, they got themselves a double cap in this whole situation.
Agni Kai bouncing back, beautiful plays. That was Frosty. We actually got the railgun kill on that player who was just about to get camouflaged. Now we're seeing scatter shot in the hands of Bound. Has a player in front of him. Frosty off the screen, takes down Druck. Falcated 5-shotting Talik off the screen, and now Bound is pushing in for the trip cap. I guess all the control now going in favor of Agni Kai.
You see Bound just mashing the Y button here, Tony. You know he's starting to get ready to go to business here, Tony. It's the way he hits the Y button. You know that he's focusing up. He's getting ready to make plays. You got players spawning up in bunker as well, so Bound full awareness here. Grenades coming in. Multiple teammates over on Nest side, so a nice little pinch on the spawn, and Bound is just going to push up the street, get the shots in, and collapse. If he backs up, he's going to open up bunker once again. They can turn and burn what's left of these KCP players. So we can see the trip cap in session. Bound going to get shot from two sides there. So rough position to be in. In KCP, they might have a shot to slow the bleeding here.
It's funny because you actually called 100 to 64. And as of right now, KCP have stopped at 64 mark. If perfect. Somehow Agni Kai put 100 straight points on the board, you would have predicted the series and the scoreboard exactly. And it's looking good right now because Agni Kai still have control.
If it somehow happens, I think I might just stop my Halo career and just start gambling, Tony. I think I'll hit up a casino. And I'll take my luck there because, you know, there's no way. I mean, hold on a sec. My prediction about the look bad in just a second here, Tony, because he's already got 2 kills. Soulsnipe's got a teammate sitting in the basement who's about to cap. They're looking to trade this, though, but it doesn't matter. 65 here, so I'm going to stick with Halo a little longer, Tony.
Well, rip the dream. I mean, my gambling career is still on the line here. I mean, I might be able to predict it, right? I said 100 to 78. So Soulsnipe currently going one shot, staying alive, but Falcated taking down his teammate off the screen. 70 to 52 lead going in favor of KCP. And what really matters, not the scoreboard, but who wins it, because this is your winners bracket round number 5 and 2 star-studded squads.
I mean, the scoreboard does equal who wins and loses. It's all part of the circle of life, Tony. But we'll find out how things go. We still got some time left in this. We've still got players diving off a spawn to try to get to bunker here. Looks like they will cap BR base. And that'll bring them up to 2 once again. They got to make the rotation over to basement side here. So Talik already spawning up on yellow. Going to try to dip into basement. You got multiple players on red now outside with some defense here, but not a lot of cover to work with. So a lot of pressure from high ground here from KCP. You can see the pinch coming in on both sides. Druck with 2 big pickups. Shoddy in onto Bound. And those spawns are going to flip. But as that happens, Agni Kai somehow narrowly, they hold on to these 2 caps.
I thought we were going to see some quick slays coming out of KCP, but it took a little bit too long, and Agni Kai were able to come off a spawn and put down damage. 2 cap going back towards KCP, but the out-rotation for Agni Kai, and the scoreboard is so close. We have the 78 kill mark. Railgun is coming up, and I know Camouflage should be coming up really soon. This might decide the victor.
It very well might. Big defense on the basement as well. They reset that cap. Boo-boo get burned, though, in the long haul by that rail. And that rail's still in the hands of CC, so he'll take it down the basement here. Frosty just trying to poke at him from above. CC, if he can get an opportunity, he's in a good spot. Connection not his friend right now, though. Tony, I don't know what's going on in basement. Looked a little wobbly, but he died for it. And they're going to dive into basement, try to pick up this capture here so they can turn this.
2 caps going back in favor of Agni Kai, and I'm not sure what happened to the camouflage, but I'm pretty sure that it's gone. Talik ends up taking out BR base, but the rotation coming in, and it looks like Agni Kai are currently working on Nest in the meantime. Now we're seeing KCP out-rotate the rotators, and now going over towards basement. No team able to hold a solid setup here because they just keep out-rotating the enemy team. Now can KCP either defend BR base or go over to Nest?
Talik in a huge spot here, does get pressured on his right-hand side and take it out. Tony, neither of our predictions looking good. This is a game that's instead going down to the wire. This could be a 199 for all we know here because players dropping left and right. 90-point mark achieved by KCP. They do hold basement. He had one split spawner up on Carbine, but quickly dealt with as Boo Boo back to the spawn screen. Soul Snipe going to try to get in here. Full shoddy in the back pocket. So a lot he can work with, and honestly, not a lot Agni Kai can do to stop this Tony. This might be a game right here. Spawners they're up, they're flailing, trying to get into this. A trip cap on Nest as well will put them in the grave, and KCP, they pull away with a victory in winners round 5, and they send Agni Kai to the lower bracket early on.
This is a big win for your Kansas City Pioneers, taking down a juggernaut. Again, we're talking Frosty, Boo Boo Doo, Falcated, and Bound. This is a star-studded roster, like we said. If you're going to create an all-star team, you might just pick this team exactly. And sure. KCP putting them down into the elimination bracket. I said it before. I want to see them take out this team. They're not done yet. They have to go back for 3-4 to that champion from last week. I'm talking Pistola. I'm talking Penguin. I'm talking about their roster as well. Trippy's on there too. I need to see them win. KCP's taking this tournament.
Damn. All right. Well, Tony repping KCP all the way. When we go take our break, come back, Tony will have a KCP shirt. You got your what is it? Your jersey, right, Tony?
It's somewhere here. I'll find it.
He's going to come back with his KCP jersey. In the meantime, we will throw it to Yeso, who's going to break down the stats. But, man, what a match. That does send Frosty's team down to lower bracket, Tony. We haven't seen them there ever, really, in a long time, having to fight through lower brackets. So that, I guess, just gives us a couple more exciting matches to look forward to a little later. KCP, they press on. Yeso, how does it look on the board?
Gentlemen, you're right. That was an incredible matchup, and what a performance from KCP. And we're in a strange place right now because I'm not used to seeing Frosty going down to the lower bracket almost ever. And also then there's the fact where you look at that entire lineup, and typically the only time you're going to see a lineup of that caliber going down to the lower bracket is if they're matched up against a squad that's including, a Penguin, a Pistola, a Renegade, right? And not that this KCP roster isn't talented and has great name value. It certainly does. But it's crazy to see KCP look so strong, and especially, we'll talk about the Slayer match momentarily, but to see a 16-point margin at the end of a Slayer game and Frosty and his team on the losing side is never heard of. I mean, that is an insane stat line to see. So let's get into the stats here to start things off as we go to CTF first, but an incredible series. We might as well just call it, it's KCP Sunday today because they have been looking so good. Obviously the stars have aligned that they have ended up on stream in 3 matches in a row. It kind of is what it is. They've been the matches ready, and we've been more than willing to continue to watch this team perform, and they continue to deliver. But let's start with map 1. It was CTF on Fathom, and Agni Kai takes the win, and it was tight for a little while, but just a lot of control from Agni Kai. KCP got an early cap, but they were really struggling to kind of get their foot in the door after that first capture. Agni Kai remained in control for so long. They take the 3-1 win on the first map. Let's take a peek at the Slayer stats. I'm curious to see how these shook out in the first map. Look at that. Look at Frosty. Is it 38? 38 kills? Are you kidding me? 9 assists is kind of low, but when you consider he had 38 kills, that is incredible. Frosty popping off in the Slayer department in the match where he didn't necessarily need to pop off in the Slayer department. He probably would have loved to have, a few of those kills in the next game, but just an incredible performance there. Wow. And 3 players in the 20s or higher, and even Boo Boo Doo just behind at 17 kills with 18 assists. So Agni Kai fragging out in the first game, Frosty putting up a pop-off performance to start things off, and that gave them the 1-0 lead. We could take a quick peek at the damage and accuracy numbers here before we go to the second map. Look at that KDA, a 26 from Frosty with just below 62% accuracy and 4,300 damage, and that is an absurd performance there for Frosty. And that is why, I talk about it's surprising to see Frosty going down to the lower bracket, is because that's what we expect from Frosty. And, granted, it's the whole team, right? This loss doesn't just fall on Frosty's shoulders. The team as a whole was not able to perform well enough in the final 2 games to continue to move on in the winner's side. But Frosty is obviously the biggest name in Halo 5, and we'll have to see what they do in the lower bracket. Talik here leading the way with a 1.0 KDA. Again, the first map was a much more of a struggle. 54.5% accuracy there. The leading in damage, though, was Super CC at just short of 3,600 for the team. So let's go to the second map here. We go to Slayer, and this was a huge surprise. We've talked multiple times today about how dominant KCP is in objective game types, and to see them, losing CTF to a team of this caliber is not a surprise, right? Agni Kai is very good. KCP, these are the squads that they're not going to be able to speed run CTF against. So it's not a complete surprise that they could drop a CTF to Agni Kai. But to see them come out and dominate in Slayer the way that they did, a 6-minute game here, Soul Snipe leading the way with 17 kills and 9 assists is impressive. And look at Frosty with just 5 kills. That is uncharacteristically low. Even Falcated and Bound both in the single digits, and that's what it comes down to, right? Boo Boo Doobu getting 13 kills and 3 assists is fine, but having 3 of your players with the name value and the skill that they bring to the table in the single digits of kills in a Slayer game is not going to get it done, and that's why they lose 34-50 here to KCP. Let's go to the last page of stats here. I want to take a peek at the accuracy and damage numbers, and there they are. Look at Soul Snipe with the 10.0 KDA and leading in the accuracy, 60.2%. Super CC having a great game, really good across all across the board, 53% or better in the accuracy department for everybody, and also everyone over 1,700 damage. So even if Soul Snipe leads the way in the KDA, it really was a team contribution top to bottom, and actually not leading the way. That's an almost 2,000 damage game from Super CC. So everybody showed up, and that's what that's what it takes, right? To beat a team of this caliber, you have to show up top to bottom. You're not going to just be able to have a Soul Snipe pop off and carry you when the other team is so good in all 4 positions. So really well done from KCP, and they take game number 2. And then we go into game 3, and it's anybody's guess who's going to win this game. You're going back to an objective game type, which is where KCP tends to play their best. But Strongholds is much different than CTF. The rotations are so important, and that is, I feel like, Frosty and his squads tend to be better where KCP is dominant on CTF. These squads tend to be dominant on Strongholds. The rotations and the communication are so good. They're able to get the timings on their kills so well done and play around spawns that they just dominate and don't allow a team to get into these games. But KCP actually looked really good. They got out to an early lead. They controlled it, and while there was a strong push in the mid game from Agni Kai to come back, KCP just never let him back in enough. I don't believe once Agni Kai got behind that they ever regained a lead. Multiple times it started to get close. They got within, 5 to 10 points, but KCP would stop it and keep it moving. So let's go to the Slayer stats for this final map. I'm curious to see. I imagine we got a bit of a recovery for Frosty. A little bit, 11 kills and 10 assists, but still, Frosty just, the fragging was not as good in the second 2 maps. It really seems like his killing was very front-loaded in this series, the 38 kills in the first map, and it wasn't enough to get it done. Obviously, a lot more goes into a Stronghold game type than just the kills, but still, when you see Druck showing up with 23 kills and 11 assists, and Frosty just with 11 on the other side of the table, that is certainly a recipe for a KCP victory. Also, Talik with 13 kills and 14 assists, solid game there. Soul Snipe with 17 kills and only 10 deaths. That's a really good showing there from Soul Snipe, and the whole squad here from KCP looking really good. Let's take a peek at the last bit of stats here for this matchup. And there we have it. Look at 60.4%. Little lower accuracy numbers here for the side of KCP than we saw throughout the series, as both Super CC and Druck below 50%, while nobody on the side of Agni Kai had those lower accuracy numbers. But they got it done, and the rotations look good. The timing was really clean from KCP. Later in the game, it seemed like early on, towards the mid game, they kind of got caught on a couple of bad timings on the rotation, but it really seemed to clean up well. And it was timed so well where we saw multiple points in this game where, KCP would capture to get that second point to start putting points up on the board, and then Agni Kai would immediately grab one themselves, and they would regain control and have 2 points. And it was kind of this back and forth where the counter punches from Agni Kai were coming really quick to KCP, and then it seemed later in the game KCP started to time these up where they would capture that second point, start to put points on the board again, and then they would immediately be rotating to capture another point and respond to the quick Agni Kai rotation. So KCP, this is some of the best Halo I've seen this squad play ever on a Microsoft Sunday. I love to see it. I'm looking forward to seeing more from them here today. And the best part is we've got another matchup. I don't know that it's KCP or not, but I think it's going to be a good one. So I'm going to throw it back over to Tony and Shyway.
Thank you, Yeso. Once again, another one for the books, and uncharacteristic for our Frosty, bound roster. Agni Kai dropping down to lower bracket a little earlier than expected, but sometimes that's just how it goes, especially when you got teams like KCP, as good as they are, fighting at the top of at peak form, I'd say, Tony. Final season, final form for KCP. Let's see if they can keep it up. But on the other side of winner's bracket, we've got other top talent in this tournament. We have another treat for us right in front of us here, Tony. We got Time to Grind up against Fire and Ice. Now, Fire and Ice, we've seen time and time again. I'm not sure what combo of players we'll be looking at, but of course, one of the top teams in the LATAM region. Time to Grind, on the other hand, is Trippy, Penguin, Stellar, and Ola. This is the other GOAT squad that you're going to want to look out for, because this is the team that won last week.
And I love going after underdog squad. I really do. But I love my Latin American squads, but come on, Time to Grind. This is 3/4 of the team that won just last week. And they even took Boo Boo Doo with them. So I'm sorry. I got to go with Time to Grind. I really do. This squad is absolutely disgusting. And Penguin, I know Penguin is captain in this squad. I believe we have, like you said, Stellar. And I love me some Ola. So come on now. I'm going with these boys.
I'm going with them too. They won last week. Of course, they got Stellar instead of Boo Boo, but that's definitely not a bad trade. Stellar, of course, top talent from C9. Coming into this squad, making it actually half of C9 and half of Envy, so it's kind of like the Envy 9 roster once again. And boy, did they start out hot here. That's 2 dead on the feet, a rail in the hands of Stellar, and he is only just getting started.
Well, if there's any hopes for Fire and Ice, it's going to be on the backs of Pelu and Noble. These guys, they know how to slay out, as the backsmack is going to come in. And Bullet going all the way over to the perimeter, holding down this silo side, has a player in his sights, but Ola taking down Magical off the spawn. But Noble ends up getting the railgun kill on Stellar and the double kill on Penguin, so no team wanting to give anything in this matchup, and we're still tied up in 0 piece.
And Noble out there just slicing and dicing on the feed, though. He almost picked up 3, which would have been massive, but like you said, that resets us. Still at 0-0 on the board here. Ola, he does have a rail in the back pocket, puts it to good use. That's a spree for him. 2 teammates will push up through elbow while Ola tries to turn and burn. That's Bullet up on top mid, who does get taken out by a teammate, so that flag, I believe there might be a brief opening for a run here. You can see Stellar, he has it. He's taking it through bottom mid. Stellar getting stopped in his tracks, though, by a defensive player, and that flag sits down bottom mid.
He was stopped by Magical, but Penguin ends up taking down Magical and Bullet, which might have been the last 2 lines of defense to stop this cap from going in. So the flag makes it over into the base. And at any point in time, I imagine it'd be cap. There we go. We're just waiting for the time for it to go in. 2 down go, Time to Grind. So Fire and Ice need to collapse. They need to get the slays and have a little counter cap going here as the pull is coming outside of the base.
And that might happen, Tony. That flag's out, and Bullet is hitting beams. Living up to his name here. Nice 5 out of him, and that gave Pelu and team the opening they needed to push through with a counter cap. 1-1 on the board here. We got a camo about to pop. We got a rail up in the hands of Noble. So Fire and Ice, they are fighting back.
And Noble baiting the camouflage with this railgun, just waiting for his teammate to come up, who ends up trying to go after it, but shots are forcing him back down. Noble hits the fadeaway on Ola. Now he says, you know what, I'm tired of baiting this. I'm gonna take things into my own hands, go right at the top mid. Beautiful jump, beautiful plays. That player's over one shot, but Penguin getting the best of him. Let me tell you, Noble he's playing like the MVP.
Yeah, everything in that play at a Noble, apart from the final kill that he couldn't get there, was just chef's kiss. It was just beautiful, right? He gets the rail kill, he does that perfect kneecap jump up the top mid, picks up a kill with the Magnum, leaves the camo for the teammate so he doesn't burn it, and then comes back in with the Chow, almost gets another kill, but this is still the results of his efforts, right? Bullet has this camo because of the play that Noble made, and Bullet gonna put this camo to use. He does get the beatdown, already has teammates up in the base with the pole with the flag, but new spawners up to stop them. Bullet with a beautiful flank here. Shots into Trippy, but Trippy shooting a little better. Will take him out, leave that flag in his tracks.
The performance coming out of Fire and Ice is admirable. This is, I mean, it's the day of the underdogs, if you will, because Fire and Ice had the game tied up and they were almost poised to even put another cap on the board, but Time to Grind making it so difficult for them as the nade ends up coming in to take down Penguin. Ola keeping that top advantage, but gonna drop down and help Stellar off a screen. Melee on Pelu. Bullet ends up going down, and hold on. Things are starting to go back in favor of Time to Grind. Can it take advantage?
I mean, Tony, this is the thing with Halo Esports in 2021. Nobody's a slouch, right? Nobody's a pushover. Everyone's cracked as hell at this point in the game. They played it so much that, you know, Fire and Ice, they can trade blows. They'll go back and forth with some of the goats in the game here. Time to Grind. But as I say that, Time to Grind, they're right back in this. Rail in hand to Stellar. Huge kill on the Magico. The flag still sits down in porch. It's been rallied over to a teammate who stops it right before the cap. Bullet with a huge double. He just stopped that flag. He's now sitting on the Bullet just ruined their day, Tony. And he's still got this flag. He's still making the run.
That he is, and the flag is actually in his base right now. He ends up staying alive despite being one shot, even gets the kill on Stellar. 2 down, go Time to Grind. One more slay, and this could be going back in Fire and Ice, and there it is. We have a 2-1 lead going in favor of Fire and Ice.
Some god tier plays out of Bullet right there. Just like pure confidence to get the double, stop the flag, to run it, to get the kills he needed just to bring it far enough for the teammates to rally it forward. But now that puts Time to Grind on the back foot, and they will try once again with this flag. They got it out through bottom mid. Trippy, what a line of defense. That's a double for him. Looking to pick up more, but as he does that, that flag continues to run across the map here. Sitting out in red court, you got Stellar and his teammate with him to try to rally it just a couple steps further, but it still sits there, and you know what? It's time to grind. They're not going to get this one.
They're not. They just went momentarily 3 down, and Pelu holding down this elbow side while Magical was momentarily holding down Silo. So that's going to cause a little bit of a back base spawn or over towards Engine. Another 3 down. Go Time to Grind. Ola was the last player alive who's currently being hunted down. There he is. He goes down. 2 down. Go Time to Grind. Fire and Ice might put this final flag cap in. They already have the pull.
Some icy plays out of this roster for sure, Tony, but they didn't get it past the elbow. So nice quick defense at a Time to Grind. They're going to stop them right quick. This is a big moment in the game here. 6-minute mark. Railgun pops up. Camo up shortly after. Bullet with the rail in hand. He will push up on Stellar. And what? Oh, so it was a nade who killed Stellar there. But that leaves the rail out in courtyard, and maybe we'll see a red player pick that one up. I think it's Penguin who's dove on top of it.
And Noble did get a double kill off the screen. His final kill was actually Trippy. Pelu putting that player one shot and trusting his teammate to come in for the cleanup. Ola, great job defending his base. That's going to be a 5 shot on Noble, putting that player half shield. So, oh my gosh, and Trippy coming in for the double off screen with the cleanups. Time to Grind ended up going 2 down thanks to a beautiful double kill by Noble. But Ola's great shots, great defense, neutralize it. And just like that, now he has high ground control.
Ola looking like a turret right now. He's hitting all the shots he needs to. Players off a spawn. They're going to try to make it to Treehouse. Ola, of course, line of defense here. The light rifle. The perfect weapon to use for this opportunity. He does knock that cover down. Those players will rotate. Ola's still going to hold it down here. Teammate's going to make moves on the flag in the meantime. That's 2 dead on the feed. Flag already in the hands of that player on time to... Actually, no, I think he might have died. That's Stellar, who died on the feed there. So big pickup. I think it was Bullet once again, who just slowed them down. Despite it, though, Ola's still making plays. He's still holding on to high map. That's going to force the spawns over to Silo. And Ola, you can see he's ready for it, but he already spots the overextenders. Overextenders in red base. They're going to get that counter pull here. So we got a double dilemma here. We got 2 flags out, Tony.
And Noble has 2 teammates around him just playing right in the middle of them as Stellar off the screen takes down Bullet. Noble knows that his base is not safe, so he's going to hold it down over towards the silo side. Meanwhile, Pelu's right in the action, taking down 1, make that 2 players, so 2 down for each team, and that's going to be a 3rd one for Fire and Ice. They have 1 player alive, which is Noble, trying to defend the flag. The return is coming in, and we might end up being tied up here if that flag can get in. 2 apiece.
Big return out of Ola. They got the slays. He dove in. He picked it up, and that ties up our game with 4 minutes left to go here. That rail back on the map. It's in the hands of Noble. We'll see if he can get something going with it. Does have an opportunity. Spawners up on Generator here. They're already pelting him, but he picks up one on Stellar. He'll thrust back, get back to safety. Doesn't have teammates with him, but that's not stopping this man's confidence. He'll pick up 2 here. Huge double on the Penguin. He's still alive, staying up on elbow. Spawners up on Generator. Noble looking for him. Noble turning and burning Stellar as well. Just the maximum number of kills out of this man, but it's just not enough to get a pull.
And we've seen multiple times where Fire and Ice already have 2 caps on the board, and they've put time to grind 3 down, 2 down multiple times, but not able to finally put the nail in the coffin, not able to close this game out. Maybe Pelu can do it with the camouflage enhance as a player in his sights, but doesn't know there's one right next to him who ends up getting the jump on him. That was going to be Stellar. 2 down for Fire and Ice.
Players dropping left and right here, Tony, looking like a bloodbath at this point. Of course, 1 cap to close it out. Trippy tried to sneak out through Treehouse, didn't quite work. And they hold back at the 50-yard line once again here. Stellar does have a buddy with him, but rotation already coming through red porch here. So Stellar, he'll try to get up on top map, but you can see the coverage out of Fire and Ice just cutting off every angle, every alley here. Penguin and team, they'll spawn up and Generator, going to try to defend, but the pressure's still coming in from Noble. I think that's Noble, yeah, who does get killed by Penguin. So big defensive kill. Once again, they break free.
Yeah, great offense by Fire and Ice getting into the enemy's team base, but you have to capitalize, which is what we kind of talked about before. Now we're seeing Penguin push over towards the elbow side, but having 2 players in front of him, you know I'm not good at math, but a 1v2 equation is not going to be good for Penguin. Ola ends up getting the 5-shot kill on Pelu, and Bullet getting a double kill, playing some good defense of his own. So both teams playing excellent defense, not converting it to caps just yet, but there's 1 minute and 53 seconds on the clock, so enough time for either one of these teams to cap before overtime.
Man, so many players dropping. We got Tony trying to crunch the numbers here. He just can't keep up. Left and right, we got 1 down, 2 down. Bullet, he's got the rail. He'll drop a couple if he picks up some damage here, but can't quite do it. He'll trade with the melees instead. Last line of defense here. Big melee pickup from Penguin to stop Magico in his tracks. And now time becoming a factor as well. Less than 1 minute 30 in this game. Not sure what happened to that camo, but Trippy not worried about it. He does collect the flag. He'll take it out through bottom mid here. Slay's coming up on the board here. Trippy might have a shot with this, taking it down the last length. That's 2 dead on the feet. I think he's got it. That's a close for our game with a 3-2 at a time to grind. You just get that one little opening, and that's all you need in Fathom CTF.
That was such a big brain play by Trippy right there. His teammate ends up dying on the opposing team's porch by a player in Engine. Trippy slides in from top mid, throws a beautiful nade over towards that player, and instead of waiting and chasing that kill down, he ends up just going for the flag, prioritizing the objective, pulling it over to the opposite side, and gets a cap because of it. And he obviously could have laser focused on that one player and that one kill, but big brain play says, hey, the objective is what really matters, and ends up making a game-winning play.
Yeah, doesn't waste time holding position. He knows when to get down there, get dirty, get his hands dirty, right? Pick up the flag and rotate it through bottom mid. So you said it beautifully, Tony. What a way to clutch that up despite how long it took. You know, it's a long, like kind of a bloodbath of a game when you look at the scoreboard, and every single player had upwards of 3,000 damage. Some players just touching 4,000. So everybody doing work, everybody doing damage, and looking relatively even on the board too, which is great to see. Fire and Ice, they came to play today. I mean, they always come to play, Tony, but today specifically, Fire and Ice, I think they got a shot, but only one shot left in this series, right? We're going to be moving on, and I'll find you the map. Hopefully I get it right this time. No, it should be what we had just previously, right? So Slayer Regret would be next.
And I don't know if my eyes deceived me right there, but did I see Pistola dropping a 20.6 KDA before? We saw the stats for just a moment before we went to the camera, and I swear I saw Pistola dropping a 20.6 KDA. Again, I'm getting old, so my eyes might be deceiving me. Either way, I'm sure Yasa will break that all down. Regret Slayer, you talked about it many times, this map being so small and so easy to influence those spawns. I mean, I don't think it's going to be close. We're not going to see a 49-49. One team is going to get control and really run away with it.
Yeah, this map isn't typically close just because of the snowball effect of momentum on this map, but it all begins with the opening strat. So Trippy going down there, not a good look. Does have teammates to dive in instead, though. Somehow Ola gets in, picks it up, and doesn't die. So OS on a body and a couple kills to go with it.
Ola getting the great kill on Bullet, but now making his way over towards top. P ends up catching a stray nade, but luckily he has the overshield. Now it's actually going to drop down to one shot, but Trippy taking down Pelu, and Ola not able to get away with his life, trying to get some easy peek shots, but end up peeking a little bit too much, and that allows Fire and Ice to sneak behind enemy lines and get top mid control.
Yep, Fire and Ice quick to clap back here. Magico with a nice clap on the Penguin. That'll take him out. Palu with a kill as well, so 2 down, 4 kill advantage. They block red side and hopefully clean up what's left of it. That's Trippy now down. That spawns him up in blue, and they will quickly try to rotate out to high ground to reset this situation. Penguin and Stellar, they moved up, but already getting collapsed on. Look at the beams, Tony. That's a team shot.
We've seen Fire and Ice last game could get a nice little early lead and get maximum control of the map. They've done a good job. They have that ceiling. They have that potential to get the slays, but now need to put a whole game together. And a 10-kill lead is a hell of a way to start on board. I mean, they start off 1-0 in CTF Fathom. Now they have a 10-kill lead. You have to hold on to it this time, Fire and Ice. Otherwise, you'll be playing in the elimination bracket.
Oh, man, Tony Noble out here looking like the chosen one today. I don't know. He's just dropping players left and right. 19-9, 10-kill advantage. Noble just waiting for spawners. Has pre-nades in. One player did spawn blue, but instead head on a swivel. Going to try to find someone center map. Picks up one with combo. Second player up top mid doesn't connect. Can he live up, though? Nades coming in. They'll take him out. So trade goes down, but the damage is done. 22-11. If time to grind, if they want a shot here, they need to stay up. They need to get their hands on that OS that's about to pop.
And what a coordinated push coming out of Fire and Ice. Bullet taking down Trippy, but thanks to the team shot that's coming in, Pelu ends up taking Penguin. But again, no 5 shots here, just 2 players putting down pistol shots, mowing down bullets, and the teamwork coming out of Fire and Ice is admirable as another trade goes in. We're going to switch gears over towards Trippy, who's trying to fight for the P side, but has Noble in his sights.
Yeah, Trippy just scrambling for control here up on top mid. Does have a teammate to help him out. Nice shots into Magico. Cherry picks one. Got a player jumping up from below. Doesn't quite get to him. Trippy just going to try to hold on. Good live out of him. He can keep the high ground, and he keeps these players back in red base. He does find his opportunity to collapse. 2 dead on the feet. Trippy with a 3rd pickup, and this is how you start the snowball here. 1 player up still. That's Noble. They clean him up. Spawners coming up in blue, and Trippy in a good position to... Oh, he's getting distracted, though. And that's a rough spot, right? That 1 player, Noble. Noble living as long as he did just disrupted the entire collapse.
We're well past the halfway point of this game, and we still have a double-digit lead. Oh, now a 9-kill lead going in favor of Fire and Ice. Penguin throwing an excellent nade over towards P side, but catches an even better nade back at him off a screen. Stellar taking down Penguin, but now it was Penguin. Zane needs to up the tempo, take out this player on P side. Beautiful shot, staying alive. That's exactly what time to grind needed.
Just got to continue to hold on to this top map and lock down these spawns here. Penguin does have knowledge on one on car. Another player across the map on him, though. He's looking to help out a teammate or something, but he's getting pelted from pink side here. He's got Ola with him. Oh, clean nades into the street. just can't quite find them, right? And that's the thing with Regret is the map is so small. You can so quickly rotate around and get a flank position. So you can see Penguin just head on a swivel because he's constantly getting shot from the front and the back, trying to figure out how to get a grasp of the situation, and they don't have time to do it. There's a 10-kill advantage here from Fire and Ice, and then OS about to pop up once again, but all the control. Fire and Ice, they're locking it down.
I talked about it last week. All of the regions are really stepping their game up. Last week, we had 3 Latin American teams in the top 6. And this week, it looks like we might have the same. Fire and Ice really stepping their game up. Still holding on to a 10-kill lead as Stellar goes after Noble. Currently one shot. A player slides in and Magical not able to get him. He gets ripped in half. Stellar was one shot right there. And I thought he was going to go for the bag. And look, he wanted to go for the bag right there because that was amazing.
I'm honestly surprised this man, you know, just didn't drop one teabag, Tony. I don't know how he had he's just a gentleman. He's a gentleman through and through. He's focused on the W, but man, what an outplay out of Stellar. And look what it set in motion. 3-kill deficit. Spawners up in blue. They're locked there, and they got the map control once again. It looks like things are starting to click for time to grind exactly when they need to. But can Fire and Ice, can they fight out of this? Can they get trades in this situation? It's a double for Stellar. Stellar, do it again. Oh, he almost did it, Tony.
At one point, the scoreboard was 31-20 in favor of Fire and Ice, but look at what's been done. Time to grind, riding that momentum, and even Fire and Ice having multiple players down, but not getting complete control of top mid. Bullet taking down Penguin. Ola's one shot over towards top P. Excellent damage by him, but he's going to go down. Only a 3-kill game, so anything could happen here, Alex.
Fire and Ice, despite that stagger for 1 second, they've held on. They managed to get the trades they need to. 3-kill advantage, like you said. Just Bullet up on top map here. Gonna hold on to car side. Stellar gonna mount the challenge. Big. I mean, I thought he had the shots, but Stellar is just a little more cracked here, Tony. He pulls out a massive turnaround. That's a 2-kill deficit now. OS gonna pop soon. They've lost high ground, though. Stuck up on bottom map here. Stellar coming in. They do have trades. If they keep these trades up, they might be able to do this. Ola with a huge kill, though. The double onto both players in front red. They might be able to pull this OS.
The recovery coming out of Time to Grind. It's tied up at 48 apiece. No and now Noble ends up getting robbed. Somebody called 911 because he was just robbed of that overshield and this game. Time to Grind coming out of nowhere, winning 50-48. Noble had the overshield, but the man was robbed.
That whole situation was just heartbreaking for Fire and Ice because they were getting the trades they needed to. They had great map positioning. Right? Like, what happened, Tony? They had that freaking game. They had that game. They had top map, and then they dropped, right? They dropped a little earlier than I think they planned to. They all fell to the bottom of the map together, and then they had to stay there because OS was coming up. But if you rotate for OS slightly too early, and you can give the enemy team an opportunity to get better positions and collapse when the time is right, right? So they end up dying there on spawn. And then Ola dives in, he gets the OS last second. I think I looked away for a split second, but I think he must have just grabbed it, somehow lived. And the fact that he lived secured the W 100%. They got the extra shields, they got the collapse. So just what a heartbreaker, because that was just seconds away from being a totally different story.
If I'm Noble, I'm freaking out right now because he was just like a frame away from getting that overshield. Then Ola coming out of nowhere, just waving his magic wand, coming and just disappearing and reappearing right on the overshield, right in front of Noble. I'm pretty sure I heard his sparring say "nana, nana, nana" as he pulled it away and literally stole it from Noble. Noble was right there. He was holding down his B button if you play on bumper jump, and he's holding it down. It's like, this is mine. And Ola coming out of nowhere and literally stealing the overshield and the game away. I wanted to see a game 3, Alex, but sadly we're not. Well, why don't we send it over to Yeso? Yeso, why don't you break down the stats on that series, especially with game number 1, because I got confirmation on the screen. There was a 20.6 KDA from Pistola. I got to know about that.
I'd be happy to do that for you, Tony. I will say, though, first, condolences to your Fire and Ice boys. I know their day is not done, but I know you are a big fan of the LATAM boys, and specifically Fire and Ice. So they do drop 2-0 to Time to Grind here in this matchup, and that means Time to Grind will move on to face KCP in the winners finals. So all said and done there, Fire and Ice with a good run through winners bracket. They get into winners semis, and while they will still have some work to do in the lower bracket, they can feel good about the way that they have started the day. And I think they also showed up really good here. Obviously, Noble going to be kicking himself, feeling bad about how it worked out with that overshield at the end of that second game. But I think if you're Fire and Ice, you should walk away from that match of Slayer thinking, hey, we can compete with these guys. We just need to kind of dot our I's and cross our T's the next time we get that opportunity. So I'm looking forward to that. But let's pull up the stats here for the series. We'll start with that first game that Tony was hyping up here. We'll bring this up on the screen for you. And it was CTF on Fathom. And this was a very tightly contested game as well. Fire and Ice even had a 2-1 lead at one point in this, but Time to Grind were able to respond very well. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this one, just because I do want to take a look at some of the kills here. And we heard Tony, he was hyping up Pistola. Look at that, 34 kills, 14 assists. Pistola with a phenomenal game. So this is, I mean, Pistola here on CTF, Frosty in the last series on CTF, two of the best single game slaying performances we've seen in any Microsoft Sunday. I mean, that is absolutely incredible there. Even the squad following it up, Trippy with 22 kills and 15 assists, even Stellar with 20 and 17, so really looking good there. Meanwhile, on the other side, consistent across the board. Look at everybody in those low 20s in kills. Everybody has at least double-digit assists for Fire and Ice. So really, you know, kind of the full court press from Fire and Ice. So they had a really solid game, but you talked about it, Trippy playing well around that late flag, able to push through bottom mid and get that final capture was just a very clean play, well-timed by the squad there of Time to Grind, and it does get them the win in CTF for the first map of this best of three. Let's take a peek at those KDA numbers that Tony was so hyped about. Look at that, 20.6 and the 55.7% accuracy, and just short for Pistola of that 4,000 damage mark that, interestingly enough, Magico was actually able to hit. So fantastic game from Pistola, really across the board. Leading the way in the accuracy numbers, though, both Trippy and Bullet tied at 59.3%. So that was the first map. This one was very close. Let's go to Slayer here and talk about this second game that it looked like Fire and Ice were going to be able to take. Again, and it's the same thing here once again as we saw the last time around, right? The full court press from Fire and Ice. Everybody in the double digits in kills, and they were so close. They only end up losing by 2, which is really going to hurt, but I hope Fire and Ice take a lot away from this series because they were so incredibly close. I mean, one kill here, another kill there, and this could have been a 2-0 for Fire and Ice. This is how close it was. So they still have a lot to feel good about here, but Stellar leading the way, slaying out for the side of Time to Grind, grabs 18 kills and 6 assists. Good showing from Stellar here. And they grab the win. Let's go to the last page of stats here. Let's take a look at the damage and the KDAs. It's not a 20.6, but Stellar still showing up with the 10.0. Great accuracy as well. Tops in that department at 61.2 and also eclipses that 2,100 damage mark. So Time to Grind. Real great series here. I mean, Fire and Ice, I think, you know, we're looking at KCP and Fire and Ice are a couple of those squads that, you know, I would say aren't S tier, but are high A tier, have the opportunities consistently and the skill to compete with these top squads. And it just depends on, you know, can they show up on the day and are they able to kind of take care of all the little pieces of business they have to win a series? Because that's the thing, when you're playing against these top caliber squads like a Time to Grind or an Agony Kai, you cannot slip because they will punish every single mistake. They will really make you suffer for them. And so Fire and Ice here wasn't quite able to do that, but I think if, you know, they're playing some of the best Halo we've seen from them, I mean, seeing them compete that closely with a squad of this caliber is really impressive. So I'm very excited for KCP and Fire and Ice today. They are now on opposite sides of the bracket, but they are two teams to definitely keep an eye on. We're going to go to a quick break right now, but when we come back, Microsoft Sunday continues. It's been a banger day so far, and we'll have more when we return.
And we are back once again with our Esports Arena Microsoft Sunday 1K. Quite a winner's bracket we've had so far. We've had teams trading blows. We've had some unexpected events. We've got some GOAT squads already sitting in the lower bracket. But on the winner's side, all that remains are two teams. Tony, we've got Time to Grind and we've got KCP, the two teams that have been playing incredible today. Finally, they get to face off. Finally, we get to see who is pushing through the winner's side grand finals. Tony, this is the matchup that I came to see.
And I'm right there with you. And mind you, KCP had to beat out the likes of Bound and Agni Kai. Fantastic name, fantastic team. Right. And to even get into the winners finals. And here we are, another test. If they can make it into the grand finals through the winners bracket, going up against this God squad, this says a lot about KCP going into Infinite. Again, this is the final stretch, guys. September 24th comes Halo Infinite.
It's really the final opportunity in Halo 5 to show your stuff. And I mean, we've said it time and time again. We had our Sentinel send-off tournament. We said, oh, this is the final one. We had our Esports Arena events before, but this is it for sure. This time, we know we're going to be jumping over to Infinite shortly. But like we said, KCP, they already got a notch on their belt. They already took out Frosty's team, Agni Kai. They did so wonderfully as well. They came back. They lost the first game, but came back, won it. So Time to Grind, this is the next up, right? Time to Grind won last weekend. KCP, they do this. They are looking pretty. They're looking good. And so far, they got a strong opening start. They'll make their way over to Flag.
Druk holding down the top side of the map here, but his two teammates are gonna go down. Trippy off the screen, getting that double kill. Druk trying to stay alive, goes in for the ego challenge, but he is gonna be taken down as Soul Snipe goes back at Trippy, and Ola still having top mid control. Stellar and Penguin off the screen, getting back to back kill. Super CC's gonna go down as well, and Time to Grind, so showing that they're just a notch above. Again, this is 3/4 of the team that won just last week.
KCP, characteristically, they're hot off the rip. They're quick to get in your base, get the slays, get that pull, but Time to Grind just one step ahead. Like you said, they had the defense, they turned it around. And Ola actually just a second too late with that pickup. I think he might have missed it there somehow, but that resulted in his death. And that little bit of time might be just enough for KCP to keep the defense up.
Super CC throwing that nade over towards top mid, but nobody home. That player was one shot, so it would have been an excellent cleanup as he's gonna catch a stray nade. Soul Snipe going in for the challenge on Penguin, gonna lose that fight. Druk dropping down on Stellar, he's gonna lose a fight as well. Time to Grind, winning all of their pivotal battles, and but they just went 3 down. They just momentarily went 3 down.
Oh. Yeah, but that one player who lived, man, was he doing work, right? Penguin getting 1 kill before he dies. That slows him down. CC, he'll slide and pick it up, though. If he picks this up on Ola, huge kill, but the spawns in car bubble were open just enough for Penguin to spawn up and get that defense one more time.
And they almost had a great car run going over towards the bubble side. Druk was almost holding down bubble. If he would have got one more slay, that probably would have been a cap, as Druk now trying to hold down P2, but he's catching some stray grenades from his teammates. Soul Snipe and Super CC getting the kills that they need. 2 down for each team, but Druk is on the offense.
Druk already in the base, looking to make a play, but 3 players who just spawned up in car. They're going to rotate into red. He does have a teammate top mid, but Druk stuck in a rough position here. He can't get out of red. He will drop. Trippy now making his way up through pink side. Does get caught off guard. That's a camo player who takes him out. I think that was Soul Snipe, who's already grabbed camo. And he's making his way up through pink street, but Penguin, it looks like he sees just a little better. He'll catch him. That's going to force Soul Snipe back and slow him down.
Penguin currently the only player on P side. 3 of his teammates ended up spawning over to car, but here comes Ola flying through the base. Despite spawning in car bubble, he flies through the base and gets over to P side. Stellar trying to put in that work, ends up putting down Super CC, but his team once again going 2 down, and Soul Snipe is trying to take advantage of that, having the flag over to car side, and he almost gets it into the base. He does get stopped short, but things are looking good for the Pioneers.
So quick at his Soul Snipe, that cut through bottom mid, just weaving through, but it wasn't enough. The return did come in, and not only that, the flag is now out, sitting out front base. Stellar doing what he can to get the defense here. Trippy does pick up 1. Ola gonna drop to CC, so good defense coming in one more time. We've got 1 more player still up in bottom red to try to keep that flag in play, but it looks like they might be able to pull through and stop that in its tracks to reset this.
Talon getting the shots down, and the nade ends up taking down Ola. Penguin sneaking up behind enemy lines, getting the shots on the flag carrier, but Talik's in the sights. Doesn't matter. Costello gonna put down the shots, and here comes Solstice once again. Flag in the base, but this time it might be a cap.
Oh! I mean, you think one of these would go in, Tony. They keep trying. Soul Snipe, he gets so close every time. This time he's a meter away from the pedestal. Can they do it? Oh, no, I don't think they can. He picked up the flag. They tossed it out. They got a double dilemma here. I'm not sure what's going on in blue base, but players are dropping left and right. We can't find the right POV here to display it, but the flag did go in. So KCP somehow, they weathered that situation. They finally got their point on the board, and I think they might also have camo at Soul Snipe with it once again.
And Stellar coming in for the cleanup kill, able to take down Druck. Gonna switch gears over to Penguin, who works a 1-2 combo on Talik, but another player in the back of red. And here goes another 3 down for time to grind. KCP are playing some of the best Halo that I've seen in a long time. They already have a flag cap, and the second one is on the move, but Soul Snipe not only getting stopped short, but also losing the camouflage as well.
Soul Snipe, he's all over that flag. He's been making massive plays, picking up camo, getting multiple pulls. Even if he doesn't get it in, it's such a dilemma for that red team to focus on the return, to also get their slays. It just keeps them on the back foot. But as I say that, the flag is out. It's in the hands of Stellar here. Time to grind. Look at the answer back. They got it through Pink Street. Is there anyone there to stop him, though? We got one on car door. Soul Snipe, last line of defense. He gets a big defensive kill. He'll fly into red to try to get the He does go down. Ola picked it up and planted it in, and that brings us to 1-1.
And it looks like they have answered back indeed, and shots still flying out, but Ola having to play his life over towards the P side. He does have a teammate around him. Druck trying to slide in, but gets put down. Another player on bottom P. That's going to be Soul Snipe, but not for long. Super CC also being put one shot. All of the pivs once again going in favor of time to grind, and now that defense is about to be converted into offense.
They're making their way to Pink. But can they get through the door? You got one up on P2. CC getting tagged up in multiple directions, just in the rotation to top mid. So just goes to show how accurate these boys on time to grind are. They will melt you if you don't have the timing. And speaking of getting melted here, Trippy, he does die. Talik just narrowly surviving. That flag does sit out front base, so Talik in a very important position, but can't stay up. The nades will take him out. Ola going to make his way up to P3. Does have a teammate to help him out with this player on top mid, but it looks like he does clean it up. Can he stay up a little bit longer here? That camo must have been up, and I'm not sure who grabbed it.
A couple players are going to go down for time to grind. Actually make that 3 players. Penguin actually going to be fighting by himself, but doing a good job of it as he takes down Soul Snipe, but he's finally going to get cleaned up. The spawns are coming in. Can time to grind defend their base? Because Super CC and friends are all over it. There's a player on bottom red base. I think they want to clear that player out. It's going to be Penguin who takes down Talik. Super CC just looking for a head to click on at the moment and finds one in Ola. And that's going to be 3 down after the double kill. Only one more player over towards top mid, and that's gonna be Trippy. Trippy takes down Soul Snipe, and Super CC ends up getting stopped short, but he did get the flag over to P side. One more round of slays, and we may see a second cap going in favor of the boys in blue.
Yeah, we might see it. KCP, they just keep knocking, Tony. They're coming in with the battering ram on this red base. That flag still sits out bottom mid. Can they get the touch on it, though? Big kill out of bottom red there. They do collect the flag. They'll take it out to blue. Is there anyone there to defend? Players dives off a top mid. That's Stellar, who tries to get into it, but he's not there fast enough to stop the 2-1. KCP, they're not done yet. You can see CC. He's already in red base. And you've got Talik up on top car here with a patient attempt on to Stellar. Stellar shooting a little better, though. But still, look at this. The pressure still coming out of KCP.
KCP have already beaten one God Squad, and they're going after another. At this point, if they win, do they become a God Squad as well? Penguin ends up getting a double kill, putting KCP 3 down. Druck trying to hold down top P, but has 2 players firing at him. He's going to get mowed down. Ola gets the kill on Super CC. Trippy takes down Soul Snipe. The tempo is starting to get up tier from the boys in red, but KCP are playing defense.
So calculated out of Talik. Those 2 players drop in his base. He knows he's at a deficit, so he banks a nade off the floor, and it lands perfectly on Ola's head, just completely stopping any aggression he had planned. Soul Snipe now makes the approach to red. Once again, Trippy directly in front. That's, not even a melee trade. Trippy got the first beat down there. Talik will clean one up for a trade. He'll get back up to top map. He's got a spree as well. And it looks like KCP, they're on the offensive once again. And this has been the trend, the pattern here all game, Tony, is time to grind. They're struggling. They're fighting from defense more often than not.
And now we have Camouflage in the hands of Druck, holding down top mid, but somehow taking a stray grenade from his teammate when really nobody was there, so that's not going to be good. Luckily, Time to Grind weren't able to take advantage of that as the green gun goes in, takes down Trippy. He has 2 players flying at him, and Stellar going to get the melee kill on that one. 3 down, go KCP. Ola getting top mid control, top P in the hands of Stellar, but Ola goes down.
Yeah, big kill for Ola, and he's thinking about spawns. He's not sure if there's somebody in the base, but there's also Car Bubble, and there's players who rotate off of Car Bubble up to top car to get that angle on top mid, so Ola just nothing he could do to live there. Rough spot for him, and they keep trying to find these little chances to apply pressure and be the offenders here, but like they can't seem to get it. KCP constantly turning things around at the 50-yard line and just putting the pressure on, just hammering him once again. CC about to do just that. He's right down into bottom base. He's got melees just flailing out. Stellar does kill him, but damage being done in the meantime. Soul Snipe with flag out through P1, and he might be able to make it here. Not getting tagged up in the back. He's made it to the doorway. Is there anyone there? He's in the clear. That's a 3-1 at a KCP. You try again, and one of those flags will eventually go in. KCP, they are looking good off the rip.
I remember back in the HCS Pro Series when we were running those 10Ks, there was one tournament that KCP came out on top. It's when it was a break between Season 2 and Season 3. And in Season 3, KCP opened up with a big win. And I'm not kidding. KCP's playing that good. When I saw them, I was like, they're winning the tournament. They're unstoppable.
Like
and
that.
Even right now, I'm thinking the exact same thing. KCP are playing that good right now, and it looks like they're taking the tournament. That's a 1-0 lead going in favor of them, and this is the winners finals, baby.
Tony, you said it. KCP, they're in peak form. They're looking nasty. Like you said, it was Season 3, the start of this year. Actually, KCP came in. They had their best performance, I think, all year long when they took out all teams and they won that Pro Series tournament. Now they might be repeating that process here, Tony. So far, they've already taken out Frosty's team, Agni Kai, and they're now on the advantage. Just one game left to win in this best of 3. They do this. They're sitting pretty in Winterside Grand Finals, and I think it's been a while since we've seen, especially with this level of competition, I think it's been a while since we've seen KCP so dominant, so on their game. Can they keep it up, Tony? Well, I already know you're a KCP fan, so you think they got it. But Stronghold's Eden up next. Would you say that's a favored map for them?
I definitely do. Strongholds Eden is definitely plays into their favor, but they can't get cocky just yet. I mean, I know Jam I Am is in the comms, making sure they're coaching the squad. He needs to make sure they're having a level head because closing out against an all-pro team is a lot. Is a lot harder than it sounds, and it sounds pretty hard at that. So Stellar already starting on board here, holding down Blue Cage, but he is gonna get put on his back. Trippy ends up going down as well, and just like that, 2 down. Go Time to Grind in the Camouflage. Now in the hands of Super CC. I'm loving this KCP squad. They're playing lights out.
Well, they are no stranger to pressure, that's for sure. So they'll be quick to get cocky, but it looks like they can reel it in when they need to. Keep a level head, like you said. So far, so good for KCP. Penguin right now feeling the brunt of the damage, though. He's sitting down in bottom mid, and somehow he lived just a little longer here. Despite the trades left and right, we still have 0-0 on the board, so players have yet to get captures, and Trippy just working outside map here, trying to get a chance to pick up that rocket, and it looks like he will finally do that. He'll safely take it back to Red Nest. Let's see if he can make a play.
Light rifle and rockets in the hands of Joey, but he knows there's somebody behind him by checking out the radar, but luckily Penguin has his back. 2 down, go KCP. Time to Grind now, working on outside blue, but he's going to trust his teammate to get the cap. Shoots a stray rocket, has a player right under him, holding down the height advantage, gets the kill, and keeps his high ground, but ends up getting put on the back.
Time to Grind, early points on the board, and control for them. KCP, though, they are looking to creep up. You had CC just under Stellar here, but Stellar with a nice exchange. They'll both opt to stay up. CC instead just going to rotate out to mid-map here. Keep an eye on Stellar. He knows where he is. KCP have managed to pick up Blue Ben, but you can see multiple players flying into Blue Ben to get the quick trade. CC in a flurry of events there, not much he could do. And Talik about to drop as well, so that's a double pickup for Penguin, who's looking for more here on the Soul Snipe. He does get it. The instant before he dies, a triple out of him.
Drug holding down Catwalk right now, but they need to get one more cap, so they need to slay out right here, about 2 or 3 down, and maybe head over towards Blue Ben. They already have blue plat control. There's a player on right next to him, though. He needs to slay him out. There we go. Trippy ends up going down. 2 down for time to grind. Drug ends up getting the double kill, and 4 down go time to grind. Can KCP take advantage? They at least get a camouflage.
Yeah, perfect timing to just activate and hit some shots. Struck comes out with a double. He gets a camo for his efforts and still hitting shots. He'll get himself a 5 as well. Stellar going to mount the challenge here, but Stellar, can he somehow, Stellar on the camo player, he'll come in, he'll get a 5 of his own and shut Druck down. And this might give Time to Grind a chance to hold on to the lead they've got here. Trippy just needs to live up. He's got nades. He'll drop them left and right just in case he's pressured. You can see CC, though, is sneaking up to top Cat, and he does manage to pick up a rocket kill. He will trade out in the meantime, though. KCP, they're fighting hard for these points.
Yes, they are. The collapse coming in out of Penguin. Puts down the shots, but Stellar not able to finish that cleanup. Penguin turning away, trusting his teammate right there, but might have turned a little too soon. Still 2 caps going for Time to Grind, but there is a player trying to take Red Nest, and a blue player can Pioneers fly at him. That was going to be Super CC, and the slays are still going in for KCP. They're going after Red Base now, what they just lost, but Talik doesn't want to have this player stay alive. He wants to hunt down every one shot. They don't call him Hunter for no reason.
Alec has turned the jets on for sure. He's just dove into Red Nest, trying to get the chase onto Stellar here, but Stellar gonna pinch him with Ola for the kill. They'll hold on to their 2 caps. Zane and Ola working together to take out the spawners here. You got 1 on Cat, multiple spawning up on blue side, and look at this. The entire team aware of it. Can KCP break out of this? They got some rotating the tower. They do have Blue Ben captured, or they don't have it captured. Red team has that. They're going to try to make their move over to Catwalk here. Soul Snipe has rotated to Red Nest. It looks like he's got some time on that, but this is crucial here. They need to stay alive. They need to win out these weapons. Stellar already making moves for him, but big pickup. That's rockets in their hands. That's multiple slays on the board. They've got an advantage for the OS, for the camo here. KCP, they can turn it around.
That was a 3 down for Time to Grind, and not only were KCP able to steal away Red Nest because of it, but they even hopped on the spawn, end up getting overshield, and another 4 down, so back-to-back 3 downs. That's going to be a 4 down. Overshield in the hands of Soul Snipe, and we have a lead change going in favor of the boys in blue, but the spawns have been noticed. Penguin goes down. Trippy's in front of him. Trippy clutches up and wins the pivotal battle, but still, numbers going in favor of your Pioneers roster.
This is really what it comes down to. You can play that battle of attrition and just, try to play it slow, pick up 2 caps and a little bit of time as you go, but you need to win the power-up and power weapons, and the moment you do, the entire game changes. KCP, they got everything, and now they own all the captures as well. That's 58 and counting here. Blue Ben has been capped, so Ola and team, they're going to slow the bleeding just a little bit, but can they break out of this? You got Zane up in Nest. He's in a fight. Ola looking to get some sort of an angle here on this player who's being so damn slippery. You can see Penguin just trying to pick him up, but all the time they spend, you're trying to get these kills. His time not in these captures. They do have a good opening, though. Ola, he will make moves to Red Nest. He might be able to get this.
Well, because of that slate and not letting that player live, they were able to get away with Red Nest. So now 2 caps back in favor of Time to Grind, but they're still currently down by over double-digit points. Another player rotating over towards Blue Ben. That's going to be Soul Snipe. Penguin and Ola working a perfect bait and switch all the way from Red Base, rotating over towards Blue Base, and still getting the slays. 3 down go the team in blue. Ola now challenging for Red Nest, winning the Red Nest engagement and getting away with his life.
Yeah, just great patient play at a Time to Grind. They focus the slays first, and then they go for the caps when they have the slay advantage. And slowly but surely, they've turned the entire game around. They got the control back, and we're reset to the situation we were in 2 minutes ago. We got a rocket up. We've got Camo OS about to spawn as well, so Ola paying close attention to it. He's got Trippy just waiting on it. And it looks like they will have that OS shortly. They already got it. Rockets, I think, still do sit up, but they're going to forego them. Instead, try to focus on these power-ups here. Trippy flying in with the OS. There's the Camo player right beside him, and Trippy needs a piece of him. CC being the hardest kill in the world. Look at this 3-player surround Trippy and take him down somehow. Super CC stays up. Is it enough to get back captures, though? All while that was happening, we had a trip cap on the board. And time to grind, they slowly pulled away. But man, CC, he got away with a murder, Tony.
And it was great for him to play his life, but is not converting to the scoreboard just yet. Super CC trying to trade out Catwalk with red base of a momentary trip cap, going for time to grind, but Soul Snipe upping the tempo, getting that double kill. There is a third player over towards Catwalk. They need to collapse on him and finish off this cat spawn. There we go. Super CC takes it. Now they need to hold on to this, but they're currently going 2 down. Make that 3 down, did your Pioneers.
KCP out here fighting tooth and nail. But time to grind. They're holding on. They still got 2 caps here. So red nest, blue bend covered. Ola makes the rotation back to blue bend. 2 players there to meet him, but he's got the posse with him to help out in this fight. Despite it, KCP, they do win it. They got a flank coming in through Turbine, which is beautifully timed. That takes out Stellar, allows him to hold on to 2 captures, but the new spawners in tower, Zane and his teammate, they do make it to Catwalk, so they quickly trade this out. We're past the 90-point mark here. KCP, they can't afford to make mistakes, Tony, and these nades looking a little too much in that red nest.
Stellar taking down Talik off of screen. Ola going after Druck, almost able to get the 5-shot kill. He's going to back down and play his life over towards the tower side. Only a few more seconds for time to grind to come out with the win. KCP needs to steal away Catwalk. They're not able to do it, and time to grind have now tied up the series, and we are going into elimination game number 3 here in your winners finals.
Tied up the series and stole away what could have been a nice series close, a nice victory for KCP, but instead they got to work a little harder. And I think a good example of their ability there was just their patience in mid-game, right? They lost a full round of power-ups and power-up. Like they lost the rockets, they lost the OS and the camo and points as well. There was a trip cap on the board, but they, as a team, they played it so patiently. They took their time. They ensured they got slays. And after they kind of picked apart KCP, they started to regain control of the map and then had timing for the next set of power-ups, power weapons, prioritized them more so, and made big plays off of them. Actually, even though they prioritized the KCP, they definitely fought back, right? We had that camo play with CC and just 3 teammates just ganging up on Trippy. But those types of situations, I think, is what this time to grind roster does to kind of break KCP off their game plan. They take their focus off what matters and I guess just chip away at them till they get a lead. Either way, Tony, this is a sweaty series. We're going down to the wire. We're going down to our game 3, and I think it's our first game 3, or no, second game 3 of the day. Either way, I'm ready to see it.
And it looks like we are getting the Slayer on rig that you wanted to see before. Druck ends up opening things up by taking down Trippy. And I don't know if there was a little bit of pre-fire, if that was some body disrespect. I couldn't exactly tell. But we're going to switch over towards Ola, who's currently holding down, just staying alive, just doing what Ola does best.
Yeah, looking magical with that gameplay for sure, Ola. Keep it up. The nades coming in, though. I mean, somehow he just dodges both of those nades cleanly, and he stays alive long enough to get CC down to 1 shot when he had no business doing that. But despite it, you know what? It worked out, right? His teammates come in, they help out, they get the trades, and they keep this advantage in by 1 kill. Now, Trippy, he can start cooking here. He's got the snipe. Players on inside map here, so Trippy just going to play carefully from outside and dip in when he needs to. Pick up a back smack for the first kill. As he gets the opening, he could rotate the bunker, but looks like he wants to try to pick up a couple along the way, just barely whiffing here.
Trippy still having 5 shots with the sniper rifle, and they're about to start connecting soon as he rips apart Super CC, trying to hold down that angle in case that player doubles back. Now hold down engine 2. That was a player that was just lined up. Trippy started to heat up here. Let me tell you, these snipes are going to start to get real deadly as we are tied up 7 apiece.
Good awareness out of Trippy, though. He sees his teammates rotating. I mean, I think yeah, you got to see the flank, right? E1 players trying to flank through. As his teammates rotate out through white side, it just gives KCP that opportunity for a sneaky play, and Trippy aware of it, not giving them any chances here. Nice kill on the Talik. That's a spree out of Trippy with a 3-kill advantage here. They hold inside map. I believe he has no more snipe to work with, but this inside map control going to be so important as the camo comes up shortly.
I was doing some film review with Swish, and he always tells me, he told me that Every pro wants to hold down this tower side here on Rig Slayer. They want to stay elevated above the competition. A lot of cover here, and obviously when that camouflage comes up, it is an absolute power position. Trippy holding down Tower 3, but he is going to be taken down. KCP are going to gain control. Hunter trying to defend camouflage. It is going to be burned, and Time to Grind have actually just gone 3 down. Can KCP take advantage of those spawners, or at least stay alive and hold down this inside map control?
Yeah, great work out of KCP, though, to flip the map, to get the burn on the camo and stop what was a great advantage on the side of Time to Grind there. So played it patiently. They pulled through here. They do have this tower. And like you said, great power position. You got angles across the map. And all Talik needed was an angle onto Stellar for a 5 to his face. So things looking good for KCP as they hold on to this. If he backs out too far, though, they split the spawn and they open up bunker. And it looks like Talik is aware of it.
Sniper rifle should be coming up any second now if it hasn't already. 3 down go KCP, which is not going to be good. Luckily, Super CC will spawn outside. The sniper is completely open. Druck holding down his engine too, while Super CC going to get a chance with the long gun. A player on white corner. Druck is aware of it, going to put some pressure on that player, but Super CC not able to connect the shot just yet.
He's got to get out of here, though. He might need to play it. Oh, maybe get a kill as you play it, though. I love the attempt at a CC, but you could see as he's stuck in nest there and the players are starting to converge around him, his options were just narrowing, you know, as time went by. So I like that play to throw the snipe off, not give the team any advantages, and pick up a kill while you do so. KCP keeping this very close, Tony. And of course, this is it. This is winners finals. The winner of this moves on to grands on winner's side, and just 1 kill separates these teams.
Ola getting the face of Super CC, who's having no part of that, ends up winning his gunfight, but Trippy does end up coming in for the cleanup kill. We're about halfway through the game, and we're only a 1 kill lead going in favor of the boys in blue. Ola 5-shotting Talik off of screen. Super CC staying alive over towards Engine, but he has 2 extra players around him. His teammates are starting to collapse in, but Soul Snipe goes down. So does Stellar. Now there's a player over on Bunker. That's going to be Ola, who's getting Trippy with it. Almost ends up hitting a crazy stick, just narrowly missing.
Yeah, CC coming out with some tricky plays, right? Dropping back and forth on the wall there. I think Ola finally managed to land a stick from the grave to kill him and keep things close here. Just a 2-kill advantage for KCP. Penguin trying to get back that center map control, but that camo was picked up by Blue, and Penguin does spot it, though. What a reaction to whip to his right, pick up the melee, back that player off. I'm not sure if he killed him. I think it might be Druck with the camo there, who's still alive, being a nuisance here. Soul Snipe with a melee in, just trying to hold on to center map. Talik picks up 1 as well. Druck looking to pick up a 3rd kill. That's Trippy, who does pick up a huge trade. Trippy stays alive as well as he drops into Trench, so he just swung the game, upsetting Druck there.
Soul Snipe trying to go in for the melee, almost getting ninja'd, but ends up trading off kills. A 2-kill lead still going in favor of the Pioneers. Druck trying to get a sight on Engine 2, gets a couple of shots, but a player's going to retreat over towards Bunker. Druck taking heavy damage and have to drop down into the sewers to play his life, but Ola ends up hunting him down. And now let's see what Stellar's on board with.
Stellar's trying to make a flank here through Engine, but oh look, he's trapped in a rock in a hard place here. Talik whips a shotty out of the back pocket as if he needed to, but that'll put Stellar down. Back to the spawn screen. CC and Druck working together here. They got inside map back. Spawners up on yellow side as CC makes the rotation. Out to white. Penguin trying to play his life very carefully here. We're about to get to the 40-point mark. Final 10 kills for this series in just a second with KCP as CC does clean one up. He's got Stellar beside him. He's got Penguin on his right-hand side. I'm loving the awareness out of CC as he just juggles multiple gunfights. They're getting trades left and right here, but KCP, they come out on top of this exchange. They got the snipe in hand, and they can rotate that out. KCP, they could win if they hold onto the snipe and play it well.
KCP slaying out the inside of the map and forcing the enemy team to spawn outside, but it looks like Time to Grind are bouncing back here. Talik gonna go after camouflage, but he's gonna get robbed as well. Ola ends up getting backsmacked. Stellar ends up going down, and Penguin getting behind enemy lines with the sniper, have all the utility, and gonna be the headshot double kill on Druck, excuse me, for the tower control. Uh-oh. Things are starting to go in favor of Time to Grind. Can KCP pull this one out?
Oh, Penguin, he's beaming, he's hitting shots. Stellar picks up one as well. I don't know how they got the snipe, Tony. I thought KCP had the advantage for snipe, but Penguin, he slipped through, he picked it up. They got the camo burn. They've tied the game here, and now they have inside map. 3 bullets in snipe. Penguin does whiff 1, 2 shots left. How's he going to play it? Everything is about to slow to a crawl, and Penguin, he just needs a face to blame here, Tony. He's got to play it patiently. They've got the advantage in positioning. They can wait this out for the camo if they need to. KCP, they don't want to move an inch or watch their faces.
Earlier today, I asked Penguin if they're going to go back to back in this game, in these tournaments, and his answer was, he said, with Ola playing as well as he is, he's like, even if I have a terrible game, which I'm bound to do, we're going to still come out on top. But it looks like now Penguin has the game in his hands. He's going to have to step it up with this sniper rifle. Currently a 1-kill game going in favor of Time to Grind. They're holding that inside map control. Super CC ends up getting the kill. Tyler takes down Ola. Solid Trippy goes after Super CC, and 3 down. Time to Grind.
KCP! They somehow just blew through center map and burned 3 players, took the lead, took back the center of the map, and now Time to Grind. Despite the ice they've had, they sit on the back foot, they sit in the back catwalk, and they have no choice but to stay there. Soul Snipe, wait, he's getting pelted in the back. Those nades are coming in. Soul Snipe, gotta get out of dodge, get back down to Tower 1 here. Camo about to spawn again, so that's going to draw the attention of Time to Grind. And KCP here. With KCP, they could bait that camo. Soul Snipe could close the game with 1 blast out of this shotty. How are they going to play this? Trippy picked up 1. Trippy got an opening. Stellar's pushing up. Stellar got him down to 1 shot. Teammate comes out with a bait and switch. Stellar needs to live, and he can't do it. CC dives in for that bait and switch to kill Stellar and take the game by 2.
I said it before, KCP were going to take down both of the God Squads, and they have done it. They have stamped their ticket into the grand finals, are going to have that advantage. We're coming with the winner's bracket where they'll only have to win 1 best-of-3 series to be crowned your champions of the second week of Esports Arena. Halo is back, Alex.
Oh, yeah, baby. Nah, this is good, man. This is pure Halo entertainment, right? This is what we came for. We came for upsets. We came for storylines. We came for, edge of our seat action. It's been a good Sunday, Tony. I can't complain. And you know what? We called it. We called it when the tournament started today. But man, so how did that happen, right? Like, this is the type of situation you want to go back and watch in theater, because the advantage was clearly on the side of Time to Grind. Like, Penguin had snipe. They had inside map. They're holding on to it. You got KCP on the back foot. They're sitting in back rail, waiting for their opportunity to strike. And somehow, I don't know who started the play, but somehow they cut through center and they took like 3 down with them. They flipped the map and they got the advantage in Slays there. And then they had the shotgun too. So maybe they waited out the shoddy spawn. Maybe that's a big part of it too. I think they waited out shoddy. CC might have slipped through trench side. Either way, well choreographed and under pressure too. It just goes to show how well KCP are playing today. They sit in grand finals winner's side. We've got everyone else in the lower bracket, and we'll be going there after Yeso breaks down our stats. But man, what a tournament so far.
What a tournament indeed, Shyway, and KCP just looks like they are playing the best Halo we have seen from them. Incredible run from them so far, and now they move on to grand finals, and now they'll have a bit of a break. I'm hoping, maybe they'll get in on some games, keep themselves warm, as, it certainly can be to their detriment. We saw Business a week ago, waiting in grand finals. Meanwhile, insert team name here was able to take that long run through the losers bracket, built momentum, were able to come in and then dominate in grand finals. So definitely key for KCP to keep themselves warm here as they wait for the results of the other side of the bracket. But they grab a big win against Time to Grind, and they have, as Tony mentioned, taken out the 2 Titans so far today, but their biggest match still waits for them in grand finals. Let's check out the stats from this series, and then typically we would be going to another matchup, but we're actually waiting for one to finish as we drop down to the losers bracket to make the run through there. So we will be going to a brief break after this. We'll let our awesome casters, let those gentlemen grab a drink, hit the bathroom, get themselves ready to go for the next matchup. We'll let you guys do the same here. But let's take a peek at the stats here. We start off on Capture the Flag on Truth, and KCP, no surprise, they continue to crush it in this game mode, and they take it 3-1 over Time to Grind. Let's move over to the Slayer stats for this map. A bit of a long one, though. You talk about, we've seen KCP so many times take those quick 2, 3, 4 minute CTF wins. Obviously, where you're playing against teams of the caliber of Time to Grind, it's going to take longer. You're not going to be able to just barrel over them with those quick consecutive captures, but still a strong showing here. And look at that. 24, 23, 22 kills for Talik, Soul Snipe, and Druck, respectively, and 19 assists for Talik, 17 for Druck is a really, really good showing. On the other side, Trippy leading the way in the kills, 26 as well as 14 assists. That's a really good game for Trippy, but sadly, just wasn't quite enough here. As Time to Grind, really, when you see that 3-1 scoreline, just had a difficult time getting a foothold. The score was sitting at 2-1 for quite a considerable amount of time, so they were at least able to stall out, keep KCP at bay for a little while, but it wasn't enough to get them the win, and that gave the 1-0 lead to KCP. Let's check out the last bit of stats here on the final page. We'll look at those accuracy and damage numbers. 11.3 KDA there for Talik and the 62.9% accuracy. Very strong showing from Talik to start off this series and really put KCP off on the right foot as we move on to the second map. And we went to Stronghold second over on Eden, and this is where Time to Grind found their groove in this series. They take it 100 to 74. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this one as well. And interestingly enough, fairly low kill numbers for quite a few members. Pistola, only 8 kills. That is uncharacteristically low. And Trippy only with 12. Meanwhile, Penguin led the way with 22. Meanwhile, on the other side, the lowest was 12 for Super CC, but it didn't really matter. And this is, again, what you see with these top squads is the rotation timings are so well done. They understand the map movements. They understand how to maintain control and continue to put points on the board in strongholds, and it showed in the second map for Time to Grind. Let's look at the last bit of stats here for map 2, and then we'll go on to the decider. A 10.0 KDA there for Penguin, and great accuracy, over 60% and just about 3,600 damage. And here, this is, again, and I talk about it every single week when we come to these big squads, because we pretty much end up with 2 per week that are these mixes of, Envy, C9, Sentinels, all these players that love to mix things up on these rosters, and we typically have 2 per week. And the thing is with these rosters, every match, anybody can pop off on the squad. It can be a Trippy, a Pistola, whoever it is. When you get those big star-studded rosters put together, anybody can show up big, and it showed here, and it shows through every single series. This map, it was particularly Penguin, though Trippy was doing a great job from the objective perspective, and that's why they're so hard to beat. Anybody can show up on the day. Meanwhile, on the other side, Talik with the 10.0 looking good and over 60% accuracy as well. Not quite as high in the damage perspective, but that was KCP dropping the second map. Let's go to the final one. We finish on Slayer and KCP. We talk about it all the time. Great on the objective game modes. Slayer, not necessarily weak, but not as good. And especially when you're up against these top flight squads, it's going to be harder to beat them in Slayer. And this one came down to the wire. You see that final scoreline of 50 to 48. And we were watching Time to Grind. They made the late comeback. They push ahead. I believe it was 47 to 45 that they grabbed that lead, and right on a dime, KCP flipped the game on its head. All of a sudden, they were then up by a kill once more. They were able to close it out. What an incredible turnaround for KCP, and they were led by Talik once again. 17 kills and 5 assists. Great showing, though, across the board. Druck, a little bit low on the kill numbers, just 7 for him, but still able to get into the double digits in assists. So another fantastic team effort from top to bottom secures KCP a berth into the grand finals. This time, it was Stellar's turn to have a bit of a rough game. Only 7 kills this time around with 11 assists as well. Let's skip on to the final page of stats here for this series. We'll take a look at those damage numbers, and there we have it. Just under 9 minutes for this game, and Soul Snipe hitting his shots consistently. 64.6% tops in the lobby. Also that 5.0 KDA, and there it is. KCP, we've seen a lot of them here on the stream today. I believe this is the 4th match we've gotten to see, which, hey, it just worked out that way, that their matches have timed up well with the show, and we've gotten a very good look at one of the strongest runs we've seen from KCP. So really kind of the perfect Sunday for this to happen. The question is can they finish this perfect Sunday with a victory in the grand finals? We've yet to see who their opponent is going to be. Obviously, Time to Grind will be waiting in losers finals to see how things end up with the rest of that side of the bracket. That is going to be a tough test for whoever matches up against them. Fire and Ice are certainly hoping to get their shot at Time to Grind. And we also have to remember the boys in Agni Kai are down there as well. So we're going to break right now. When we come back, we've got plenty more Microsoft Sunday action ahead of us, but go grab yourself a drink, hit the pot, whatever you need to do. We'll be back in a few. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
Like 35-2.
They finished strong.
Really, if the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to go.
That sounds super fun. I think that, like,
All right, welcome back to our Esports Arena Microsoft Sunday 1K. Our winners bracket has been decided. It's over with. The grand finalists winner side are KCP. They'll be sitting and waiting there. Their challengers, we have yet to find out who they'll be, Tony. We're about to jump into the lower bracket. Our next matchup is Virginia Velocity up against What Are Caps. We saw What Are Caps earlier today, Tony, a team full of very talented players, but they got beat kind of badly, and I wasn't sure if we were going to see them again, but it looks like they had a second wind. I believe this was Scariotic's team, right, Tony?
Yes, that is correct. I believe JK and Eli Elite joining him, and on the other side, I think it's Virginia Velocity. That's that old Elevate roster. Simply Fear Me, Carmea, Astound, and Shields is going to be joining them. That's Virginia Velocity, captained by Simply Fear Me.
All right, so similar to the Elevate roster, right? You got Carmea, Simply Fear Me. They were on that. Who are the other two? You said Shields and
Astound.
Oh, okay. All right. This not a bad matchup, right? This is a matchup I'd say that feels relatively even. I want to say that What Are Caps have more reps in situations like this. I'd give them the advantage just off of that. But these young up-and-comers, they're no slouch, right? They could pop off.
I think this is a great test for Simply Fear Me and Carmea to take the next step in their competitive careers. Eli Elite and Scariotic are kind of like the gatekeepers and say, hey, look, you know, this is our turf. And they're the young guns coming out and say, hey, no, we're taking over. You got to respect us, as Shield already starting off with the pull, even able to get it towards his base. Currently one shot, not able to get away with his life. Carmea coming up behind him.
Yeah, Virginia Velocity looking for that takeover, like you mentioned, and they did get that nice 5 out of Fear Me into a flag pickup, and that should be an early point right there. So Virginia Velocity starting out coordinated, starting out with the advantage here, and they're still getting slays. That's 2 down. They can transfer this into pressure into red immediately. So Shields not wasting any time doing that. He's got multiple in red base. I do like the movement to try to stay up, but too many angles on this man will take him out. Carmea here to pick up the pieces, though. Eli Elite goes down. Carmea narrowly surviving. Can't do it long enough to stay up here. Fear Me instead. He'll pick up a kill. And this back and forth nature of the game will continue here, Tony, but it looks like red's still being pressured.
But we've seen teams start off hot before. They can't run out of steam. They have to keep the pedal to the metal, as Manny taking down Shields over towards top mid. Throwing an excellent nade, but nobody home just yet, going up to top mid. That player unaware. Where's the communication coming out of Virginia Velocity? Carmea had no idea that Manny literally came up behind them while half Shields. That's not good.
Well, I'm sure there was plenty of communication going on, just maybe not communication about that flank right there, because there's so much to talk about, I'm sure. But that's exactly what you want to take advantage of, your Exodio in team. So Eli Elite, look at this. I mean, getting a lot of bang for his buck with that sticky. He gets the damage and the stick as well. Exodio cleans up the other. This leaves these players back on spawn in blue base. Eli Elite, look at the push up and get kills. That Shield's dead already. Can he do anything else with this position, though? Scary picks up one. Eli going to push up here. Doesn't spot the player on the left. He'll take the flag out through front and now sits in a baitable spot. We'll see if they can transfer it any further.
JK not able to get the flag past the 50% portion of the map, and Virginia Velocity going in for the double recuff. Scariotic doing a good job of positioning himself in an opportunity to bait that flag, getting some easy damage. But meanwhile, Carmea was able to get away with the camouflage, put some shots on the player running it towards top mid. He's getting a lot further than I expected, getting the flag all the way to his base, and I don't know if that's going to be recut. We might have a tied-up game.
Oh, that was huge. The fact that he managed to, he died, but he threw it into top red as he died, and that was all he needed to do to make it easy to collect and to cut off the enemy team's options to get there. Carmea, you saw he had camo. He had to thrust back to top mid just to stay alive because he knew he would die if he stayed out there. And those are the types of team plays that allow your team to break away with Caps. We'll see what else they can do, because Scary right now, big flank onto these players on pink, could do double him, take him out. One player still up. Simply Fear Me going to dive into the window, get into the fray as well. So it looks like Virginia Velocity will be able to pull a flag, take it out to pink, and we'll see if they can get it any further. They got quite a battle ahead as these players off of spawn will fly in to try to slow him down.
And that flag is on the move and in the hands of Simply Fear Me. Having full shield, it's going to be a 2-1 lead going in favor of Virginia Velocity, but the pressure is coming in from the car side of the map. Simply Fear Me feeling that pressure, ends up going down. He bursted all over him. Manny's going to go down as well over towards top mid. Eli Elite flying in over towards P1, getting the slays, and bodies are hitting the floor. Meanwhile, Camouflage coming up very soon.
Scary-otic, though. He made a big flank into blue there. Got an opening kill. Looks like it might not amount to anything, though. Multiple players dropping. Astound, who realizes this, wastes no time getting underneath red base. I like that play out of Astound. Got a sneaky position now. Going to double up with his teammate to try to get pressure onto car spawns. They did that. That's 2 dead out of Simply Fear Me. But spawner up on pink side. Exodia, last line of defense, and he slows them down just enough, I think, to stop that flag in its tracks. And that camo, I'm not sure what the timing was, Tony, but... it was up, and you know what? Considering how fast these bodies are dropping, it probably won't stay up.
Virginia Velocity really starting to up the tempo here. They're really starting to get aggressive. Carmea holding down the P side. Manny is going to make his way over towards red base and try to stop that flag, but he's going to run into a wall of bullets. Camouflage, Eli Elite holding on P window. He's staying alive, but hold on. Scary-otic was able to get a flank, able to get the pull, and now we have a flag standoff. One more cap for Virginia Velocity, and they take the win. What our caps need to come in and find out what a cap is to stay in the game, because the flag is on. Carmea ends up getting it in, and that's going to be it. Virginia Velocity end up taking game number 1, 3-1.
What a series of events at the end there, Tony. Simply Fear Me, he went huge. I think he got a double, or you can see he's got an over on his feet. I don't think he ended with an over, but he definitely made a couple big execution type plays where he just dropped players left and right. I think he had at least a double at the end there. That slowed down the pressure on the flag. They then baton passed it one step at a time as Exodia and the rest of red team just kind of flew in to stop it last second. But of course, too little too late. And it looks like Virginia Velocity, they're going to pull away with an advantage here in this series, Tony.
Yeah, what are caps? I mean, it's in their name. They're obviously not the best flag capping team. They don't even know what caps are. Now, hopefully, we're going into a Slayer. Maybe that plays more towards their wheelhouse. Maybe, yeah. Well, Strongholds, you have to capture objectives too, so that's not going to be good for them either.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Hopefully it's Slayer, and I think it will be. So Slayer on the rig seems to be what's next, and then obviously a Strongholds will close this. Strongholds on Empire. So they will have to play another objective game type, assuming they win this Slayer. But one step at a time here. I definitely think Scary-otic and team, though, as far as what I know of these players, they're Slayers in their own right, Tony. I expect them to make some plays to maybe even things out here. Despite it, though, Virginia Velocity, what a hot start for the series.
Yeah, the way that started, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I didn't see much coming out of this Water Cap squad that makes me really positive that they can even win game number 2, no matter what the game type is. I mean, no matter what, the fundamentals are there. You have to slay out, you have to gain control, and you have to pressure your opponents. And to be honest with you, they didn't do any of that in game number 1. I really need to see a lot more coordination, a lot more chemistry, and a lot more firepower coming from the squad, who arguably on paper might be the favorites. I mean, they've all been there, done that. They've all made it out of open bracket and in their own respective rights. I need to see some better play coming out of what are caps.
You definitely got to wake up, Tony. I'm with you in that if I had to predict this series, I would have gone with what are caps, just based off the roster, based off the experience I know they have. Whereas the young guns, I'd say, ton of potential. They could explode and take this. They don't have the same kind of reps. Turns out young guns are the ones stealing the show right now. So Scary and team, I think they still got gas in the tank. They're going to have to prove it in this game. Of course, Rig Slayer, what do you hope to see in this one, Tony?
Well, I mean, we talked about it before during the last series. I want to see both of these teams fighting over that middle control. If you can put somebody in tower and holding down, putting down shots and staying alive, playing that cover, that's going to be great. But you can't just hold down tower. You also need someone towards that white corner, that white hall. And that's if we get to Rig, because we're on board right now with Eden Strongholds and JK well aware of it, having the overshield, putting down the shots, staying alive, ends up getting the melee.
This is the second time I've read out the wrong map game type, Tony. I think I just got to stop. Or like, I'm just out here just guessing, apparently. Either way, Strongholds Eden means caps are in this, Tony. And what are Caps might be confused, but they'll have to weather that and pull it out. We'll see what they can do. So far, though, Astound coming in with the beatdowns and a double to his name.
And as Nuke reminding us all, by the way, this Astound player who has an astounding gameplay, it's always amazing watching his screen, was formerly known as Too Heavy. It was T-U-H-V-Y. So in case you guys are not familiar with Astound, but you know of Too Heavy, you've probably seen him in matchmaking. He was probably dropping 30 to 40 kills every time. The man is a slayer.
I don't know. I feel like the moment he changed his tag was the moment he started dropping all those kills. Because I feel like Too Heavy, I could take Too Heavy, but Astound's like next up. I mean, we heard it from Boo Boo in the chat that one time, but sometimes the name change just hits different, Tony. It just unlocks a whole new ether of potential for this player. Either way, seeing some potential out of Simply Fear Me. Couldn't quite clean up the triple there, but they still have the advantage on the side of Caps as they look to hold down what's remaining of this map here.
Scariotic trying to stay alive over towards Red Nest, but having somebody right in his face. Shield's gonna put him down. JK getting the 5-shot kill on Carmea, and off the screen, Manny and Eli getting back-to-back kills. Virginia Velocity going 3 down. It's not gonna be good because Water Caps are very good at taking advantage of the mistakes that you make. If you go down, they will fly at you and they will keep the pressure on.
And Velocity quick to get back in these caps here. Should be a blue band capture for Shields. Now OS, Camo, Rockets up, so everything to focus on here. Shields wants a piece of it. Astound tried to get in. He did get the burn. Not quite ideal for Virginia Velocity, but at least it's out of the hands of the enemy. Now Shields, can he get into a fight or something here? He's getting tagged up left and right. He puts in a couple bullets, but ultimately Exodia and team, they're going to walk away with the majority of the slays and the control as a result here. Exodia underneath that player in tower. He could make the flank, and it looks like Eli Elite has picked up the boom booms as well. So things might look a little dicey here for Velocity if they can't weather this.
And what's weird to me is that, you know, they just put that 2-cap on the board to make it 12 points. Meanwhile, Water Caps, they had 2 back-to-back 3 downs. We're kind of slow to hop onto those bases. While meanwhile, now they're going 3 down because of the triple kill coming out of Astound. And Astound not wasting any time because the moment they get the triple kill, we have a 2-cap now going in favor of Virginia Velocity. And now they're jumping up to defend Catwalk. Staying alive is Astound. So a lot more efficiency going in favor of Virginia Velocity. And that's the reason why they're up in this game and even have a trip cap as well.
Some great map movement here for sure. Picks up the triple, knows that his teammates are blocking out red side of the map, so rotates to Catwalk, gets ready to stop the spawners over on blue, but now he's trapped on bottom map, so he's quickly dispatched. Multiple players up in top cap. They should be able to pick that up. So what are Caps? Despite the confusing team name, they seem to get themselves some sort of control. It looks like they might be able to pull off a trip cap. A sneaky play out of Fear Me, going to shut that down though.
39 to 23, still in favor of Virginia Velocity, and once again our red team roster going 4 down, and the player spawning up is already getting shots fired the moment he spawns. Rockets should be coming up soon. Overshield and Camo to follow. JK and Scariotic getting back-to-back kills. Eli Elite going after blue base. They need to stop the trip cap. Virginia Velocity are gaining way too much momentum with every passing second.
Caps with a huge dilemma on their hands here because they got to get the caps and they need to neutralize the power-ups here. You know, it looks like they're doing that, though. JK with a big pickup on Carmea, who burned the OS. The Camo just got grabbed those shields. Out of all this, Shields might be the one to pull away with some sort of an advantage. But you know what? He probably shouldn't have shot his gun there, Tony. And with the deficit they had in slays, was completely alone and just melted immediately. So now Scariotic with the Rockets will grab a double and blue bend and maybe a little more out of this team.
And that's one thing that Snipedown has in utility, on top of being extremely good looking, an amazing shot, and lots of money. It's the ability to have that trigger discipline. When you have that camouflage, you have to wait for the right time before you shoot. But if you're playing those angles, you have to play behind that cover. And that's, like I said, that's one thing that Snipedown does very well that I've been trying to implement into my game. Is Carmea was trying to get into the face of JK, winning that individual battle. 3 down go What Are Caps. They have a trip cap at the moment, so clearly they figured it out. But Virginia Velocity are on the move.
Tony always looking for a convenient opportunity to let the world know how handsome Snipedown is. And you know what, Tony? You're absolutely correct. But too bad we don't get to see him. Hopefully he does make his way back to Halo at some point. In the meantime, we'll have to make do with what we got here. Virginia Velocity and Caps are going head-to-head, and it's starting to get real close here, Tony. I'm getting a little nervous. Just a 10-kill deficit as they try to close the gap.
Manny challenging Astound, but Astound going to get the best of him on that one. Scariotic even going one shot in blue sneaky, so he's going to be forced to back down as well. 2 down once again for our boys in red. Control in the favor of Virginia Velocity. We're up 1-0 in the series. One more win, and they're knocking Water Caps out of the tournament a lot earlier than expected.
Velocity holding on here. OS Camo coming up shortly. Simply Fear Me wants all of this sauce, and he does get it. He'll drop shortly after. Rockets down on Blue Ben, but OS more important, and Astound, he picks it up. He's got 2 melees, make it melee, and a shot to the face of Exodiu. He should collect the rockets. I'm surprised that wasn't called out, but he I believe, just ran right past him. But, you know, let's take map control. Let's take the advantages we know we have here. And Blue Ben right now, the rotation coming through. I think, like, did they get burned or am I tripping? And maybe the Rockets got burned here, Tony, because full map control coming out of Virginia Velocity as they continue to just jump back and forth on spawns here.
I'm really surprised. Virginia Velocity had 3 players up, and they had nobody actually flying over towards outside blue or anybody rotating over towards red nest. They almost left Blue Ben wide open despite having those numbers, and now they're going 2 down. Watercaps were able to take advantage of that. They now put a 2 cap on the board. Virginia Velocity have the lead, but if they don't straighten up real soon, it's not going to be for long.
Yeah, they've had a couple good opportunities, but things are getting a little scary out of them. They do have multiple slays here, so clean advantage to get the top cap. 2 in top cap, 1 in red nest. Fear Me going to quickly rotate over. Does this, oh, just enough, right? He gets in, replaces his teammate, picks up the kill, and that actually gives him a trip cap. So I love this play out of Fear Me. Quick rotation over to Blue Ben to slow the bleeding, but what are caps? They are on the back foot. They got to get into spots here. And you know what? Somehow, in this whole rotation, Virginia Velocity, they kind of gave up the map for this, Tony. You can see these spawns up in tower gave them easy access to Catwalk with no real, like, angles onto Cat. You think somebody would have stayed behind. But, you know, we'll see. Virginia Velocity, they're getting a couple points at a time as they still do hold on to the lead.
The pressure is starting to do work. It's starting to make both of these teams play a little bit sloppier at the moment. And mind you, the winner of this makes it into the losers bracket quarterfinal. So both of these teams going to want to straighten up. There's 3 minutes and 47 seconds on the clock. Virginia Velocity only need 10 more points. They're about to leave it all on the line here. They have to defend Catwalk as Eli Elite does have overshield. One player ends up going down. Eli Elite's now making his way over towards outside blue, but he has those extra shields. Can he get the cap?
He's got a teammate with him as well, so they will secure Blue Ben. That gives him some sort of a chance to bring this back. Fear Me just trying to hunt down Eli. You got Carmea down in bottom pit to help out. Fear Me can't stay up, though. He does go down. Has multiple caps in control of what are caps. Scariotic with a risky rotation straight through bottom Catwalk here. Isn't enough, though. Astound just sitting with camo and red nest. You know what? I think they might have it here. He's got it capped. I don't think they have enough time to get in there. Tony, Virginia Velocity are going to pull. Oh, wait. There's actually 2 in the capture. No, it's not enough. Virginia Velocity, they will secure it. They'll pull away 100-80 and a 2-0 for them to move on in the tournament.
That player would have had to slide into red nest at the 97-point mark, and he got there just a split second too late at the 98, making it mathematically impossible for them to come back and take that win. Virginia Velocity making it into the elimination quarterfinals, where they get to go up against one of our Latin American professional teams, Fire and Ice, who have been red hot. They were red hot last week, making it into the top 6, and they've been pretty good this week as well. So watch out for Fire and Ice. This is going to be a true test for Simply Fear Me, Carmea, and friends.
Definitely. So we saw Fire and Ice earlier. They faced off against, I believe, Time to Grind, right? And he gave us a bit of a show. It was a long match. It went down to the wire in Fathom CTF. So they came to play. I think they might have won game 2, or they almost did. They almost did, right? It was down to like a final kill on regret. Either way, Fire and Ice are a different beast. They're a coordinated team. They play together often, and they play at a high level. Whereas Scariotic, as talented as these players are, Scariotic, JK, Exodiu, and who am I missing here? Always missing one player, Tony. Either way, it's a pickup team, right? They kind of just got together. It's JK. they kind of just got together. They clearly don't have that coordination, and we could see some of the cracks on Virginia Velocity as well. A couple points where, despite the fact that they're playing better, there were some holes in the teamwork that I think a team like Fire and Ice could expose, could take advantage of. So we'll see the true test for Virginia Velocity going to come up very soon as they fight through losers. In the meantime, we have Jaso once again in the GBO zone to break down the stats.
And there you have it. Virginia Velocity move on a good 2-0 win over What Are Caps, and they will now face off against Fire and Ice in our losers bracket quarterfinal matchup. So this is going to be an interesting one, and obviously those two teams matching up for the chance to play Agni Kai in losers semis. So big win there, 2-0. Let's check out the stats here from our latest matchup as we continue the run here towards the end of another Microsoft Sunday. The Halo 5 action today has been awesome. KCP obviously waiting in grand finals. We're promised what should be a very interesting and fun finish here on the losers side of the bracket. It's looking like possibly an Agni Kai versus Time to Grind losers finals, which promises to be a banger if we get that, but Agni Kai still has to win another matchup to be able to get there. So very curious to see how that one shakes out. We're going to pull up these stats here, though, because I want to take a look at how this series broke down. We started off CTF on Truth and Virginia Velocity with an under 5.5 minute victory here. Simply Fear Me, Astound, and Shields each grabbing a capture. So let's go to the Slayer stats for this first map because I want to see 5.5 minutes. Not an incredibly long game, but look at that. 13, 14, 14. Good teamwork here from Virginia Velocity. Both Shields and Carmea as well up above 10 assists a piece is a really, really good showing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Exodia grabbing 13 kills and 5 assists was leading the way, but What Are Caps with 3 players below 10 kills is not going to get it done. Obviously, CTF is not entirely based around kills, but with those kinds of low kill numbers in even just a 5.5 minute game means you just aren't opening up enough opportunities to get in, grab the flag, and take it back to your base, right? Those kills, especially if you can get 2 or 3 players down at the same time, so they're on those respawn timers, open the door for you to grab the flag, move it towards your base. Even if you can't get it back in a single run, it just opens opportunities for your teams to score. So not enough there from the side of What Are Caps. Let's check out the final bit of stats here for this first map. Is obviously Virginia Velocity took the 1-0 lead in the series with the 3-1 win in game number 1. Look at that 9.0 KDA for Carmea. Astound with the 8.0. Everybody upwards of 55% accuracy. Shields leading the way with the 63.7%. Meanwhile, on the other side, Scariotics looking good with 62.6, but Eli Elite not enough there, just below 50%. So tough game there, but What Are Caps had the opportunity to try to bounce back as we go to game number 2. And we stayed on objectives. No Slayer. In this round, Slayer would have been the 3rd map if we did get there, but What Are Caps sadly weren't able to do so. They dropped 2-0 in a much closer game this time around. 100-80 was the final score, and you heard Tony talking about it. What Are Caps tried to slide in, get the cap there right up against the the end of this game, but just weren't able to get it, and Virginia Velocity grabbed the win. Let's peek at the Slayer stats here for Strongholds on Eden, and Simply Fear Me with a great game. Same with Carmea, 22 kills and 11 assists for Simply Fear Me. Carmea with 21 kills and 10 assists. So real good showing from both of those two. And even Shields and Astound getting into the double digits in both kills and assists. So great team effort here from the side of Virginia Velocity, grabs in the win. Meanwhile, on the other side, Scariotics trying to lead the way. 20 kills and 7 assists. That's a real solid game here. 20 kills and 15 assists for JKV is a really good showing, but sadly, just too little, too late for What Are Caps as we go through to our final bit of stats. Their day does end here. They end outside of the money, but something to build on. We'd love to see this roster back once again. Obviously, Scariotics is a name we know fairly well here on Microsoft Sundays, and Tony and Shyway were talking a lot about JKV and Exodia and Eli, that these are names that they know as well. So would love to see this squad come back and compete once again as we take this final peek at stats. 9.6 KDA, Simply Fear Me just looking really darn good in this matchup, and we'll have a big test up ahead of them as their next match is going to be against Fire and Ice. They take the 2-0 win here against what are Caps, and now they move on and have to deal with the big boys from Latin America for a shot to get into the losers semifinal. So if what are Caps victory is to happen tonight, they have to beat Fire and Ice, Agni Kai, and Time to Grind. I have trouble sometimes keeping track of all these names, especially when they switch week to week. But Fire and Ice, Agni Kai, Time to Grind all stand in the way of Virginia Velocity, getting to grand finals. It's going to be a tough run, but we get to follow it all. So I'm going to hand it over to our casters. They've got our next matchup on deck. Let's get into it.
Thank you, Yeso. So the losers side bracket will continue. Now, Virginia Velocity, we just talked about it before we jumped over to Yeso. They played great in that series, up against What are Caps, but another test is waiting for them, and that test is now, Tony. It's Fire and Ice up next, and Fire and Ice, they've been playing pretty damn well today. They've been trading blows with Time to Grind, who is one of the top teams here today. So we know they're experienced, they're coordinated, they're used to this level of play, whereas Virginia Velocity might be a tough go for them, but if they can take the momentum they've got from that previous series, we might see something beautiful, Tony. What do you think?
Well, I think Fire and Ice did make top 6 last week, and they've been on a roll to all tournament long. But Virginia Velocity have something to prove here. This is your losers bracket quarterfinals. The winner of this gets to go up against Agni Kai, Bound, Frosty, and Friends. That's going to be one heck of a matchup, but it starts right here. You got to win just one more round. So I think both of these teams are hungry. I'm gonna go with Fire and Ice. I think you kind of made me a believer before the break. You talked about their been there, done that mentality. You talk about their coordination. They've been scrimming together and staying together as a team for the most part. I'm gonna go with Fire and Ice.
I think you made a safe pick, Tony, and I'm with you on that too. I'm gonna play it safe till I see Virginia Velocity pop off and surprise us. I definitely think that's a possibility, but we got to see it happen. I
was going to say, I think we will see that. I know this team has a ton of potential, and I want Virginia Velocity to show me something nice.
Hell yeah, let's see something nice. I mean, they made some big plays so far. Now they have to do it against a team that won't make as many mistakes and won't let them make as many mistakes, right? Like a team like Fire and Ice will play for coordination. They will capitalize on any little opening that they get, and they're going to pull flags. They're going to make captures, off of these little openings. So we'll see, but definitely the talent is there, and this is a perfect opportunity for them. But like I said earlier, Noble, Bullet have been making just disgusting plays today, Tony. We saw overkills. We saw some pretty big turnarounds out of those boys and their teammates. And I only expect that to continue, but Plaza Strongholds will be our first game in the series, and Shields will be our first POV.
And Shields starting off hot, getting a beautiful kill. That's 3 down, though, for Virginia Velocity. So Shields going to be the final player alive, trying to defend Nest. He's going to get the win. Beautiful 5 on Noble. Ends up getting the capture as well. So Virginia Velocity off to a nice start, but we are still tied up. It takes 2 caps to tango.
A nice spicy opening out of Shields for sure. Let's see what they can get off of it. They do have Nest capture, but Bullet coming in from above. He'll drop that kill onto Shields, and he should be able to cap Nest off of this. You can see multiple dropping left and right here. Cafe being blocked, likely going to force the spawns over to Yard, but you can see that might be a split spawner. You got Jake there, bottom hotel, and that split spawn might not benefit him because you can see Bullet very aware of it. Magico, Palu, they collapse, they get their kills. They've got, I believe, Astound, who is just sitting and dips, somehow picks up the kill on the Magico. A nice little trade's going to pick away the defenses of Fire and Ice, but as this happens, Fire and Ice, they got that trip cap on lock.
Triple cap still in favor of Fire and Ice at the moment. Noble and Pillow getting back-to-back kills. Noble actually getting a shotgun kill on Carmea off the screen, putting 3 down for Virginia Velocity. Now they're gonna have to hop off spawn, rotate over towards Yard, and slay out. Carmea was able to get out and take down Pillow. That might be the initial kill that they needed, but Noble's holding down LR, and he has some help over from posters to top mid, so things are looking good if you're a fan of Fire and Ice.
This is the thing, Tony. This is what we mentioned. Fire and Ice, this is a true coordinated team that play together on a regular basis. They've got roles. They've got defined positions here. You can just see how they locked it down. Like, Noble just sitting on LR, but having that shoddy in the back pocket, knowing when to use it to bring back this trip cap. And a team like Virginia Velocity, if they don't have the reps in, then it's very difficult to coordinate and break out of situations like this. They need a concerted effort to somewhere, whether it's Nest or Yard. You can't just send one player into bottom mid and have them die. Like, Carmea dying like that just puts more time on the board for Fire and Ice.
I'm not sure exactly what happened to the camouflage, but if I had to look at the map control, I'd probably say it most likely went in the favor of Fire and Ice or got burned. Noble holding down bottom mid, though, with the light rifle, trying to stay alive here. Can he slay out?
Yeah, Astound had that camo, so they did, you know, they flew into center. They did everything they could to at least pull the camo out of this situation, but can they finally get some caps here? They got the slays they needed in bottom mid, so this will be a pickup on the bottom mid. Carmea with a quick rotation up the top mid. Nice angle on the glass just to keep that player back here, and they want an opportunity to get over to that Nest because they've run out of time here. Magico with a big double from behind. He'll take advantage of the timing to get right into bottom mid, and we're likely going to see a trip cap once again here, Tony.
And just when you see things start to go in favor of Virginia Velocity, Magical comes out of nowhere and hits that beautiful double kill. Simply Fury off the screen, getting a double kill of his own. Magical taking down Astound and also getting away with his life. Wants to hop top glass with his teammate, currently holding hands at the moment, but they ended up losing bottom mid. So that's going to be a fight.
Oh, it's a fight for sure. It's a battle down in pit, and Noble is already winning it. You got Magico with the pickup onto Astound as well. That's going to stop Nest in its tracks. Pelu looking to collapse on JS as Shields, who does win that fight. Pelu whiffing a couple shots there. Noble going to come and pick up the pieces, though. Bullet trying to get at a dodge here, and all the cat and mouse games that we're watching here is ultimately in favor of Fire and Ice, Tony, because they're briefly, after this, they might just take this game.
Oh my gosh, Bullet avoiding all the damage, but finally getting back smacked over towards S4. Simply Fury gonna make his way over towards top mid as somebody top gold. Great shots. Shields takes down Pelu, so now we're starting to see some velocity coming out of this Virginia squad. 86-7 going in favor of Fire and Ice, but Virginia Velocity can mount a comeback. We talk about it a lot. Strongholds is probably one of the most snowbally game types that we have in our circuit. We've seen some incredible runs. Virginia Velocity, why don't you add to that?
They could, but so many of them are in the bottom of the map, right? Why? There's like multiple Virginia Velocity players fighting from U-turn from bottom mid, and it's just such a difficult way to hold map control. You had one player above, up on that S4, but eventually had to give it up, and Noble somehow pulls away with the camo, and now map control as well. They're locking down spawns here, and I think that might have been Virginia Velocity's last chance. We do see some slays on the board, though. Maybe they'll get an opening to pick up bottom mid here, but you got Noble, Predator, you know, combo in Wake here, just looking to hunt them down in less than 10 points to close it.
Camouflage and Shotgun is a deadly combo, and Carmea ends up finding out why. There's a player that's going to rotate over towards Yard, but Noble's on the prowl, hunting him down. The second player wants some too. No, you don't, Astound. That's going to be a double kill coming out of Noble to seal the game. 100-17, game number 1 going towards Fire and Ice.
Noble coming in and just dropping the curtain, Tony. That show's over, right? Showstopper, I guess, with the shotgun. But man, read 'em and weep on the board. A clear advantage here on the side of Fire and Ice in slays, in damage as well. We had multiple players upwards of 2,000 damage. And I think, you know, the teamwork is really what it comes down to. It's their ability to control the map and then sit in the right places to hold that control while holding on to weapons like the shotgun, the light rifles, every little advantage they can. To keep that, you know, keep that blue team under pressure, make it so difficult for them to find any openings, where we didn't quite see that on the flip side, right? Virginia Velocity, they poked and prodded, they got some answers, but once they finally had that map control opportunity, they didn't hold it. They didn't have the positioning or the timing necessary to hold on.
And now we're going to find out if maybe Virginia Velocity can bounce back here. I mean, that was only game number 1. The tempo is going to be changed. We might see a Slayer. We might see a capture the flag. But either way, it's going to be a different flow of the game, and maybe maybe a game that more suits Virginia Velocity. We're talking about Simply Fear Me and Carmea. That was one half of that Elevate roster that was consistently making out of open and into the pro during the pro series. And I believe Astound and Shields probably made it once or twice as well. So 2 duos coming together. Let's find out what they can do.
They're definitely knocking on the door for sure, especially, as they play with players like Carmea, Simply Fear Me. You can tell this roster means business, and they just took out a very high-level roster of players as well, right? We just previously had Scariotic and team lost to Virginia Velocity. So the potential's there. I think our best chance of seeing that potential is going to be in a Slayer, Tony, and I might be wrong, but I think what's next is Slayer on Truth, because we just had Strongholds Plaza, so the format I'm looking at says Slayer on Truth, which would mean camo control. Absolutely crucial. You got the combo up on top mid, Tac Mag on bottom map. Not too much in terms of power-ups, power weapons, but they matter in a big way. And so many different ways to lock down and spawn trap, whether it's in red base, blue base, car side. We've seen it out of these top teams time and time again.
Yeah, there's and Truth, you're really going to be tested with how you want to play as a team and what way you're going to be forced to play. I go back to my film review session that I had with Swish, where we were talking about how teams like to go about Slayer. Like some teams, really coordinated teams, will try to purposefully force the split spawns where they'll slay out and then allow a team to spawn, but not hesitate. They'll hop right in and try to force those split spawns, where some maybe less coordinated teams, but still high firepower, will hesitate, allow a team to spawn up forward down after slaying out, let them spawn together, and then collapse as a team. So I really want to find out. I mean, I don't care what strategy you implement. The first thing starts is first you got to get the slays. First you have to win your pivs. Then continue that map control, continue that pressure, and keep slaying out.
I don't remember which teams we saw it with, but we saw it earlier today when they had the split spawn where they had 2 in red, and then they got the kills, and then the remaining 2 players spawned up in blue, and they flipped the map, got the kills in blue. So you can kind of just flip it, like ping pong this thing back and forth, but you got to get the slays first, like you said, Tony. So here we are, Truth, Slayer, and the battle for the camo. Going to be so crucial in starting this. It looks like Fear Me will walk away with it.
And we're starting with the artist formerly known as Too Heavy, now known as Astound. Carmea and Shields getting back-to-back kills, by Carmea is going to be taken down by Noble, and Noble hunted down by 3 players. That's going to be a team takedown for Virginia Velocity as they start the game off with a 6-1 lead.
So this is the opening you want to see. Slay advantage, but can they get these players out of pink? So what a bait and switch out of Fire and Ice there to just hold on to P2, and now look at what this has done. You got Fear Me, who gave up position, lost the camo there. Spawners up in car bubble, and Fire and Ice, they immediately flipped the map here. Now, a bit of a denial nade there on the car, but Bullet's got the right idea as Blue tries to make a rotation here into the base. Bullet looking for a stick, can't get it. So Virginia Velocity, they're going to weather this for now, but Fire and Ice almost completely flipped that there, Tony.
And Simply Fear Me getting into an entanglement with Pelu and gonna win that one. Astound taking down Noble off a screen. Now look at the positioning. We have a player over towards top mid, another one on P2. All the map control going in favor of Virginia Velocity, and Simply Fear Me say, hey, look, you guys are gonna sit up top, cover me, hold my beer. I'm gonna slide in real quick when he ends up getting put down.
Yep, that's what happens when you drink beer, Tony. You fly in at high speed and then miss the shots. So maybe you'll have to keep that beer down. Either way, Pelu and Bullet, they're going to work together. They'll pick up 2 big kills. You can still see a great advantage, though, on the side of Velocity, 17-9 here. Atso getting just pelted, but he does counter thrust on the man. So big play at Atso to pick up that kill. Stays alive, and now look at that pinch that they just created. So Carmea working together with Astound. This gives them positioning as well for the camo. Now they can just pick up Magico and Pelu. Out of ammo, though. He's got nothing to work with here. Astound going to give up camo and go for the Tac Mag instead. He'll have to rotate out here, but can he get a flank instead? Honestly, I love this. Doesn't wait for camo. Rotates through, gets the flank on the red. Now can his teammates pick up that camo instead? But man, what a way to weather a particularly tricky situation here.
when life hands you lemons, apparently Astound makes excellent margaritas. I don't know. Killing spree earned for Astound right now, holding down top red, throwing an excellent denial nade over towards red toilet, hopping up and taking out Noble. This man, obviously, he ran out of ammo for a reason. He knows what he's doing, drops the sticky, and look at the scoreboard, Alex.
Tony, he ran out of ammo, but he didn't run out of passion, right? The man is just full of passion. My God. What a series of plays, but that gave them the advantage they need. Now 28-19, Fear Me gonna put down Noble. Magico drops as well. That's 3 dead. Everyone's spawning up on red side, and they got the map control on lock. This is what you want to see out of Virginia Velocity.
Map control and passion unlocked for Virginia Velocity. Another 3 down, going for Fire and Ice. Simply Fear Me upping the tempo again. Noticing there's a lane that's clear, and top mid, he wants to fill it. Now staying alive over towards top mid, playing his life. He has a couple players around him. We need somebody over on a perimeter, either P2 or top car, so they can do some damage. And there we go, another 2 down for Fire and Ice, but Simply Fear Me is not going to get away with his life.
Fire and Ice, they're working hard to trade blows here, but that's good news for Virginia Velocity. Just pick up some trades in these exchanges, going to get them even closer to 40 points. We're at 39 now. Astound just spinning up on top mid, trying to find the spawn here. It looks like they are up on car side. Astound not going to be able to back out of that. And Fire and Ice, they picked up 2 big kills. This is an opening for them to push up through pink side and just completely collapse. So we'll see what Fire and Ice can do here. This is likely their last opportunity to swing the game back in their favor, especially with Camo coming up beneath them.
Scoreboard definitely not on the side of Fire and Ice, and neither are the Bibs, because Simply Fear Me winning his. That's another 4 down for Fire and Ice, and only 7 more kills for Virginia Velocity to tie things up and force an elimination game 3 here in the losers bracket semifinals. Only 5 kills away, Shyway.
Definitely a nail in the coffin for game 2 there, Tony. That round of slays, that gave it to him. 4 players left to take out, just about cleaning up the scraps here. Not about, what, but just really when this game is going to end. It starts with shields. Astound picks up 1 as well. Fear Me with the nade in. Enough damage to, not quite trade Magico, who's being a wily one. Look at this. Magico went up to P3. Wait, no, is it Bullet? Who did it? They just bait and switch their way out of like 3 kills, and I, you know what, I love it. It's stylish, it looks beautiful, but Tony, it's not going to win him game 2.
When you lose game number 1, sometimes that fight or flight kicks in, and some teams they'll hit the flight. They'll run away, they'll turtle up, and they'll end up throwing their opportunity away. But not Virginia Velocity. They're here. The claws were out. Damn. They put up a fight, and they're taking game number 2, forcing that game 3. Can Virginia Velocity pull off a reverse sweep to make it and go up against Agni Kai?
So Fire and Ice, they definitely got some fight in them in the end of that game, despite it was what, like 48 to, I want to say, less than 30, and they pulled it back to 35. So like Fire and Ice, they turned the engines on. They're like, okay, we've lost this, but we're going out with passion as well. We're going to fight fire with fire. And that, maybe it sets them up well for game 3. The one advantage Fire and Ice have is this is going to be an objective game type coming up here, Tony. It's going to be CTF on Kali. And for a team like Fire and Ice that plays together, grinds together, right? They got EXP. I mean, CTF Kali, that's a big advantage, I'd say, for a team like that. But Virginia Velocity, they got to be comfy here too.
Hey, you know what? And sometimes the scrappier team is going to come out on top on Coliseum. Hey, you scrap a couple of kills together, get yourself in the right positioning, pull off an off flag or 2. Meanwhile, your team ends up getting a perfect amount of slays on the opposite side. A bad pull turns into a great pull. So scrappier teams can come out on top on Coliseum. We're going to find out if Virginia Velocity can pull off a win, because I think that'd be a great one against Fire and Ice. Fire and Ice, definitely one of those gatekeepers that I mentioned earlier. If you want to make it against the best of the best in Halo 5, you usually have to go up against a top Latin American team. This time, it's Fire and Ice.
At least in the esports arena, that's for sure. They're a ESA gatekeeper, Tony, time and time again, Fire and Ice. So it would be a big win for Virginia Velocity if they do this. They would then move on to one of our GOAT squads in the tournament here, Agni Kai, just waiting in the wing. But, of course, we got to get through this game first here. CTF Coliseum Astound, with an astounding opening play, might be able to get the snipe here.
holding down Pyramid side. And, currently one shot, though, goes in for the challenge. Might have been better to maybe play his life a little bit more, as Noble able to take down Carmea. Pelu goes after shields, and it looks like Fire and Ice, great coordination, able to get that first pull. The Slays are in, but Bullet loses his life.
Fire and Ice, the moment they smell blood here, they will swarm like sharks, Tony. They'll be very quick to get that flag out. But as I say that, though, Virginia Velocity did get a pull of their own. Looks like it was stopped short in the maze, and that resets things momentarily here. Magico going to hold it down from Rockets. Teammate up in center. Got two spawners up on the bend here, but Magico not aware of that player on Catwalk who melts him quick. In the meantime, though, Pelu, did he just, must have been an empty rocket launcher, I think, that he traded out. Pelu's going to try to hold on from the cave here and just slow down Virginia. Maybe sneak his way through this this flag in the meantime as well.
And just like that, down go Virginia Velocity, and the flag is on the move. He is going to take a little bit of damage, ends up getting tagged up here as a player tries to fly up towards Catwalk. Astound coming out of nowhere, winning that gunfight, and they might end up getting the recov because of that. Where did he come from?
And that was wild, because Fire and Ice, they had 3 dead. They had all their teammates up, so you'd think they have the complete, map dominance to make that guaranteed. But Astound somehow weaved through there and got the kill on Top Cat and almost the return. But like we said, Fire and Ice, that was a huge advantage. The timing of their slays and then running the flag like they did, it was very difficult, or would have been very difficult for Virginia to clap back. So 1-0 on the board here. Already pressure on the blue bend as well. Fire and Ice, they are very comfy here in Game 3.
And I love the positioning coming out of Fire and Ice, having a player over towards top. Rockets, another one on elbow. It's just perfectly positioned for the slay and pull, but sadly, Shield ends up getting a clutch double kill. That's what top players do. When their backs are against the wall, when things are not looking good, they clutch up and get the slays that are necessary, and Shields did that off the screen. Meanwhile, Magico challenging Carmea, hitting the 5-shot kill and getting the killing spree. Magico really starting to heat up.
Magico just getting started here. Starting to hit all his bullets, but not fast enough there. I think that was Astound who got the best of him. Carmea gonna drop right quick, though. Pelu with a big defensive kill. That'll hold down Snipe's side. He's got his teammate Bullet, who did just drop on the bend, so what a melt. You gotta love that out of Virginia Velocity. They had both Rockets and Snipe's side. They immediately pulverized the guy, and Shields, he's not done yet. Holding on in cave, but big pickup with that nade to slow their roll. Virginia Velocity, they had a shot at aggression there, but they might at least be able to pull away with the snipe. Tony, you got to be muted, but you're missing this, my guy. The flag is being ran through Snipe's side. They're going to cap this as well. So I said they might have a chance. Correction, they had a chance. They capitalized, and they still got another because Carmea still holding on to Snipe.
I'm not sure everybody, I don't know if he hit the enemy team or his teammate right there with the sniper, but he drops down and gets the body shot. Either way, 4 players hitting the kill feed for Virginia Velocity. Magico having the sniper rifle in hand and has 5 shots remaining, going in for the headshot here. 2 players are going down. This is not looking good for Virginia Velocity as Fire and Ice are starting to ice up.
Oh, baby. Well, they're icing up for sure. Magico with 2 body shots for a clean double. Looking for spawners here. JS needs to stay up, but that's a spree at a Magico. That flag is being ran up through Snipe's side, and the remaining players on Virginia Velocity doing what they can just to rotate, but good luck. Noble plants it in. 1 flag to close this game and this series. They got Rockets in hand. They might have the pressure here once again.
And it looks like there is a flag that's about to be pulled here, and it's coming out of Fire and Ice if they can get this rocket, but sadly a little bit of a fail on that one, a bit of Pucketish, if you will. Pelu, the last player alive for Fire and Ice. It looks like Virginia Velocity are probably going to up the tempo here and try to play some offense. Simply Fear Me shooting a Pucket of it. So everybody's shooting Pucket Rock Halo 5 2021.
These boys got to watch out for that splash damage, because as far as what we played in Infinite, Tony, the splash damage only gets larger in Infinite. That's about to be crazy, unless of course they nerf it. But in the meantime, that last flag, second flag here for Virginia Velocity sits out in the window. Carmea just on a swivel here. He's turning around, putting shots left and right. No way he comes out of this. So Bullet does clean him up. Nice attempt at a Carmea, but Fire and Ice, they push up. Looking to take advantage here. Magical dives forward, gets a big pick. Poppy, that's Noble, picks up another. Spawner's going to come up on Cave side here. Fire and Ice, they get around the Slays. They can break through, but Magical, he wants his hands on that flag. And he wants kills as well. He wants it all. And it looks like they might get it. That flag out, going through Rock's side here. Can they make it out the window?
Magical getting the pull, but also having the awareness to turn back and slay out. It's probably the larger reason why this flag is so far as it is right now, making it towards elbow. Bullet is playing his life. 3 down, go Virginia Velocity. It looks like Fire and Ice are going to be advancing forward into the top 4, where they get to play against Agni Kai.
Tony, they've been here too many times. They've done it. They got too many reps to go down against Virginia Velocity. Fire and Ice. They got the ice today, Tony. They got the passion for sure as well. But what a way to close it. Callie CTF looking clean for them. And if they can keep that energy, maybe they can get a little upset on their belt up against Agni Kai as well. But good attempt out of Virginia Velocity, right? They had some great plays today. They took out What a Cap, which was full of high-level players, and they brought this Fire and Ice team a very experienced, very well-coordinated squad down to game 3, down to the wire, I guess, and gave us a show, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, they secured themselves a top 6 finish. They were 1 win away, literally, 2 flag caps away from making it into the top 4. So I think that was really good for Virginia Velocity, and I would love to see them next week and see what you're made of. Bounce back, maybe build off of that, turn that top 6 maybe into a top 4 finish. That would be really impressive. But either way, we're going to see Fire and Ice going up against Agni Kai. We haven't seen them in a while. Almost forgot about them for a second. One of our God squads that are still in this tournament.
We've got 3 GOAT squads. We got 2 GOAT squads. Then we got KCP, which are basically GOAT. Everybody in the tournament at this point are a bunch of GOATs, Tony. It's going to be sweaty from here on out. In the meantime, though, Yeso going to break down the stats, and we'll come right back with more matches.
Fire and Ice, they keep it rolling, taking down Virginia Velocity. They are now 2 of the GOAT squads, or God squads, as my friends on the cast love to call them, stand in their way of a spot in the grand finals against KCP. Let's pull up the stats from this last matchup, and we'll go through those before we head to a break. But we're getting ready for losers semifinals. That is what will be on the other side of that break. It'll be Fire and Ice and Agni Kai. But we start off on the first map, and Fire and Ice kicking things off with a strong win on Strongholds. 100 to 17 in 5.5 minutes. Great work from them across the board. Let's go to the Slayer stats here for this first map here. And nothing crazy on this side, honestly, though. Noble with a solid game, 16 kills and 11 assists. 3 players out of the 4 into the double digits in kills, but even Bullet, low deaths, not giving up a lot of space. So that just meant that Bullet was consistently out on the map, making sure points were captured, and that shows that, shows by Bullet being at the top of the table, wasn't in the respawn timer allowed, so it was continuing to be a presence on the map here for Fire and Ice. Meanwhile, Virginia Velocity couldn't get it done in terms of the Slayer stats, and it meant that they weren't prying open holes to get these caps. Nobody with double-digit kills in the first map, and that meant that Virginia Velocity went down 1-0. Let's take a peek at our last bit of stats here for the first map. And look at that. Noble with the 14.6 KDA and a 58.7% accuracy. Great game there from Noble, leading the way here for Fire and Ice. And this is a squad who, Tony loves to talk about them every single week, even, before our last break from Microsoft Sundays when we were going through a lot of tournaments. Every single week, Tony loved to talk about Fire and Ice, and I think it is for good reason. This is a very strong squad, and we always love to talk about, the quote-unquote God squads, these big names from the C9, Sentinels, Envy, and others. And Fire and Ice, I really feel like they have carved out and really started to make a name for themselves here. And I'm excited to see them, continuing on into Infinite. I think this is a squad that has a ton of potential. They're really talented. They've shown that they can compete with some of the best of the best. Now they're going to have to show today that they can beat the best of the best back to back to back if they want to win today. But I think regardless of what happens over the next series, I think Fire and Ice have had an incredible showing today, and I'm continuing to look forward to more from this squad. Let's go to the second game here as we move forward, and we go to Slayer on Truth, and this was a really good showing for Virginia Velocity. Big counterpunch for them after what was a tough loss in Strongholds in the first game, but they come back looking really strong. Everybody up in the double digits this time, as opposed to none of them in game number 1. Carbea leading the way with 15 kills and 5 assists. Look at Astound, 12 kills and 15 assists. That's a fantastic game for the next up, as Tony and Shyway like to call him. So great game from Virginia Velocity here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fire and Ice took a step back. Bullet, the only one getting into the double digits in kills. He went 11 and 7. And now the series is tied. Let's go to the last page here. We'll take a peek at the accuracy and the KDA numbers for this second map. There it is, Astound. Yeah, the 10.0 KDA. Astound with a really, really good second game. 59.4% accuracy, essentially hitting 3 of every 5 shots. 2,400 damage as well, tops in the lobby in this game. So it really was Astound's game in this second one. Not leading completely in the kill department, but overall kills plus assists and the damage he was bringing to the table, Astound really leading the way. And the big reason why Virginia Velocity was able to force a deciding game number 3. And for game 3, we went to capture the flag. It's one we love to talk about for KCP whenever they're up, but it was Fire and Ice's turn this time around. And in game number 3 against Virginia Velocity, they showed up and they took care of business. Let's go to that. Let's check out game number 3. There we have it. Let's go to the Slayer stats just right away. But Magico, Noble, and Bullet, each with a capture apiece. Magico and Bullet with returns there as well. So just good work here from Fire and Ice, and honestly difficult to kind of punch and counter punch from these squads. With a very strong, again, it was 100-17, I believe was the score for Strongholds for Fire and Ice, and then Virginia Velocity coming back and winning 50-35 on Slayer. So those are 2 very strong, very convincing wins for each team on the first 2 maps. Let's go to the Slayer stats here, and just it almost kind of puts this third map up in the air, as you don't know who's going to do it, who's going to be able to bring it out, but Fire and Ice showed up really strong. Sub 6-minute victory. Look at that, 19 kills apiece for Magico and Noble. And while they didn't get to the double digits in assists, both of their teammates did. Bullet and Pelu, both 10 kills apiece, both with at least 10 assists as well. So great team effort here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Simply Fermi and Carmea, 5 and 6 kills apiece is not going to be able to get it done if you need to beat Fire and Ice in a deciding game number 3. Let's go to the last page of stats for this matchup, and there it is. Magico and Noble, 13.6, 13.3 respectively, 54% accuracy for Noble. And that is how Fire and Ice moves on. And their day will continue here. Big matchup for them ahead. Obviously, they're facing up against Agni Kai, and we haven't seen Agni Kai since they dropped down to the losers bracket when they lost to KCP. So they're looking for a little bit of redemption. But, I guess I talk about it, hey, Fire and Ice has to get through 2 God squads to get the grand finals. Agni Kai has to beat 2 really good teams as well. They have to beat Fire and Ice, who's looking really strong today. They're bringing the fire today. They've also got to get through time to grind. So this is not going to be an easy push for any of these 3 remaining teams in the lower bracket. They all made it to the top 4, but with cash on the line here, Agni Kai and Fire and Ice will face off here after this break. So guys, take a moment, grab a drink, get ready for this next matchup. I'm going to get ready for it as well. Let's go to a quick break, but we'll be back with more Microsoft Sunday action in a moment.
Hello and welcome back once again to our Esports Arena Microsoft Sunday. If you're just tuning in, you picked a damn good time to do so. This is it. We're down to the wire. There's only 4 more teams left in this tournament. The winner of this next series, they're in the money. They get a chunk of the prize pool. So this is going to be an exciting one to watch for sure, Tony. This is Fire and Ice, who just won previously, going up against Agni Kai. Now, we've seen Agni Kai a little bit today. This is one of our GOAT squads of the day, Tony. And we talked about this earlier. Agni Kai is a reference to Avatar: The Last Airbender. We love anime here. I actually haven't seen Avatar, though. I've been slacking, Tony. Have you seen it?
I have seen it, and I'm a big fan. I was watching it growing up. It was probably one of the first animes that I was introduced to, outside of Dragon Ball Z, of course. And I just had some fun. I want to watch both of these teams step into the arena and challenge each other to Agni Kai. When you think of Frosty and Bound on one team, out of the 3 GOAT squads that we have that you mentioned earlier, it's surprising to hear that they're actually in 3rd place out of that. They're the ones playing in the losers semis, while Time to Grind, that last week's winners, or 3/4 of that team, was forced down into losers finals after losing to KCP in the winners finals, right, who has beaten both of these squads. So the only team left in the top 4 that KCP hasn't beaten is Fire and Ice, which, let's be honest, I'm not sure if they're going to beat Agni Kai, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, they got some work to do first, Tony, because so far, Agni Kai, getting knocked into lower bracket early on. They want this dub. They're going to come out hot off the rip. And Boo Boo's got the flag in his hands, less than 30 seconds in, and he's about to pop this one in already. We'll see if anybody's there to stop him, but Boo Boo in the clear here. Jump thrust into the pedestal. That's 1 point on the board. These boys, they're fighting for honor, and the winner gets to burn the loser, apparently, according to Agni Kai, or whatever the tradition is, Tony. But man, these boys are playing hot. They're looking like they're going to burn, that's for sure.
And Boo Boo Doo Boo was part of that roster. He rounds up that 3/4 of Time to Grind, who actually won just last week. I also want to keep eyes on Falcated. Falcated is probably one of the only players that are in the top 4 that didn't play last week. So I want to keep eyes on him. I want to see if he's still looking fresh. And so far, he's looking good in my book. Off screen, Boo Boo Doo Boo gets taken down by Bullet, and Falcated advancing forward to P2, but he's going to be hunted down.
It was a nice little double out of Foul earlier. He did make the rotation, but then cut his angle off with that jump there. Unfortunately, couldn't clean up the kill. Noble, in the meantime, he's got to deal with 2 here as he helps his teammate secure that flag. Multiple coming off a base here as well, so Noble actually in a great vantage point. Who will he select, though? Foul, he puts a couple shots in. Bound, gonna get him down to no shields. He does clean him up. That's 2 dead in the feed. Falcated with a nice rotation in for a flank here. He does pick up a big kill onto Noble. If Foul lives, he is a thorn in their side. Boo Boo Doo Boo in red base with the defense as well, so Collapse is coming in left and right. Boo Boo can't collect the flag. That still sits out. They got the return. So it looks like we will reset things once again here, but a bit of a dicey situation for Fire and Ice.
The team was 3 down, but Falcated winning that big pivot to kind of neutralize the situation a bit, as Bullet not able to win his pivotal battle up against Bound. So I'm going to switch gears over towards Big Poppy, a.k.a. Noble, who's going to have to try to revenge his team. He wants to play the offense, but he has 2 players in front of him. That 3 players in front of him. Noble, get out of there.
Yeah, here comes the cavalry, the entire team, and one of them had camo, just all popping right up in his field, his small 78 field of view. He could find all 3 players, so not good to see. Magico dies as well. That's multiple dead on the feed here. Frosty going to stick with pink side. He's got 2 players in the base already to mount the challenge, and Frosty in a perfect position to clean up what's left here. He'll dive in with the melee. Foul with a pickup, too. That's 2 dead. Frosty looking for more blood, but Bullet going to shut him down. Can Bullet get anything else, though? He's got Bound waiting in the wing, and yes, he can. He'll dominate the man off a clamber.
Boo Boo Doo Boo getting into little fisty cuffs against Pelu, getting a big kill, 1-0 lead in favor of Agni Kai, but Boo Boo Doo Boo not able to hold that perimeter. If he was able to stay alive in that bubble, his teammates would have been able to push up and get the pull, but now Bullet gets the double kill. Throws an excellent denial nade, but tries to stay alive in P2.
Fire and Ice fighting hard here. Bullet, he wants this kill. Whiffing a couple on the challenge, but Frosty hasn't been able to snag him yet. Instead, top mid kills him. So there goes Bullet. Foul going to push up through pink as well, but not watching this street as he goes up. Almost gets the kill on Pelu, though, who does take him. In the meantime, flag out, though. That's Boo Boo Doo Boo with the run. 1 player there to defend it, and I think he did get rid of Boo Boo, but the flag Still quite a ways away here. Bullet, though, look at that positioning. Magico with a kill as well. He'll toss that flag out center. They should be able to get the re here. And he'll dive onto it and make sure that they get it. It looks like all of that coordination really just came down to stopping this red team from getting another cab.
I'm actually surprised that Bullet elected to rotate all the way through P door and go for that return when he had two teammates over towards the P side already. He threw the flag out, which was, you know, a good start to the run, but I think he might have been able to trust his teammates to get the slay and get the return while maybe he could have been running the flag. But either way, slow and steady wins the race, because either way, the flag is on the move, and Magical is going to tie things up here. Agni Kai are on the offense on Card's side, so if they can, but they start to slay out and they start to defend this base, which he's not able to do.
Yeah, but like you said, somehow that patience paid off for Fire and Ice. They've tied things up. And Frosty going to make his way up through pink sides. That camo must have been in play. I assume it was burned. Frosty not going to need it, though. Got nice shots into pink door. Cleans up Bullet. Nice reaction on that shot to do so, but does get traded out. Bound right now. He's moving at 50 miles a minute, apparently, right up into the backside of Pelu. Spawner's up on Car. Bound looking to lock down the spawn as Boo Boo takes it out through pink. This should be a cap. If Bound keeps that defense up, I don't see anybody getting through him. Looks like Foul is the one with the defense.
Boo Boo was running that flag 70 miles per minute, apparently. He got the flag over. We're in the 2-1 lead going in favor of Agni Kai. Boo Boo actually going to challenge that player on P2, but loses life in the meantime. Falcon, the final player alive. Oh, he's being crafty. How does he get those kills? It doesn't, Alex, it doesn't make sense. My gun doesn't shoot that way.
Yeah, he plays a different version in Halo, Tony. You got to download it. It's exclusive to Series X, though. That's probably what it is. I don't know. Either way, man, these boys, all of them looking good, all of them trading blows left and right. And I'm a fan. You know, I like some good Halo. We're getting a lot of that today. And Fire and Ice, you know, despite the level of competition here, they're showing they came to play.
They're trading blows, but Agni Kai's hitting like Anderson Silva in his prime. He's knocking out right now. Bullet ends up getting a big kill on P2. Noble actually going to be challenging Bound, and Bound flying off of top mid, but ends up getting the slay. Meanwhile, Frosty off a screen takes out Pelu. Magico trying to go for a flank and put some shots in, but that's another team takedown going in favor of Agni Kai.
Magico managed to pull the attention of the entire team for a split second there, but died so fast because of it. Pelu going to try his hand at the same rotation here. He'll stop short in mid. We'll see if he can grab anything, but he's getting picked up by team nades, by enemy fire, by everything. Bound did have camo, but he's quickly dealt with. Boo Doo going to get cleaned up by a 2v1 here, so left and right these players drop, but Fire and Ice, they might have an opening on pink. Can they bait and switch their way through, though? Foul. Huge distraction. Going to force Bullet to turn around, but Bullet with the kill and the survival as well. I like this out of Bullet. Pelu with a pickup as well. Multiple players dropping on the side of Agni Kai as Fire and Ice. They just claw through the base here. Big pickup. That's a spree as well. Noble with a chance to run this flag out, but a stray nade picks him up. Defense coming in. It's Frosty. It's that ever so pesky BB12 who you can't shut down. The man's got a triple. And he'll keep the entire team back in blue base. My God.
If you ever wonder what it's like to play against a pro, that was it right there. The enemy team is 3 down. The flag is all but capped at that point. We should have a tied-up game, and then Frosty coming out of nowhere, getting the clutch, pivotal triple kill to stop all the hopes of that flag run. But, there was a flag being moved in the favor of Agni Kai, but Fire and Ice getting the recuff. Bullet up in the tempo, taking out the MVP, but he's going to go down.
Yeah, Bullet with a quick flick of the wrist, or I guess flick of the thumb. Either way, man, took him out right quick, but died shortly after, and that seems to be the pattern of this game, is just multiple bodies dropping left and right till somebody manages to scavenge out one of these flags. We got multiple dying in blue base, so big opportunity here for Agni Kai. They'll take it out through pink side, try to play it patiently here. Falcated with the escort. He's got nice shots into Magico. Bound going to pick up the flag as well. Man's moving hella quick here through P1. That camo about to pop also, so multiple points to control here. A lot to focus on for this red team, but they do have some strides on the flag.
3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, and that's another 3 down for Agni Kai. Fire and Ice are starting to advance this flag forward. We should have a tied-up game here. Falcated the last line of defense, making it over towards hard side, but he's going to catch about 1,001 nades. It's an exact count as they're going in for the return, and Magico putting a second flag on the board. And if Fire and Ice are able to come back in this game and take game number 1, that would be incredible.
Fire and Ice, they saved some, excess energy in the tank or something just for this moment, Tony, because they're definitely pulling out, all the stops in this game. And man, I mean, what the heck? Magico is not missing. He'll drop Frosty. That flag still sits down at bottom base here. Boo Boo Doo trying to fend off multiple like a horde of zombies. These boys on Fire and Ice, they're just flying in the red base here. They will drop those, so defense comes through once again, but Bound can't get up the street before he's got somebody waiting for him.
An early pull coming out of Agni Kai, and it makes it all the way towards the 50% portion of the map. I think it's Bound who has that flag on the move, and I think it's still moving throughout the red base. Actually, it's Frosty who ends up picking it up, and it gets relayed in. Agni Kai going to take game number 1 in your losers semifinals.
And it can happen so quick sometimes, right? We saw it just a back and forth throughout the game, but Frosty, I mean, he found his little opportunity, and he snuck right through. Got that flag in and got quite a bit of damage along the way here. He got 3,300 out of him, over 3,000, I believe, out of, I think that was Boo Boo Doo as well, but great damage slays coming out of Agni Kai to be expected. I'd say what was not quite as expected was the answer that we saw back from Fire and Ice, right? Fire and Ice, they kept that close. They brought that down to the wire. We saw massive plays out of Magico, out of Bullet, Noble, like they're all popping off in their own right. And I think that's going to give us a pretty damn good series, Tony.
I agree. Fire and Ice were able to tie things up at 2 apiece and put them in a next cap win scenario. But I guess that's when Agni Kai came out on top. That's when they're at their best. When the money's on the line, they make it. But now we're going into game number 2. We're either going to see maybe a Strongholds or a Slayer for game 2. So a different flow to the game. Maybe Fire and Ice can utilize that chemistry that they have and that they've been able to build up that coordination, put the Slays on them, and get that Strongholds cap or put Agni Kai on cycle and control whatever power-ups are going to be on the map.
I think it'll be a Slayer, and I think it'll be on the rig, in which case there's a lot to control, right? You've got your snipe, you got the shot, you got the camo. We're going to see right now it is rig, Slayer, and Bound. Man, what a starting strat, dude. Thrust slide off the rip, gets a flyby shot on the camo, but disregards it because he wants a piece of the shotty.
Bound has a player in his sights, going to hunt him down. Despite that player having the scatter shot, he was able to get away with his life in the kill. But no, just putting him on the black screen and in the dirt. Another player in his sights ends up getting the body shot. That's the second one as Boo Boo Doo going to be taken down. Fire and Ice having control of this game and the inside of Bunker. Can they get out, though?
Noble still cooking here. He lived. Man, Noble just telling Bound to, get your finger off the damn sprint button. Man's hitting sprint. He's just flying around the map, and Noble's got a blainer just waiting for him. He's still got 1 bullet left. That's 8-2 on the board here, and planted in a brain. Frosty down for the count. Noble is cleaning up shop here, Tony.
That he is, and he's rotating out towards the outside of things, so we're going to be switching the spawns. There is a stray player on top nest, and it's going to be Falcated, who's going to be hunted down by Magico, and now Noble flying to the inside of the map, putting down the shots with Engine 2, getting the 1 shot, making the other player 1 shot, taking down Bound. Noble shooting 3 different players within, 2 seconds, and now the spawns are coming in on Bunker, and Agni Kai are trapped.
Man, Tony, you said it earlier. Big Poppy is looking hot, dude. I don't know. I never thought I'd say that sentence in my life, but I mean it. Noble is, man, is cracked right now. 2 melees. That's a quick double beatdown, and he got out. Oh, he almost got out of that fight. What a sneaky bastard. I had to say it, but Noble, he's playing lights out.
I want to make it very clear to everybody in the stream, I did not say that the only man I called hot in this tournament is sniped down. Either way, Bullet ends up taking down Frosty off his screen. Back on Bullet, who's going over towards Engine 2, puts down the shots on that player in Bunker. So Agni Kai fighting well off their spawn, but Bound 1 shot. Falcated ends up getting taken down, and this is not the same Fire and Ice that we saw in game number 1. Who are these guys?
This is like molten lava and nitros or something. I don't know. They've leveled up both sides. What's the? I was trying to think of a level above fire and above ice. Either way, they're looking clean as hell. Let's see if they can hold on to it though, because we've seen hot starts before. We've seen flashy openings. And we've seen good teams like Agni Kai just, like answer back even stronger. So it's a 6-kill deficit. Boo Boo, yeah, Boo Boo gets jumped over, and he decides to disregard it. Ends up dying shortly after. Bound with a couple shots in, but nice little collapse right there. Going to close the score just a little bit. Bound going to fly into Pelu. Does want the pickup here. No nades. Wait, does have nades. I take it back. Looks like that won't connect. Bound right now. He's dipping his toes back and forth into this, and he'll end up with a trade.
And it's crazy to me the amount, there's no timing loss in Bound's play. The Slay on the outside, then immediately thrust sliding towards Engine 2 and putting down max amount of damage. He ends up ends up getting taken down, but the damage has been done. He's definitely plays the role of that entry frag player. Like back in the day in Halo 3, we had APG. Now we have Bound as that entry frag player here in 2021. Boo Boo Doo take down Noble from Tower 2, but not able to stay alive with the sniper. I wonder how many bullets are in that one for Magico to use.
Looks like there might only be there's 2, and does whiff that bullet. He's got 1 left in top tower here. Doesn't need it for Bound. Cleans him up with the Magnum. I like the play. Noble will pick up a kill. Bullet as well. So 3 dead here. Inside map control handedly in their favor. And Magico with 1 bullet. 1 present left for the enemy team. But we'll see if Christmas comes early for Magico. Just needs that opportunity. It looks like Bullet, Boo Boo, they will trade. Magico going to patiently rotate this snipe. Camo about to pop as well. So there it is. Just sitting up. He can use this to bait or let Poppy get on top of it. Looks like it does end up getting burned instead, though. Not what he wanted here. Magico does whip the snipe. He'll get Frosty, though, in the meantime. Frosty leaving a stick from the grave. So great play. But is it enough for this red team? They continue to hold their lead.
33-26 going in favor of Fire and Ice. Pelu putting down the shots over towards bottom nest, staying alive, but catches a nade out of nowhere. That's going to be from Mikey, a.k.a. Falcated. Bound trying to get into the face of Poppy, and not able to get the kill. Bound ended up losing him, and Noble breaking his ankles, getting the kill. Hit him with like an Apex level tab strafe or something. I don't know what that was, but beautiful plays coming out of Noble. No wonder they have a 6-kill lead.
I mean, as cracked as Bound is, I can't help but feel like he's playing this game like it's twos. Like, he went for a super jump from the mid-platform to top tower just to get an angle. It's like, oh my god, dude. Hope, like, it's a risk, is what I'm saying. These are big risks, and hopefully they pay off for the man and his team, because you can see they are starting to narrow the score a little bit here. Just a 3-kill deficit. Bound does get a kill on the bullet, so big pickup there. Frosty, in the meantime, going to hold it down from center. Empty shotty in the back pocket. Can't use it, but top tower position. Good spot to be to keep him back.
And Frosty forcing that player back, ringing out shots. Noble trying to get up and over Frosty and ends up dropping the melee to take him down. So we go back to a 4-kill lead. Boo Boo Dooble going to replace Frosty on top tower. So where one goes, one comes back. And that's the Hydra motto from Marvel. Boo Boo Dooble and Falcon are on the black screen. Frosty taking heavy damage off the screen. Pelu trying to take down that player. Fire and Ice looking to tie up the series. Alex, can they do it?
They just might be able to. Fire and Ice with a great lead here at the end of the game, but fallicated all the angles on that sniper. No hope for Noble. And now they've cut off that point for this blue team. They can't safely rotate to Nest. Instead, they got to fend for themselves. Fallicated going to fly up into the face. A bullet here picks it up. Rotation coming out through Engine, though. Fal wants a piece of this despite the shields. He doesn't want that man on the snipe, but he can't give up his life. And there's a player sitting right above him. Noble takes him out. That's 48 on the board here. 2 left to close this game. Advantage on the side of Fire and Ice. Let's see what they do with that sniper, or if they can hold it. What is this? What is this aggression? Fallicated sitting on tower wall at 50, and they'll pay the price for it. Fire and Ice will take game 2. They'll tie up the series. They'll bring this Agni Kai roster to the back foot for a game 3.
Going into an elimination game 3 here in the top 4, the losers bracket semifinals. And notice that, I think almost all tournament long, every game that we've had on screen has been close and down to the wire. We've seen so many game 3s, and this is what we want to see. Esports Arena has only been back for 2 weeks, and we are seeing some of the best duke it out.
It's just been quality Halo, Tony, time and time again. I hope these boys stay and we get to see them every weekend as they, keep the skills up, keep the grind going in time for Infinite, because we're getting closer, baby. I mean, every week we find out more details. We get the flights coming up. So it's an exciting time for Halo, and we're getting exciting games to witness along the way. So I'm a fan. I'm a happy camper here, Tony, and it's good to have you here with me. But this is a hell of a series now, right? All of a sudden, this is a series. We're down to game 3. And Frosty and team, I just, it didn't feel like they had that coordination, that ice in that game too, especially at the end when you think they would have slowed it down. Instead, they just flew at them. So, maybe they just wanted that to end, and they want to put, all their resources, all their energy into just owning them in game 3, because right now Bound's looking heated in this one.
That he is, and he has the green gun in hand to try to neutralize the overshield coming out of Magical, who's making his way from Turbine onto bottom mid. So I think he realized he was by himself and they need to slay, so he hops right out of it. Boo Boo Dooble getting caught with shots, but Magical losing all of his overshield and his advantages. Frosty goes down, so does Magical, trading out with Bound, and out of all that fire and ice, steal away bottom mid, but can they defend it?
Fire and Ice, they pull a 2-cap out of this situation, but Frosty and team quick to turn it around. They'll take Pit here. Red base under pressure, though. You can see Red base, Fire and Ice have that rotation over to at least trade it out, get a double cap across the bases. The hard part's done for Red team, having this Pit captured. And we'll see what they can do to hold on to it. Frosty right now making the rotation for the True Tower, but that is stopped short. Multiple players going to drop on Red side here. Fire and Ice going to take advantage of their opening to get into Pit. Can Bound chip in, though. He'll get a couple shots into multiple players here, but it's got to play it patient.
Both teams looking for that initial kill to really up the tempo for them to start flying on their opponent. Bound staying alive on Turbine, has a player in front of him. The cleanup kill is going to come in, but Pelu was able to take down Frosty before Bound gets the kill. And just like that, 3 down go Agni Kai. Fire and Ice already having the lead, having the slays. Are we going to see another underdog fight and come out on top of Agni Kai? I mean, a KCP already did it, so why not Fire and Ice?
I mean, what the heck is going on, right? Fire and Ice, one part I'm thinking these boys just built different today, right? They're playing out of their freaking minds, and we're seeing that in front of us. The other side of it is what's going on with Agni Kai. What is the miscommunication, the lack of coordination here? You got 3 members that are inconceivable. These boys got to be used to playing together, and then you got Frosty to round it out. So you'd think everything would be hitting its stride, but so far, not looking like it. Bullet is just taking advantage.
And he has his teammates around him. They're always within arm's length of each other as they end up getting the trip cap. Fire and Ice are playing excellent Halo here on Empire. Noble goes after Boo Boo Dooble. That's going to be a big kill. Taking some shots from his teammates, but it's not going to stop Bullet. Another squad wipe going for Agni Kai. Things are not looking good. They have the trip cap, and they're putting Agni Kai on cycle.
And Tony, dare I say it, these boys are getting rolled. What is going on? Agni Kai spawning up in blue base. They're going to scramble into the base to get the capture and slow the bleeding. They got multiple in Pit here. Going to try to collect that as well. But Bullet behind everyone here. There's the trait. He does end up picking up a stick there in the process and delays long enough for Fire and Ice to get into Pit. But Agni Kai, they will escape with a double cap. Boo Boo Dooble going huge with a double there on the feed as well. But man, do they have to work just to get a couple points.
Great job by Fire and Ice, but Frosty ends up getting a clutch double kill off of Spawn, which really opened things up for them to come back and steal away this double cap. Falcon having a player in front of him, but it looks like Bullet is going to get the best of him. Now we have tower control in favor of Fire and Ice. Slays are going down. Noble takes down Bound. Noble going for the double kill, able to take down Frosty as well, but not able to get away with his life.
That was an interesting looking gunfight either way. It looks like Fire and Ice came out on top of it. They got 50 plus points here. Frosty head on a swivel, man, spinning around, just trying to get into something here. He'll get progression on the Pit. He's got teammates with him, so they will get that cap back. OS camo coming up. This is crucial here. They need to hold on to their numbers. Bound with a big pickup. Boo Boo Dooble in trouble. One shot getting pinched and taken out. Can they get themselves onto the OS, onto the camo here? BB12, that's Frosty holding down camo. He's got one player, one shot, bottom tower. Bound, looking for the OS here. He'll rotate over to Magico. Needs the pickup.
What?
But Magico just dove into this man's DMs and somehow foul. The saving grace still picks up OS. But man, Magico, what an upset.
Man, when I thought Magico took down Bound, I thought he was going to get away with the overshield, but luckily Falcated coming right off his spawn, making his way over and stealing it away. But I don't know if it's going to matter much because they still go 3 down either way. Pelu hitting the shots, dodging everything in sight. This man has ultra instinct, goes after Frosty. Fire and Ice are on another level.
I don't know what's going on in some of these POVs, Tony. Maybe it's my connection or their connection, but yeah, we're fighting fiber against fiber is what it seems like. Either way, we're going to dive into blue base, try to get a capture. Well, a flurry of events takes place here. Oh, but he can't do it. Can he do it in time? That's red base and pick cap, but blue unsuccessful. Noble, in the meantime, on top tower, does pick off Frosty. Got a teammate below to start the capture here, but 3 members of red flying in to stop it in his tracks. Noble, he's just going to hold on from above here. He doesn't want to dip his toes in the pit if it's unsafe. They need these slays. And Noble, can he just get a piece of it? He can't seem to.
Magico doing a good job of holding down top tower, but there's 3 players flying at him, so he tries to get out of dodge, but he ends up getting hunted down by the ultimate predator, aka Bound. Pelu might have caught a sticky, no, but he was able to dodge it, having 2 players in front of him. Pelu's gonna go down as well. So now we're seeing Fire and Ice start to unravel here as Agni Kai are winning all of their slays. All the momentum that they had at one point is being sucked out of the room. Frosty now making his way over towards Red Plat. He has a teammate in Jesse going towards outside Red. The collapses in, and Agni Kai are on a roll.
So clean at Frosty. The rotation over to Platt, shots into bend, but backs up fast enough to let his teammate clean up the kill, and then able to enter a second fight, win it. Kills Pelu, looking for Noble, and this is just the snowball out of Frosty. Man's woken up. He's got the camo. Everything clicking on the side of Agni Kai exactly when it needs to.
Camouflage in the hands of Frosty, and Boo Boo Doobu even has overshield as well, so all the utilities in favor of Agni Kai along with a 30-point lead. I mean, this game is all but over. Fire and Ice were putting one hell of a fight, but it looks like they've been neutralized. They've been iced out, if you will. Boo Boo Doobu taking out Noble off of screen. Falcated going after Bullet. Frosty hitting shots, gonna allow his teammate to clean up that one as he stays alive with the camouflage. Smart play, and only 10 points away.
It's looking like they have it. Agni Kai, they were struggling all game long, but they finally found their footing. They finally took advantage of that little opportunity to swing the game here, and now it's just about beating them down off spawn. Frosty picks it up. Trip cap on lock. That will be a 100-55 close for Agni Kai. They'll move on to losers finals and move on in this tournament. But man, did that that had me on the edge of my damn seat, Tony.
I thought we were going through upset city all over the place. I mean, hey, KCP took them down. Fire and Ice would have won. I would have just questioned everything I knew about Halo. You know, in my eyes, you put Bound and Frosty on the same team, and I'm like, there's no way that they're losing. But so far, they're showing a little bit of chink in the armor. Fire and Ice really making them work for that one. Now they're going to be advancing forward to play against Time to Grind. Now, mind you, both of these teams haven't matched up just yet. Last week, 3/4 of that winning roster is on Time to Grind, but it had Boo Boo Doobu, who got stolen away by Team Agni Kai. So I'm not sure which one to go with. Are we going with 3/4 of the roster that placed last week, or are we going with this red-hot Agni Kai who just took down Fire and Ice?
Tony, we'll have to lay out the predictions when we come back from this. But man, you know what? I think it's just 2021 Halo 5 full of surprises, right? A game that's been out for 6 years. On one hand, you got wavering passion out of some people, and then you've got absolute like burning passion, like notice me senpai passion out of other people who weren't noticed for the 6 years and want to be noticed in this last second, this last fight before Infinite. So it's a beautiful kind of clash that we get to see in the end of it. And Fire and Ice, they got far, but not quite close enough. Agni Kai will move on. We'll get to see them shortly. In the meantime, Yeso, give us the stats on that one.
What's up, guys? Yeso here. Big win there for Agni Kai, and they will move on to face Time to Grind in the losers bracket final. So huge win for them, 2-1. Fire and Ice was punching back. Also, hello to everybody in the chat. I know you guys are enjoying the show. A lot of love in Twitch chat today. So happy to see you guys are having a good time and enjoying all the high-level Halo gameplay here. But let's get into the stats from this last matchup. And this is, again, we talked about it before, Fire and Ice coming up against a very, very strong squad here. Maybe having to punch a little bit above their weight class, but, despite the loss here, I think there is a lot that they could feel good about. So we're going to start with game one. We go to CTF on Truth. It's a 3-2 win, and it looked early like Agni Kai was going to run away with this one, but Fire and Ice were able to stabilize, push this game a lot longer than we thought it might go, and they end up pushing it to almost 10 minutes. They lose 3-2. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this first map, and it was Bound leading the way. 22 kills and 13 assists. Boo Boo having a great game as well. 20 kills, 16 assists, really all across the board here for Agni Kai, looking solid in the Slayer department. Meanwhile, on the other side, Magico and Bullet having great games, both with 24 kills apiece and each 13 and 16 assists respectively. So they really carried the load, though still a good team effort from the side of Fire and Ice, and those numbers show why Fire and Ice was able to battle back in this map, keep things close. They do end up dropping it, but I still think a lot of good play here from Fire and Ice, and this play carried over into the second map. Let's check just real quick the last page of stats here for the first map, and then I want to move to the second one. Booba Dooba here, good leading the way in the KDA, 7.3, good accuracy. Frosty actually leading the way in that department for his squad, 61.2, actually highest in the lobby, and eclipsing that 3,300 damage mark. Really good from Frosty. We saw earlier in their loss to KCP that when Frosty wasn't performing at his best, that's when Agni Kai was very vulnerable. Didn't do it, at least in this first map. But let's go to the second one, because Fire and Ice were able to carry a very strong performance in game one. And this is huge. Obviously, it can be very frustrating when you play really well in that first map, but you aren't able to push it through to the victory. But the good thing is that Fire and Ice was able to do a good job of kind of resetting the mental. They come into the second game, and they continue to play the way they did in the first. 18 kills for Noble, along with 8 assists, 16 kills and 7 assists for Bullet. Pelu not having the greatest of games, just 6 kills, but still able to get up into the double digits of assists, so really a team effort all across the board. Meanwhile, on the other side, Boo Boo Doo Boo down with 9 kills. This one ended up still being fairly close. I mean, 9 kills is still a larger margin than you would expect for a roster the caliber of Agni Kai, and just well done here from Fire and Ice, and they battled back, slaying out against a very strong squad. Let's go to the last page of stats here. We'll check out those accuracy numbers and stuff before we get to the finale of this series, and look at Noble right there. Great second map. 9.6 KDA. Nobody at least in the negatives here. 53.6% accuracy for both Noble and Bullet, so hitting at the same rate there. Noble almost hitting that 2,500 damage mark was really good. And this is Fire and Ice, again, building that momentum. Great start to the series, couldn't get the win. Continue that play into the second map of the series. They're able to get the win and even up. Now we go to the decider and to map number 3, and it was Strongholds, and sadly, the momentum just kind of petered out here for Fire and Ice as they lose 100 to 55. Strongholds on Empire, and it wasn't enough to push through to get them that berth into the top 3, into that losers final. Let's go to the Slayer stats here. We'll check out the last little bits of the numbers for this series. Bound leading the way, 16 kills and 10 assists, and really the other side, Bullet looking good, 15 kills, 12 from Magico. Everybody in the double digits, but sadly, we talked about it kind of in depth earlier with KCP when they played Agni Kai about how important the rotations are and the timing of those rotations, and we've seen that Agni Kai is very good at that. Even if you're capping, say it's a 2-1 lead in capture points for Agni Kai, and your squad playing against them is capping one to grab the lead back, to move up 2-1 so you can start putting points on the board. Agni Kai responds so quickly that as soon as you start to cap 1 point, boom, they're on your others. They're on your other point immediately looking to flip-flop that lead back to them and continue to put points on the board. So they respond so well. The rotations are so quick and so clean that they really don't give you a moment to breathe on strongholds, and it's really impressive and really fun to watch from these God Squads, and it's going to be very fun to see if we do. I don't know what the map set is for the next round, but I would be very curious to see Agni Kai and Time to Grind on a Strongholds map, because these real top teams, when they get into those rotations, are very fun to watch. So let's go to the last page of stats here, though. As we close out this series and we send Fire and Ice off for the day, they do finish in 4th place. Definitely a good result for them, something that they can build on. Hope to see them once again next week. This is a team I absolutely love to watch, and I know Tony certainly does as well. Bound gonna finish the day, or finish the series at least leading the way, 7.3 KDA and a 55.6% accuracy. On the other side, leading the way in accuracy, Magico with 53.3%, and the damage leader was Noble. Noble, I think, really the whole squad of Fire and Ice, but I think Noble was certainly the standout of this series. Really looking good for Fire and Ice, certainly leading the way there. And I would really love to see Fire and Ice get another opportunity against these top squads in the future. I think that they are kind of right on the verge of being able to compete with these teams and being able to take series off of them and move on into these losers finals, grand finals. So best to Fire and Ice. Thank you so much for coming out today. Hope you guys enjoyed that series. And the best part is we got another one on deck. We got Agni Kai. We got Time to Grind. It's a losers finals. And I got 2 of the GOAT casters ready to cast the GOAT squads. So take it away, boys.
We will take it away. Yeah, so thank you for breaking that one down. Man, was that sweaty, right? Like, what the heck is going on? Every single match is going 3 games. Every single match is going down to the wire, and really making these top teams seem shakier than ever, seem, more beatable than ever. Right now, Agni Kai, they won, but by the skin of their teeth, Tony. They barely got through, which makes me wonder how they'll perform up against Time to Grind right now in losers finals. Time to Grind, I don't think, have been quite as shaky today. What do you think, Tony?
I think I'm going to agree with you. I mean, Time to Grind have been putting in that grind, but no matter how we got here, somehow we got here with the same 3 teams that we were with last week, but this time KCP is waiting in that grand finals, and Time to Grind and Agni Kai are going to have to duke it out. There's no way that these 2 teams are both going to make it to the grand finals. One has to go home pretty early.
Damn, really? I was hoping everybody would win today, Tony. Can we make it like 12 winners? Do they do that? No, they don't do that.
Everyone's a winner.
Can we just hug? Can we just hug it out? Why do we got to fight each other all the time? God damn it. Anyway, no, come on. We came to see a team win today. And like we said, we were leaning on Time to Grind. I'm gonna drop my prediction. I'm gonna say it's gonna be a 2-1 Time to Grind in this series. Tony, what do you think?
Well, I mean, there's no way I'm going to agree with you. So I'm going to say 2-1 Agni Kai. And I'll even give you a reasoning. I mean, we're talking about the MVP.
The reasoning is over my dead body, isn't it? You're like, I just don't want to agree with you, Shyway.
I mean, I don't know if I can say that on broadcast, but I'm going to give you I'm going to give you a secondary reasoning. We have the MVP Frosty on a team, and then you have Bound, that entry frag player, and Boo Boo Dubu and Falcated, who've just been getting better and better. These are the next guys up. These are going to be going down as one of the best duos in the history of Halo if they keep on this trajectory. We're talking 3/4 of Inconceivable plus Frosty. There's no way I'm going out against Agni Kai, and also because you went with the team I wanted to pick.
Okay, fair. I mean, because everything you said was correct except your prediction, Tony. You had it all correct. You just messed up the prediction part. But you're right. Frosty, Boo Boo, everyone on that team, they continue to improve. But what does history tell us? History tells us Time to Grind with Trippy, with Ola, with Stellar, and Penguin. They won last week, and they won the week before. I believe they've won like 4 in a row or something crazy. You asked them previously. Trippy and Ola, they just continue to win these esports arena tournaments one way or another. So, I'm just going to go off of history and assume that they're going to do it again. But we know that whoever wins this, they have to go up against KCP, because today, I mean, KCP, out of all the teams here today, KCP look in final form. They're looking incredible. So this is going to be one hell of a series, but I can't wait to see who manages to get through this and goes up against these boys on KCP who have been unstoppable today. But Tony's going to go 2-1 Agni Kai. I'm going to go 2-1 Time to Grind. We're going to find out in just a second what it will actually be. And I'm also going to pull up the format and make a guess. I'm not actually sure if this is correct, but I think it's a Fathom CTF to start, Tony. And that's my personal favorite. What do you think of this one?
I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but I mean, as far as watching as a viewer, it never disappoints. We talked about this last week where Fathom CTF literally ends in like a 3-0 within 3 minutes, or it usually goes down to the absolute wire, including overtime. We never have a bad game to watch of CTF Fathom. Somehow I end up falling off the only side of the map that you can fall on. There's a little spot of the map where you can fall. And somehow I end up falling off the map at least once a game. And it's only one place you can fall off. Alex, I need to watch one of your videos or something. No,
it's okay. I fall it. Dude, I think we all do it. Like, something about that one jump to top mid, even in 2021, we still got people missing that jump and dying to top mid in 2021, man. It's a crouch jump up the top mid, but even I miss it. Like, there's something about that jump that just, it'll find a way. It'll find a way, to just grab you when you least expect it. But hopefully that's what we see next. We're talking about it. So we'd be talking up a big lie if Fathom CTF is next. So hopefully it is. If so, camo up top mid, rail down bottom mid. We got 2 light rifles in the bases off spawn. We got the tac mags on the porches. We got the plasma nades sitting under the tree houses, right? A lot of goodies to fight over here, Tony. What do you hope to see in this match?
Well, I want to say, no matter what the map and game type is, it's going to start off with the fundamentals of Halo, getting the slays and then keeping that map control, keeping that pressure on your opponents. We're going to see a flag, slayer, and a stronghold, some composition if we go all 5 games. So no matter what the map is, capture the flag, you got to slay out, and you have to put yourself in a position where you can pull that flag, and then also watch for the people that are owing to your side of the base. You have to cut them off. Yep. Where Slayer, you can change up your style a lot. You can play a little bit more defensively and hold things down. You can play a little bit more offensively, keep them on spawn cycle and keep them spawning over and over again. And then Stronghold's a little bit different. It's an objective like capture the flag. However, if you have that 2 cap, you have the option. You can defend that base that the enemy team's going for, or you can literally out-rotate them and put them almost on a cycle going in a giant circle no matter what the map is and keep the enemy moving. So hopefully it's capture the flag on Fathom, like we said before. Always a great series, but even if it's not, it's Halo 5 2021, and we're not playing oddball. So I'm gonna be a fan of any map and game type that come on board.
Assuming I got it right, it's CTF Fathom, Slayer Coliseum, Strongholds Rig. I look at round 10 after this, and it says Strongholds Fathom. So I don't know how we're playing that one in the next series, but that would be a whole other ball game. Tony, have you ever played Strongholds Fathom? Sure, why not?
I haven't, but I'm down to play test anything.
Yeah,
it's 2021, man. Fathom VIP.
Heck, dude, I'll try anything. 2021, give me a surprise map game type. I don't know. Remember when they had a whole list of Forge maps, and then we got to select like 3 of them, and for some reason, what we came out with was Echelon. Fissure. And Refuge Slayer was what we came up with somehow. And we had all these other maps. You figured they would have found something better. But anyway, Fathom CTF though, Tony, I think with this map, we said it already, it could be 2 minutes. It could be 3 minutes, right? Or it could go the entire game. And I think a big part of that has to do with how quick you can cap when you have an opportunity, but how difficult it is to get your opportunity because of how close the spawns are together, right? You've got the elbow side, you got the silo, and you got the generator spawn, and all these spawns are so close in convergence around that flag that it's very difficult to lock things down and get a clean break. Usually what happens is you get a couple slays, somebody spawns in the silo or spawns in the generator, and they just start pelting you immediately, and the moment you lose one player, you kind of lose the whole run. It's so easy to get defense, so easy to OE. So that's why these games can be very fast if you do get those openings, or they could take freaking forever because of just how prevalent the spawn, presence is on the map. Anyway.
Yeah, when I was competing, we used to try to get a player over towards that perimeter, over towards that elbow side. We used to hold that elbow in garage, and then when you run that flag at a very low level, and when that flag going over towards river, or even running it over towards elbow. But now, like 2021, you can have somebody hold that elbow or garage, But just as easily, you can control that silo side and run it bottom mid or run it over towards silo. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity. I think what it starts with is just putting a player on either perimeter and keeping them alive. They have to put down damage. They have to play their life, and they have to be efficient and effective on the map.
Completely agree, Tony. All we got next is to just see it happen. I don't know about you. I want to see it happen. It's going to happen soon. I see Jimbra in the chat says the milk is real. The milk is homogenated, my guy. We'll be in this match shortly. We're waiting on it. But the moment these boys are ready, it's the moment that we'll start casting. And, of course, Agni Kai, this is Frosty, this is Bound, this is Boo Boo, this is Falcated. It's a sweaty team, Tony. But they're competitors. You know, maybe even a step higher at this point, considering how they've been playing today. You got Trippy, you got Ola, you've got Stellar, and to round it out, you have Penguin. That's half C9, half Envy, whereas you got Inconceivable, and then Frosty, which is Sentinels. This Inconceivable team, I mean, I could get into a whole separate discussion, but I wonder where these boys are going to end up as far as Infinite Esports, Tony.
Oh, yeah, I'm curious as well. Oh, there we go. We're starting with Fathom, and Frosty ends up getting away with the camouflage, but somehow getting backsmacked.
Somehow getting backsmacked, and he's going to walk away with that as well. Falcated, of course, on our screen here. Let's see if he can pick up more, but he can't. Ola going to put him down. Ola been playing hot today, and he's only just getting started.
On board now with Boo Boo Doo Boo's trying to make his way over towards Silo. Frosty cleaning up Penguin off his screen. He gets a couple of backsmacks on Stellar. And oh my gosh, beautiful shots coming out of Boo Boo Doo Boo. Falcated taking Stellar out. And we have a perimeter. We talked about it before. We have a player over towards that Silo. Can they slay out and get that flag?
Well, we'll have to find out. Boo Boo, in the meantime, he's got that rail to work with, so could do some serious damage the moment he gets an opportunity. I believe Bound is already looking for that opportunity. He's over to collect the flag. That'll distract the enemy team as Boo Boo makes the rotation here, but will all of this work out with good timing? You can see Bound has died already, so Boo Boo just going to opt to back up and play it slow for now. And then die.
Well, he played it slow, but eventually hit the black screen, if you will. Trippy making his way onto the silo, putting down the shots. I'm not sure if he was able to trade, but that player either way did go down. Ola getting shot out, and Boo Boo Doo Boo gonna win his individual gunfight. Every time we go to a screen, it's the caster's curse. That player goes down almost immediately. Finally, Bound able to stay alive. Boo Boo Doo Boo getting slay off a screen.
That's just what happens when you got good Halo. It's just hard to stay alive. Look at this, Trippy with a double. That'll drop that player once again. Bound, knowing he doesn't have a good chance here, he'll dip out of blue base immediately, looking for the cutoff on this flag run that's already made it to the steps here. Trippy going to drop that flag, will be collected shortly, but Ola needs slays first. Penguin looking to defend as well. He's got shots into Boo Boo, rail in hand. That flag likely going to be collected and capped at this point. There it is on the board, so time to grind, coming out hot off this start, leading, and they've got the power weapons. And maybe the camo if Penguin can get out of this one unscathed. Looks like he won't. Instead, looks like he might completely transfer that over. Frosty with the camo in the rail. And what's this? Stellar's got the old rail as well.
Penguin had the railgun in hands and had the camouflage in his sights, but he ends up getting backsmacked. Now Frosty having the Predator combo, able to take down Stellar. So Slays now going in favor of Agni Kai, but they're not done yet. They still need a couple more. That player going right in front of Frosty, whips the railgun shot, but luckily Falcon able to clean up the mess. 1-0 lead in favor, time to grind, but Agni Kai having all the utilities and the opportunity to maybe mount a comeback.
Frosty just out here just putting the puzzle together, though. Somehow the man's bobbing, weaving through all these situations, gets the kill on the Stellar with the rail, holding on to what's left of the camo. Not much. He'll lose that, but still 2 shots in rail to make a big opening for his team here. Just needs to find the timing to strike. You got Boo Boo coming up through Treehouse, so 1 rail does whiff. The Boo Boo still wants a piece of that challenge. Frosty hears it, but Boo Boo will pull away with that one. Maybe 1 shot in the rail to pull off as well. Foul coming in, though. We'll see if he can do something to get some strides here. In the meantime, his flag has been pulled. Ola going to distract. That flag, we'll see how far it gets.
Ola putting down some good shots, been thrusting into safety, but Boo Boo Doo Boo cleaning him up. So now Valkyrie making his way into the base, but he has 2 players in front of him. Excellent shots on Trippy, but he will get naded out. So now we're going to switch gears over towards Bound. He has a teammate going towards top mid, but he feels the pressure coming onto the garage side.
Bound gonna make his way over to Treehouse. Playing it slow though. I like this. Just hiding on the ramp. He knows a player is nearby. Can he get into this though? I think that, yeah, that was an enemy nade. That's gonna tip off his location, but Bound, nice timing on a trippy here. Cleans him up. One player below, gonna get that as well for a double. Bound just getting started. He's got good positioning though. Doesn't want to die here. To try to convert it into more of a Boo Boo will pick it up. So this is the advance that they need to get into red base. Frosty with the rail up on top mid. And the control in session. Can they collapse on spawns though? Frosty pick up onto Trippy. Camo on the body. Players just locked in the back generator for the spawn here, but Bound giving up his life there in generator. Unfortunate death. Now Boo Boo going to come in and try to collect the flag. Frosty with a great line of defense. Big pickup with the nade. No rail to work with and needs to get out of dodge. And that flag might not get any farther.
It was almost a really good play. We almost saw a cap going in favor of Agni Kai, but then Bound getting that initial death on Engine. Boo Boo Doo was short to follow while running the flag and nobody home. As for Falcon going in for the challenge on Pistola, big plays coming out of him, but he has another one in his sights on red nades. Boo Boo Doo trying to get that flag out, but he's going to be hunted down as well.
Stellar right up into Bound. He'll pick that kill up. Team nade goes off though, almost takes him down. He should be able to rotate out. Teammates behind him in red, but player directly above him. That's Foul. He'll sit on the man with a wall of bullets. Foul going to take advantage of that timing to get into the base here, but Trippy, nice shots into Frosty, who just narrowly lives. Going to melt Bound as well. Bound, can he get out of this situation? Good luck to him. Is delaying his life, though, but he does die. Boo Boo does have flag. Looks like he's made it to Treehouse here. Counter flag pulled, set out in Courtyard. Boo Boo got a double dilemma here. He's got to pick up the kill. Got to keep this flag in session. Got a teammate working with him. And you got to love the team plays here as they escort Boo Boo to the finish to tie our game 1-1.
Trippy was able to slay out a bit and get the flag out, but not able to get away with his life. And eventually the return comes in and we're tied up, as you said, 1 apiece. 2 down, go time to grind, but Stellar not stopping for anything, putting down the shots on Bound, but Falcated having his back, hunting him down, all off the screen, taking down Falcated. Trippy getting the high ground, maybe wanted to drop down his opponent and playing the perimeter.
Nice little rotation out of Trippy, though. 1 kill went down in the feed, so Trippy took advantage of his timing just to get, like, strides up into blue and start locking down spawns. Ola, in the meantime, easy setup for the backsmack there. And great positioning for a double as well. He'll pick up the camo, and he can start to lock down spawns here from top mid. His teammates can work with him to collect the flag, but Ola, big job on his hands. And it looks like he's got control of it so far.
And that might have been one of the first camouflages that we've seen go in favor of time to grind to the cap for Penguin right before dying. We have a 2-1 lead going towards time to grind. Trippy trying to fly in on Boo Boo Doo Boo, not getting the headshot, but Stellar ends up getting a double kill because of it. Falcated cleaning up Stellar, but Trippy staying alive, and he has the railgun, at least with 1 bullet in it. Falcated in his sights. Can he take him down?
Trippy will play slow for now. Going to save this railgun for a rainy day. Got one directly below him as well. We'll see if he can pick up something with the Magnum. Instead, he just gets melted immediately. Going to try to take advantage of the timing to get into red here. Frosty, in the meantime, can hold it down from top mid. Flag being rotated out through tree. So Frosty knows to block the overextension. And this actually might be a flag if Frosty can continue to hold it down. Foul with a kill at the rail as well. So that'll tie up our game 2-2. Unless something crazy happens. But no, he'll plant it in. And Bound going to put this ever so close to a victory here. 3 dead as well. That'll give him timing to push up. You can see Boo Boo is already in red base. So if they can make a play off this, they might be looking at a second pull opportunity here.
We talked about it before. CTF on Fathom never disappoints, and this is proving it once again. Bound going right in the face of Stellar, who's going to win that gunfight. I thought it was a 3-shot melee, but sadly wasn't able. I guess he wasn't able to get that 3rd shot, and Boo Boo Doo Boo going down as well. So Agni Kai doing a fantastic job of playing the defense. Ola in red base. Ola trying now has a player in front of him on top mid, also having one on bottom mid. That's going to be it for Ola. He's in the black screen.
Another big moment in the game here. Foul with the rail in hand. Needs to stay up with this and keep it on his side. The camo about to pop as well, so will be grabbed. And you can see Falcade's got his eyes on it. Can he kill the player, though? Does pick up the kill on the Penguin, so good burn out of him. Still a shot in the rail to work with, and he'll plant it into the back of Trippy for a double. Spawners up on generator. Triple. Did I say? I said double, and then he got his triple eventually, Tony, but... good play out of Falcated. Unfortunately, didn't quite amount to an opportunity for him.
Great play coming out of Valkyrie. That triple kill was amazing, but like you said, it did not get converted into a flag cap, and that's what matters here, as only one more cap needed for both of these teams to advance forward into your grand finals. A lot of implications here. Stellar's aware of it. He wants to up the tempo. He has Falcon in front of him, but I don't think Falcon knows. I don't think there we go. Now the engagement happens. Stellar's gonna put him down. The flag is on the move, but he's in position to bait it.
2 dead right now. Stellar not aware of the player in Treehouse. That's a big kill from Boo Boo Doo. The last line of defense here. You got spawners up on Silo as well to just keep them back, make it difficult. Trippy moving with Penguin. They can bait and switch their way through this gunfight, and they'll succeed there. But still, things got reset. There was a good opening for a second there, but so many openings, so little time here as we get down to 2 minutes on the board.
Trippy able to get another double kill, this time taking down Frosty as well. And we know that camouflage is going to be coming up. What might just be the last camouflage of the game. Trippy with the light rifle in hands, holding down Silo, being a nuisance here. If he can stay alive on Silo and his team can push up, this will look really good here for Time to Grind. But it looks like they want to hunt him down.
Silo definitely a power position on this map. He can lock down multiple spawns over an elbow, over in back base, but Trippy, if he's alone there's not a lot he can do, so needs to find the right timing for the collapse. Boo Boo, in the meantime, right underneath the camo, about to spawn here, so he wants to lock this down. Got the rail in hand, perfect opportunity to do so. But can he watch all sides? You gotta watch out for that treehouse flank. Thankfully, he does have a teammate on that treehouse side, so unlikely we'll see anyone there. You got, what was it, Frosty with the coverage. So Boo Boo, hold on to rail, hold on to camo here. This is where they can make the game-winning play. They need to time this correctly. 2 dead already on the feed. They're looking for more. And you've got one pesky player over on the elbow. That's Ola, who delayed them just long enough to stop it once again. They keep trying, Tony, but they can't seem to break through, and 1 minute left on the clock.
Trippy was that final player alive and was able to get a trade off as Ola and friends are trying to defend the base. Beautiful shots coming in out of Ola. My gosh, no wonder why this team took an early lead with shots like that. Stellar takes down Bound off of screen. Ola now making his way over towards Treehouse. Stellar ends up getting a double kill off of screen. Ends up getting a triple kill off of screen. Ola's holding down the Silo. There's only one more player. That's Falcon that can stop it. Bound coming off spawn, trying to put in the damage. They're able to stop the flag. Now Ola's the last line of defense to bait this flag out. But can he get the slays? It looks like he might have bought enough time. Trippy gets the flag. That flag is moving in. It looks like that might be it. Time to Grind are taking game number 1.
Stellar with the triple kill bought his team the opening they needed. Ola capitalized on it. Everyone got in, grabbed that flag, rotated it through bottom mid, and they managed to pull out a victory. Tony, what a bloodbath for game 1. Less than a minute left on the timer. It was, actually, no, I think it went into overtime by 3 seconds. It said 12:03 on the board. Either way, that's what I love to see out of Fathom, right? It's just a long, sweaty game of Halo, and that's exactly what we got. So that will put Time to Grind in the hot seat, right? Or I guess it puts the blue team in the hot seat instead. Time to Grind, they're looking good. They're looking they could take this with just one more game. We had taken a look at the format previously, and I've been right so far. So I'm going to say it's Callie Slayer coming up next, Tony.
Yeah, both of these teams are guaranteed top 3. They're both guaranteed a little bit of piece of that $1,000 prize pool, but I promise you there's not a single player in this lobby that's going to be happy with 3rd place. None of them are probably even happy with 2nd. They are all going for gold, and the winner of this tournament is going to be splitting that $600 prize pool just for 1st place. $1,000 pot total. I want to see something going well. Coliseum Slayer, I know you love your breakdowns. Why don't you break down what these teams need to do to succeed and then go forward in game number 2?
I mean, first I'll just say, give me a game 3, baby. I want to see a series that goes the distance, so I want to see Agni Kai turn things around and pop off here. If they're going to do it, they got to control Stipe. I think it's really just what it comes down to. Of course, Rocket's important as well, but you only get 2 Rockets, and you got a big map with a lot of open space, whereas the Sniper, you got 8 shots that could potentially be 8 kills if you play those cards right. So we'll see if they can hold down that high ground and Snipe side and the weapon as well.
Frosty doing a great job of taking down Trippy, but Stellar forcing Frosty to back down. Boo Boo Doo off a screen, getting a clutch kill. That flanker tries to come in as Falcated having that sniper rifle in hands. And you said this was the gun that you want to control. This is the weapon that can really turn the tables and put some separation in the scoreboard. Falcated, show us something nice.
What can this man put together? For now, just a whiff. But 5 shots, 5 opportunities to work with here. Just going to sit and cave in the meantime. Multiple up on the bend, and Falcated snaps onto 1, snaps onto 2. That's a body onto the second, but can't quite clean up the kill. He'll drop to Trippy, leaving that snipe down below with, I believe, a couple shots, and maybe a chance for him to turn that thing around. We'll see. Trippy now has the snipe.
And we're gonna switch over towards a Trip who has the sniper rifle in hands. 2 shots left, but he currently goes 1 shot, so he have to back down, catch a different angle, and play his life. Going up towards Catwalk, there's a player on his red cave that he has to be aware of. Misses the body shot, and ends up missing the second one as well. So 3 down, go time to grind.
Trippy not quite able to connect. Just a 2-kill advantage on the side of time to grind here. Ola with a help into a pickup. Stellar will grab it. Ola just going to stay alive on the bend here. Snipe side control is in the favor of Agni Kai here, but they can't quite get the trades they need to. Ola just going to patiently make his way up through blue here. It looks like he does have his team out in the challenge, though, so Ola wants to get into this action. All 3 members of blue here just in the middle of it all. You can see the nice pinch coming in from time to grind as they do jump in to clean up the scraps here. Boo Boo Doo will go down. Falcated now in a rough spot, but he does pick up a trade, ultimately going to drop in a 6-kill advantage for time to grind.
2 players momentarily down for Agni Kai, but Frosty quickly neutralized the situation with a beautiful 5 on Trippy while taking no damage at that. So controlling Pyramid, just fundamental Halo at this point. That player's gonna be taking some damage, forced to back down, and Stellar was able to get away with the rocket. So he has 2 in the chamber. It's gonna be 2 quick kills, I mean, that works too.
I don't know. That was probably the weirdest rocket I think I've ever seen Stellar fire. I think he accidentally pressed the trigger. Like, there's no way that looked planned, but I mean, he's still doing damage with the Magnum, right? So he got a double here. I guess that counts. He's made up for it. But Stellar will get his kills earned back Snipe side, and we'll see what else they can pull off with the advantage.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to get the rockets out of the way so you can have your H5 Magnum shine, I guess.
Sure.
Frosty and Bound getting back-to-back kills off the screen, but Trippy 5-shotting Boo Boo Doo. Stellar getting the backside of Bound. You never give up your backside.
Yeah, just a booty flying in from above, and Stellar patiently waiting from below makes it happen. Frosty, in the meantime, though, he got the snipe, and the game always changes when Frosty picks up snipe. Everything changes when this man picks up snipe, because you know he could make some big plays here. Just going to hold it down on snipe side. We'll see who decides to peek. Who's the unlucky victim? Bound with a 5 on the Stellar. Frosty, the gears just turning in his mind right now as he thinks about potential angles. He's got a spot onto Zane, who will rotate just to stay out of his grasp here. Frosty, can he get some sort of a connection, though? Whiffs the first shot. Looking for more spawners here. Someone out front red. There we go. Does connect, but not enough to get the kill, and Stellar snuck up just in time.
You said everything changes when Frosty gets the sniper rifle. Something has to change right here, right now, because they're currently down by double digits. This is the losers bracket finals. If they go down in this game, that's it. They have no more chances, and your grand finals will be set. Agni Kai need to open things up, and they need to cut away at this lead if they even want a chance to force a game number 3. Frosty getting a second chance with the sniper. Hopefully, it works a little bit differently for him this time.
Something needs to change, Tony. You said it. Frosty has 3 bullets in snipe. He's got a good position. But this time, the grind team, they seem to be so aware. They seem to be so ready for Frosty. In the meantime, though, his teammates do pick up kills, so they're holding their own, trying to narrow out this scoreline. There's still quite a deficit. Frosty, nice snap onto the leg of Penguin. Still got 2 shots to work with. Spawners up on elbow. Frosty can keep up this pressure. And if anything, just keep them in bad positions. Keep them down low where they don't want to be while the teammates collapse.
Frosty still having that sniper rifle, but there is someone being a nuisance in his base. He makes quick work of him. Another player across the map here. So here we go. Things are starting to heat up. It's only a 4-kill game now. They were able to eat away at this lead, but they have a little bit more of a journey. They're grinding forward. Falcator off the screen takes down Trippy. Frosty looking for a head to click on. They're starting to advance forward towards Snipe side. He has his teammates there, so he wants to back down, catch a different angle, and maybe catch somebody slipping.
Frosty working really hard to find that perfect angle, but just couldn't quite do it. Penguin comes in with the challenge. He whiffs the shot, and he does get killed in the end of it. Boo Boo instead, though, he'll pick up the trade here. Just a 3-kill deficit, and you snipe up in 20 seconds, so things about to get real dicey. We got the rockets and the snipe popping together. Boo Boo Doo Boo doing everything he can just to stay up a little longer here. Multiple teammates on snipe here. Boo Boo can trade it out and get some pivs. Trippy in one shot, now taken out by Foul, and that's a big comeback out of Agni Kai exactly when they needed to. They'll tie the game, and they likely have the snipe as well. You know what? It's in the hands of Frosty. Frosty has a third opportunity to make some big plays with this thing.
At one point, Agni Kai were down by 11 kills, and they've eaten away at the lead, and now they have a lead of their own. They've completely taken control of this game. Boo Boo Doo Boo backing down, putting down some good shots on that player. It looks like, I'm going to switch gears back to Frosty, who's got a no-scope Stella from across the map there. Another player elevated towards S2. Not for long, because Frosty's hunting him down, and the players are starting to spawn at Blue Elbow, and Brad is aware of it.
We swapped over at the right time here. Man just hits a blainer. He's going to try to rotate out, though. New spawners were up in the elbow, and Bound and Boo Boo and Foul already collapsing, getting kills. That's a 5, a rocket, and a 5 out of Foul. And look at this. Frosty, he's got that spawn knowledge on lock. Sights over to Cave. He'll pick up one on the Penguin. We'll see what else he can do with the spawners up in red. But Frosty, look how quick he rotates out. He is so mobile with this snipe, Tony. He's not giving them any chances. Playing it so carefully, always trying to get a good vantage point here, but right now he's actually in a very rough spot. Might need to burn some ammo here, dropping down the bottom map here. Falcator with a big 5. Frosty gonna burn one more shot with a final one in the chamber here. Sights on to Stellar. Can he knock someone with it, though? We'll see.
They only need 2 to make that one more kill, and Frosty gonna catch the backside of Ola. 50-44. Agni Kai have tied up the series and forced a game number 3. The next player and the next team to win this game is gonna go into the grand finals, and the losers are gonna be just a little upset because they're gonna be going home a bit early.
They'll be staying home. They're gonna sign off for the night, I guess, Tony. But yeah. I mean, this is what we came to see, right? A series that goes down to game 3, a nice close game of Slayer here, and man, was that ever a comeback too, right? Because we saw a clear advantage for time to grind here in the beginning of that game, but it was the snipe that changed it, right? Frosty just finding 3 different opportunities with that sniper to make plays and to keep it out of the enemy's hands, even if he's not hitting the shots, which thankfully he was most of the time. In the situations he wasn't, he was rotating constantly. He was always trying to put himself in a good spot to lock down new spawners, and that's just testament to the level of play on this team. But, Tony, do they have the ice? Do they have the coordination when it comes to objective? Because so far we haven't seen it. So far, time to grind has clutched up the objective games, and that's what wins them series.
Well, I will say I'm a firm believer in momentum, and I think they've built it after that. To come back down 11 kills, steal that lead, and ultimately the game, that's a lot of momentum being on your side. That's a lot of energy that you're literally just sucking away from the enemy team. So now I really believe that Agni Kai can come out in this game number 3. It's obviously going to be a strongholds matchup. And I think they're going to come out on top and take it and stamp their ticket into the grand finals. We're going to find out right now. Strongholds on the rig. You have the camouflage. You have the railgun, even a scatter shot. So a lot of tools you can utilize. Who's going to use them better?
This is it, Tony. Final game and losers final. Winners will move on to the grands to face off against KCP, but they got to do this here. They got to clutch up here to get there. And it all starts with the plays Trippy's making here. He's picked up one with the rail. He's going to try to rotate out in the meantime, though. Still got 2 shots to work with. BR base currently capped. They will want to get over to Nest here in just a sec, but first, slays are always important. So he'll pick up Frosty, Bound now down as well, getting some timing onto basement. So could see an early trip cap here if Trippy can light things up off spawn.
But out of nowhere, those nades coming from the bunker spawn, making their way over towards Engine 2, forcing Trippy to hesitate for just a bit. So he might have lost that timing that he has, but the railgun still in hands. A second player coming in for the bait and switch. Trippy trying to put Frosty down, but he's just not dying. Luckily, Penguin comes in for the cleanup, but there was 2 players over towards Engine 2. They have to be aware of the weak side flanker.
There we go. Finally, Trippy got the shot he was looking for. Perfect timing, too. He can get into basement, get the collapse, reset the cap here. Bound just moving and grooving, making it so difficult for Trippy to get the kill. Bound somehow rotated out, got to mid here. Trippy still hunting the man down as he rotates into cuts. Got a teammate above in tower. They do take him out. You got Ola there to help him out on tower side. So 22 points and counting here. Player caught up on top tower to try to get into this. Somehow doesn't see Trippy with that 78 FOV. Man couldn't spot him, and that's going to force their spawn back into bunker here as they continue to collect time. Now flipped it to Carbine, and I mean, man, Trippy is just cleaning up shop. He's got a spree and complete awareness of this.
Soleil's going in the hands of Time to Grind, and Trippy really opening up so many opportunities for his teammates. Ends up getting himself a railgun largely because of it, and mind you, Camouflage is coming up. I think he's just going to keep that forward momentum. Ends up getting the explosive kill on Boo Boo Doo. So Camouflage going in the hands of Time to Grind, and look at the scoreboard, Alex. It ain't getting any prettier.
I mean, this is the Trippy show so far. The man's got the rail and the camo, I think, twice now. Just locking down spawns. He currently has a spree. He's looking for a split, and that's exactly what he's going to get. Foul. Good luck. Off a spawn. Just ripped his life away. Multiple over on yellow here. Trippy, he's been seen. To get out of this, though. Rotates down to tower 1. He will be chased. Trippy with the rail in hand, though. Slap to Boo Boo. Gonna knock this man down right quick. And still, look at what they've done. It's nearly at 50 points. And Agni Kai, they can't get their footing. And Trippy is just hammering these boys off a spawn, Tony.
Finally, they're able to put Trippy down, but the damage has been done. Ola staying alive over towards Whitehall right now. As a player over on Nest, he's trying to get the defense in. Excellent nades. Ends up hitting both of them, taking down Boo Boo Doo, and then gets the double kill on Bound as well. Now going in for the reset. His 2 teammates rotated over towards basement. They're now going in for the trip cap, while Ola working on defending BR base.
Yeah, Time to Grind just hit final form, Tony. They're looking way too good. Everyone on Time to Grind is playing incredibly well, but also coordinating incredibly well. They're working together so efficiently. You got Stellar there to clean up the kill that his teammate did damage to. You got multiple spawning up, going to try to dive into basement here, but Stellar doing damage. And look at this, 3 players getting into basement, just knocking these boys down left and right. Trip cap still in session. Valikated going to try to get a trade off of Carbine. We'll see if he can. He can't. Olaf tells him to sit down, and now we're at 80 points here, and these boys are split spawning in every corner of the map and dying instantly.
I mean, we made it to game number 3, and I was hoping that it would go down to the wire, but it looks like it just might not. Time to Grind. It's their time right now. 88-2. Only less than 10 seconds on the clock for them to come out with the win. Trippy still putting on a highlight reel in this game with the railgun just barely missing Boo Boo Doo, but the DMR is going to do the work either way. Gets the trade, and that might just be game. I'm not sure if Agni Kai can even get into a base, let alone come back in this game.
There's just too much coordination and control at a Time to Grind. They've had every camo, every rail. I mean, I think we see a shoddy in the back pocket of Frosty, but it's just, I don't think it's enough, man. It's got to be too little too late unless they play flawlessly, which I don't expect to see it. Penguin gets a kill with a rail. He will die. 97 on the board here. And 2 caps to the side of Agni Kai. They would need to literally, they would need a miracle, Tony, and I don't think it's going to happen. We will pick up Nest here. We got presence on basement as well. BR base is going to be capped to trade things over, but the moment basement is picked up, that's a GG. Time to Grind. They will pull away with another win and move on to grand finals.
They needed a miracle to come back in this game, and it's not going to happen on this Sunday. Agni Kai being knocked out in 3rd place, while Time to Grind going up against KCP. They're going to get their rematch in the grand finals. The first to put 2 wins on the board will take the lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool. This whole tournament was up for this moment, and it is here.
And the payoff feels damn good, Tony. We got to another game 3, so another close series, which is great to see. But, I mean, game 3 was not close, right? That was just an incredible display of talent and teamwork at a Time to Grind. they're a well-oiled machine right now. And I know that they're not, it's half envy, it's half C9, but something about this team, this roster seems to coordinate and just get it together every time. And Tony, I think you said, Trippy said it in his stream, if Ola keeps playing as well as he is, I don't see us losing anytime soon, right? Ola's playing like a beast. All these boys are playing incredibly well. And it's a treat for us as casters and viewers to get to experience that, of course. But that's going to cap off another series. That's going to take Frosty and team now out of this tournament. They'll go out in third place. 2 teams left, and all that's left is grand finals. I didn't get a chance to see Trippy's scoreline in that last game, Tony, and I'm very curious to see how that went. So I'll leave it up to you, Yeso, to break down the stats and let us know just how dominant that last game was.
Yeah, what a series we just got to watch. There's time to grind. Move on to the grand finals. They take down Agni Kai. And interestingly enough, this is 2 weeks in a row that Frosty has fallen to Pistola's squad. Obviously, the roster's mixed up just a little bit here, as they always seem to be for these squads. But Pistola looking good, and now we'll have to see. They came from the losers bracket a week ago and beat Frosty's squad in grand finals. Now they have to face KCP this time around, and we'll have to see if they can do it against that squad. But let's pull up the stats here. I want to just take a dive through these for our last matchup in the losers bracket before we go to a break and get ready for grand finals. We kicked things off CTF on Fathom, and Time to Grind took this one. Let's go to the Slayer stats here for this first map. Trippy leading the way for the side of Time to Grind, 24 kills. Look at Stellar with 27 over there. Meanwhile, on the other side, 23 there for Boo Boo Doo Boo. Bound in the bottom of the Slayer stats, but still getting 18 kills. That's a good, solid game there for Bound, but wasn't enough here for Agni Kai. And Stellar and Trippy really leading the way in CTF for their squad. Look at Ola there, 19 kills and 18 assists as well. That's a phenomenal showing from Ola in that first game. Let's go to the final page of stats here before we move on to game number 2. It was, of course, a 3-2 win for Time to Grind, and it went the distance right up against overtime there. 12 minutes and 3 seconds. Trippy in the tops for KDA, 6.6 right there in the 57.8% accuracy, and great damage as well. Just barely beating out Frosty in the damage department, but actually behind Falcated, who had the most in the game, over 4,400 damage, and the 11.0 KDA. So Falcated doing a great job there. Solid accuracy as well. Bound hitting a lot of his shots too, just wasn't quite able to finish up enough kills to kind of open up Agni Kai to grab that first win. But let's head to game number 2, where Agni Kai was able to punch back. Okay, Falcated leading the way in kills, 15 for him, 14 for Frosty, 12 for Bound. Also 7 assists there for Bound, led the way for his squad. And it's a 50-44 win here, which gave us the tied series. Meanwhile, on the other side, Penguin with 14 kills and 10 assists. That's a great showing from Penguin, but they lose by 6. So let's go to the final page of stats here for the second one, because it all sets us up for the final map of this best of 3. Falcated leading the way once again in KDA with a 4.6. The accuracy not as good. Both Falcated and Frosty actually below 50%, especially Frosty being below that number is uncharacteristic of Frosty, who is typically very, very clean with his shots, typically in the high 50 percentile to low 60s is very common for him. So surprising there, but the team's still able to get it done. They picked up the slack. Look at Bound, 60.7%. Meanwhile, on the other side, Stellar led the way in the accuracy department. A 5.3 KDA for Penguin is a solid showing there, but this pushed us to the final map. And we go to Strongholds here to close out the series. It was on the rig, and Penguin leading the way along with Pistola. They were able to grab the win. It's a 100-11 game as Agni Kai just got dominated in this final map. Let's go to the Slayer stats here. I'm very curious how things shook out on this final map. Pistola leading the way in that department, 14 kills and 5 assists to his name, showing up big. Trippy, 15 kills and 11 assists, actually topping out in both of those categories. So Trippy showing up big time in this final map. Meanwhile, on the other side, really nobody could get it done. Bound was leading in the objective department, but just 4 kills and 3 assists is not nearly enough. 4 and 4 for Bubudubu, 6 and 4 for Falcated, and even Frosty, who had the most kills with 8. Nobody in the double digits in this game. Just showed that really Agni Kai was never able to kind of crack open time to grind, give themselves enough of an opening to get a foothold in this game, and it's a reason why the scoreline is so lopsided, as you can see on your screen, and is the reason why Agni Kai will end their day in 3rd place. They do not get to move on to grand finals, and this is not something we see very often from Frosty's squad. He has, consistently talked about, the Halo 5 GOAT, and we obviously have the fun ability to get to watch him playing with all these different rosters on a week-to-week basis, but didn't work out this week, and they're done. So, final numbers here for you all. Look at Frosty. That's the number we're used to seeing for him on accuracy, 58.7%, but it was not enough for his team. Meanwhile, Pistola leading the way on his squad, stellar with a 60%, in fact. So time to grind, move on. And we haven't seen time to grind and KCP face off today. This is the first time we'll see them opposing each other in today's bracket, so it should be an interesting matchup. I'm curious to see what all of your predictions are. Please feel free to drop them in Twitch chat, and it's setting up to be an awesome grand final. KCP playing some of the best Halo we've seen from them ever on a Microsoft Sunday, and they have a huge opportunity here. They've already secured top 2, but can they grab that 1st place spot? We'll have to find out. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, though, our grand finals for this week's Microsoft Sunday. On, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, speak, compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni. Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
Like 35-2.
They finished strong. They looked.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome.
That sounds super fun. I think that's like the whole
Okay, we are back for the last time with our Esports Arena Microsoft Sunday. Like every good Halo tournament, all we need next is a grand finale. And man, do we have one cooked up for you. In our grand finale today, we've got KCP and we've got Time to Grind. Now, Time to Grind, they clawed through the loser's side bracket to get to this point. They had to shut down one of the best teams we've seen in a long time, Agni Kai, and now they need the rematch against KCP. This has happened already today, Tony, and KCP, they were looking stronger.
The last time we saw these two teams match up was in the winners finals, where KCP was able to take down Time to Grind in a 2-1 series. First, the 2 wins are going to take this series. If KCP win it, they're going to be crowned your grand champions. If Time to Grind end up putting 2 on the board, they can force a bracket reset. Well, they'll have to do it once again to be crowned the champions and take the lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool.
It's going to be sweaty, Tony, and I can't wait to see it. Expecting great plays on both sides. But like Tony said, 2 best-of-3 series. So if you're going to play well, you got to do it from the gate, because things can change and end very quickly in a best-of-3 series. Of course, just 2 games in a row, and that's it for the series. Unless, of course, we get a bracket reset, we get some plays out of loser's side. And considering what we saw last week at a Time to Grind, I wouldn't be surprised if these boys are coming out hot off the rip. KCP, they've been playing well today, but they've been sitting for a little while, waiting for this opportunity, though it looks like the weight hasn't hurt them too much. That's a nice 5 out of Druck.
Starting the game off 3 down is not where Time to Grind wanted to be, as Druck having the shotgun in hands, but he's going to be naded out. That's going to allow Time to Grind to push up and take over yard, but they're going to rotate through green, maybe try to go over towards Nest, or if they can get the slays, they might take over bottom mid. Stellar starting on top glass.
Yep, Stellar, shoddy in hand. Easy pickup on a Druck here, but can he get into yard in time? Looks like he won't be able to. Soul Snipe going to try to shut him down here. Soul Snipe with nice shots, but not nice enough to stop Stellar. Instead, a teammate comes in to clean him up, drop the shoddy in yard. In the meantime, Penguin and team, they'll take advantage and get that bottom mid capture. We'll see if they can hold on to center map.
Now Penguin staying alive over towards bottom LR, but the nade hit marker is going to come in. That's the reason why nade hit markers aren't going to be in competitive in Halo Infinite. The amount of information it gives you is ridiculous, as Talik dropping down and utilizing that shotgun the way it's meant to be. He's going after bottom mid. Another player dropping in. Great shot, but not hitting the 1-tap, and Druck is going to go down, Alex.
Druck is down. Talik with a pickup onto Ola. Talik going to get a double onto Stellar as well. That's the full team dead. And let's see what they can make of it. Talik going to wait patiently to get up to Nest. Just make sure he can come in with full shields, but not quite ready for that cafe spawn. So he'll get melted just a little bit. Going to rotate back into Nest, though. Player directly above him. Talik in a very rough spot here, and it looks like he won't come out with the victory. Instead, Nest will get reset. Trippy and team going to take advantage, get into pit. If they can't find this last player, just hiding behind the car, and it looks like they finally will take him out. But that's a big delay out of Druck. It gives his team the opportunity to collapse and stop this pit cap. Maybe.
They had no idea where Druck was right there, and he was hiding behind Prius, and he definitely bought enough time, but looks like Time to Grind still able to slay out, still able to steal away bottom mid. Druck staying alive towards top mid, not for long. He's gonna go down 2 caps in favor of Time to Grind, and now Trippy is just sitting in posters, doing a great job of having an angle over towards bottom mid and towards Nest, but he's gonna be obliterated as well.
Looks like in the meantime that camo was burned. Druck with a big pickup. Druck wasting no time, getting right up into the face of Stellar here. He wants this kill, and he will get it. That's a trip cap on the side of KCP. Well, Druck does that damage. So great awareness out of him to just leave bottom mid, know that his teammates had it, and instead to get advanced timing on these new spawners and to keep these boys back on that spawn here. Druck going in with a pinch into yard as well. Multiple players, 1 shot, and he gets out with his life. Enough for his teammates to come in and get the trades here. So just keeping this Time to Grind on their toes, making it so difficult for them to answer back in the situation. How is Druck alive right now? Finally, the man dies. And all of it is just a great delay on the game plan of Time to Grind.
KCP going up by double digits in this score and even getting the slays as well. So not only are they still putting good time on the board, but they just put Time to Grind 2 down. Time to Grind is having a hard time of just spawning up and then pushing as a team and slaying out because of the amount of pressure that KCP's putting on them. Another double kill coming from Talik. Druck putting down the damage and then retreating back to Nest to play the defense as the spawns are coming towards Hotel, but he's gonna have 3 players with their eyes set on him.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot to be in for that player, but Ola and team, they're going to advance on the nest. They will pick it up. This will slow the bleeding a little bit here. KCP going to look to turn that right back around, though. Soul Snipe with a kill already. Ola with a beauty nade into glass there. That'll pick him up. That gives him the opening into bottom mid. And now they just got to get back up to high ground and start to set up here. But Ola knows there's players nearby. Honestly, I love this play out of Ola to just play it patiently, sit behind the stairs there. Looking like a Walshy spot, actually, that corner right there. And Ola taking full advantage.
And now we're seeing 2 down, going back in favor of our boys in red. They're able to put a trip cap momentarily on the board, and I'm sure Camouflage was up soon. And if I was looking at the kill feed, I'm sure that Time to Grind were able to get away with this. So I'm assuming they have the Camouflage. I know the Stellar has the shotgun. They have all the utilities they need to mount a comeback, and they're still holding on to 2 caps on the board after KCP are spawning up.
Yep, they got them locked into tram spawn as well. So perfect opportunity for a pinch here. Stellar going to make the play into yard. Zane with him to help out, get some double damage in there, but it looks like KCP have weathered that. Instead, Stellar keeping the shotty in hand, could knock Soul Snipe's shields off. Big pickup out of him. Another player going to attempt to challenge this. Risky, because Stellar ain't missing. The man pops out with a double. Big plays out of him.
Big play indeed coming out of Stellar, and he still has that shotgun, so it's a 4v4 right now. Both teams looking for that initial pick, but KCP really they need to slow down with the momentum, and Drunk going over towards top mid and getting spotted out is not what they needed. Penguin goes down as well, so that's good for them. But Super CC now on the prowl, has a player towards S4 off a screen. Soul Snipe taking down Stellar. Can Super CC get the backsmack on this player? Maybe they can go after bottom mid.
Yeah, CC just brawling bottom mid. That's perfect. That's 2 dead. That gives them the opening for bottom mid, so they'll collect it cleanly. Stellar in the meantime. Oh, man, Stellar just picking up kills. Nobody seems to be able to beat this man on a straight-up challenge here, and because of it, Stellar might have given his team an opening here. You can see he's trying to put pressure on a nest, but trip cap in session for KCP. They're locking it down center. Stellar no longer alive as well, so all members at Time to Grind, they're on Tram's side of the map. And you can see this collapse. Instead of diving right in, they're just locking down map control here. And Soul Snipe making great use of this combo just to keep these boys back, keep their shields off. Can he stay up any longer here? Team help comes in. Druk and Talek get their pivs. Soul Snipe drops, but a trade comes in once again. And not only do these kills keep the control, KCP have a shot at this camo too.
KCP did a great job of opening the game up almost perfectly, but Time to Grind bounced back, and I was kind of worried for a bit, but now KCP asserting their dominance here on the map. Light rifle in the hands of Talek, and he knows what to do with it. Another player trying to fly in, and Trippy's going to go down, and so does Ola, so that's going to be another 3 down for Time to Grind, and we have 4 players up for KCP. Things are not looking good if you're a fan of Time to Grind.
KCP they're playing so quick and so coordinated, and they've got beautiful positions across the map here. I mean, Talek making perfect use of that light rifle. He will run out of ammo with it, but instead of challenging to yard, he's just going to lock things down on his corner of the map here and hold on to center. So interesting out of him. Soul Snipe rotates back to nest, so they're really just focusing on holding on to what they have and just going to leave that pressure off a yard, off of this Time to Grind team, and just see what they can do off of their challenge. This really is the final opportunity for Time to Grind and challenge. But look at the positioning. You got S4, you got Cafe Dip locked down. These players all up in high places, just pelting them from multiple angles. And Ola and team, they're going to try to get through this, looking like Spartans. Spartans, for Sparta. I don't even know what I'm trying to say here, Tony, but they're getting just caught and destroyed, like the 300 movie, basically. That's going to be a GG, too.
Yeah, I think it is. And you talked about the positioning coming out of KCP, and they were blocking all the lines of sight that they needed. They played aggressive. They started off amazing. The middle game, Time to Grind kind of came back a little bit, but KCP closing things out against the best of the best and are now 1 game away from stealing their throne back. KCP was that dynasty that almost, I think they won like 9 straight tournaments together, obviously back when Renegade was teaming, but even when Super CC came, they were still showing dominance, and they're coming back for that crown.
They're playing like winners today, Tony. I don't know. Just that game plan at the very end, I think that was so beautiful. Just understanding that, sure, they got an advantage. They could push the yard. They could try to collapse and go for a trip cap there, but that leaves the spawns open on the inside of the map, and it kind of gives that team an opportunity to, if they win the majority of their fights, let's say, they spawn up, they get back into center, and maybe they can grab center, maybe they can turn the game around. So instead, KCP says, no, let's just keep the game in control. Let's do what we know we can do here. Sit back in Cafe, sit up in S4, sit up in all the high, difficult places to deal with, and then just melt them as they come out of yard, because that's their only option. They have to come out. They have no time to do anything else. So I think that was so beautiful from KCP, and I think seeing that makes me believe that they are here to just win today, Tony. But of course, it's not over yet. They got to seal it out in Slayer on Truth here, and time to grind. They came to play too.
KCP strictly business in this one, taking down Ola and Penguin right off of the rip. I'm not sure exactly what happened to the camouflage, but Stellar flanking over towards the car side when he's by himself. He has at least 2 players hunting him down, forcing him to back down. But I will say Stellar's doing a good job of buying time for his teammates, but not of staying alive.
Time to grind, their final chance to stay alive in this tournament. Now down by 3, early game still. Penguin got a couple shots into that player back base, but Penguin does not want to give up positioning just yet. Nades coming in from Druck as well. That will knock the shields off of Penguins, and now things getting a little more difficult for the man. We'll see if he can pull something together here. Druck playing a challenging game for Penguin, who ends up losing high ground, dropping under base here. So quite the extended fight. Oh man, I thought Druck had a backsmack there. Instead, Penguin will eventually turn that one around, only to take a nade shortly after.
I don't know where that nade came from, but it was a beautifully placed as KCP all spawning over towards the car bubble. We have at least 1 player rotating through the red base. Ola's aware of it, so you might want to meet him and cut them off, while Super CC is going to elect to catch a different angle. All 4 players up for both of these squads. Ola getting the initial kill by taking down Soul Snipe. Druck's going to go down as well as far as triple, and now numbers going towards our time to grind squad. But Penguin gets hunted down.
How the heck is CC alive here? He tried to play it slow, but it didn't quite work out. A player had an angle from Bubble. Instead, he somehow lived. He got down to car, stayed alive. His teammates picked up the kills around him, and the man is still surviving and still getting kills. Ola now dead. Stellar alone in the bubble. And can Stellar do something? Thankfully, the saving grace, he's got a teammate near him to pick up the kill. But 12-10 on the board here. Camo about to spawn. And these players on KCP, they want to get their picks, get back to pink side.
This camouflage is going to be so important. It's going to be what KCP utilizes to put some separation in the scoreboard, or what time to grind used to come back in this game. I'm not sure if it was burnt right there. It looked like there was some kind of animation as Druck takes down Trippy. Soul Snipe is going to go in for the challenge on Penguin, but Penguin gets the double kill first with the nade and then with the beautiful shots, and Druck getting the backside of Trippy, takes him down. Now going in for the challenge on Stellar, and Druck is really starting to heat up here. That was an incredible double kill and a pivotal at that. I know he's going off.
Druck just looking nasty today, Tony. He didn't even bother to take that whole fight with Stellar. You know Stellar is mean with that Magnum, so instead, man just closes the distance, hits him with the karate chop, and Druck's still up on top pink here. We'll see what else he can do. Challenging Trippy. He will take that fight. Trippy with a 5, though, just to burn him right back. Try to keep the scoreline close here. Talik in a rough spot here, but look at the team cross. Talik was below the man, likely to lose that fight, but he had that team help, and that's the reason why KCP continue to pull away.
I'm telling you, the chemistry, the teamwork, the aggression coming out of your Pioneer squad, I've said it before, they are looking as good as when they opened up Season 3 of the HCS Pro Series. This is how good KCP is looking right now, on board now with Super CC holding down top. Pete is a player over towards top car, not for long, because Druck's got a 5-shot Penguin. Super CC dropping on Stellar. Beautiful slays going across the board, and we have a 6 to make that a 5-kill lead in favor of your Kansas City Pioneers.
And you know what, KCP, they saw the September 24th release date for the second flight, and they're like, you know what, we're going final right now. We're just picking it up, boys. We're going to activate the final form. This is the infinite grind right here, and just knock out everyone. My God, what a 5 reversal at Atalik, who, the man, is how is he so confident, dude? He's got no shields. He's got Trippy. He's got Ola. People, like, multiple angles on him, but he's still living. And thankfully, they finally get the kill on him, but you could just see the confidence just oozing out of these boys on KCP. You know that they smell blood. You know they got a shot here. Can they get this camo, though? You can see they are kind of locked into blue. Time to grind. They're not done yet.
KCP need to be careful. They're just coming off a spawn, and like you said, they were kind of locked in blue. Ola's now making his way over towards the blue base, puts a couple of shots down, but he seems to be hunted down, being a wizard that he is, but Druck's still able to get the kill. Stellar also getting some slays out of his own, and 3 down, go time to grind. We have a 4-kill lead for KCP, but Trippy has the invis.
Trippy with camo, all 4 players of KCP in red side, so perfect opportunity for time to grind. Trippy will grab the combo. Ola with a good pickup. CC with a trade. Trippy, he's getting pinched though. Trippy, can he get out? He can't. Every single player seems to have an angle on the damn camo guy. I don't know how they sniff him out, but they did it. KCP, they're so quick to isolate and destroy. Now they've rotated out of red. And look at this, they're starting to wrap the map too. Druck, who came up off a spawn, he got a trade on the feed. These trades, they're so huge at this point. Talik just going to hold it down from bubble and shoot laser beam. Soul Snipe with an opening. Talik, with that opening, Talik will push forward. Shots into Stellar. Player in back red. Double dilemma, but Soul Snipe and team, they're there to pick it up. Tony, they're just too good. As a team, they're just way too good right now.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, this is what happens when you team up with friends, when you stick together, when you put in the grind, when you put in that work, and you elevate your game another level. I'm talking film review, I'm talking 8s, I'm talking scrims, I'm talking putting in the grind. This is what happens. You get as good as KCP, and you go up against the God Squad, and you don't fear them. 43-37 going in favor of KCP. Soul Snipe absolutely obliterating Trippy off the map. Stellar's gonna join him on the black screen. Penguin's by himself, P2, and they say, hey, you know what? We're gonna send you back to your friends.
It's over. It's over. These boys are logging off on the side of time to grind. They might have won multiple ESA tournaments in a row, but KCP are the kings of today. My God. 49, 1 left to close this in dominant fashion. And it's just a matter of time, Tony. Who's it going to be? CC stabilizing out. Soul Snipe with the melee. I think we got body. No, I thought we had body shots coming in. Either way, dude, well deserved out of KCP. They played lights out all tournament, and they came out as kings, Tony. Did they even drop a game today? I think they dropped maybe 1 or 2 games today. But this is some of the best KCP gameplay I think I've ever seen. Hands down.
You know, Alex, I hate to say I told you so. You know, I'm definitely not that guy. I'm really modest,
Okay.
and I'm humble, and I never
Just
want to
say
be
it,
that
Tony.
guy to
Just
say
tell
I
me.
told
Just
you
be
so.
that
But what I am going to say is I said KCP were going to knock down both of the God Squads. It happened. I said KCP were going to come out on top. I just had that feeling. And when you go with your heart, this is it. I'm so proud to announce that your Kansas City Pioneers are your champions of week number 2. And we got a whole lot more Halo. They're going to carry this out, Alex. Or are they going to carry it out?
Hell yeah, that was well-deserved, Tony. You can go ahead and say I told you so. I'll give you, go ahead. Go.
I told you so.
There you go. Thanks. And damn right you did, man. KCP, you know, you said it all tournament, Tony. You manifested it, right? You're like, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And then it happened. It finally happened. I think you've been kind of saying that for like months now, if I have to be honest, but it did happen. And KCP, they're on top. And you know what? Like you said, this is perfect timing, right? This is the infinite grind. Every single one of these tournaments, they're a great showcase of who's on top, of who's who's in the best position, I guess, coming into that infinite grind. And that grind is drawing ever so close, right? September 24th, just less than 2 weeks away. So today, I mean, a good day for KCP and a good day for Halo fans, man. That was a great, very close tournament, Tony. Every single match, I think, kept us on the edge of our seats. And man, I mean, I'm just happy to see it. You got any final words for tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it was great. I was here for back-to-back weeks. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, though, because I know Wes loves casting Halo 5. So I'm going to allow so Wes going to come in for back-to-back weeks of his own. Thank you, obviously, for being a fantastic host. Thank you, Esports Arena, for having me, and the competitors for putting on such a hell of a show. And most of all, thank you guys in the chat. You guys are incredible. I love you. I see you guys making some noise, and I really do appreciate it. You guys make this small time caster like me so proud. Thank you very much, everybody.
Tony, come on. Kind of a freaking big deal, my man. And it's only just beginning. All right. Get rid of the small time mindset. We're big time, boys. Thank you, everyone in the chat. And thank you, Tony, for joining me. It's always a pleasure. And can't wait to have you join me again. I'm sure that'll be very soon. And looking forward to having West join us as well. But either way, that's another Esports Arena tournament for the books. This is an every Sunday kind of gig. So if you missed it, well, then get in here next Sunday. We'll see you there. Be there or be square. Until then, have a good night, everyone. We'll send it to Yeso.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great work as always. Always a blast to listen to you both break all of the action down. Had a lot of fun here in the studio watching the show today. So please, everybody watching, before you bail, please make sure to give some love to Shyway and Tony. They always do fantastic work on the cast. So there it is, folks. KCP with some of the best Halo we've seen them playing here on Microsoft Sunday, and they take the win, a 2-0 over Time to Grind in the grand finals. They complete that run and a big win for them. So hats off to them. Thank you so much to everybody who came and watched today. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Chat, you guys were wild in today. We had a good time in there. Definitely was a blast to hang out with all of you. We're 87 days away from the launch of Halo Infinite. I couldn't be more excited. We got Halo again next Sunday, so make sure don't miss out on that. We'll be starting the show at 1 p.m. Pacific time right here at twitch.tv/esports arena. If you can't wait a week for more esports arena content, though, you don't have to. We've got Series E Apex Legends this Tuesday and Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time, so don't miss out on that. 2 more weeks left in the season for Series Z, so that's going to be a very exciting couple of days of play. We've got Final Circle, our recap show on Friday at 5 p.m. And if you like a little bit of a mix-up, you like some Pokemon TCG, we also do a fun little Pokemon TCG stream on Thursday, so that's going to be great. We'll have a new episode of the podcast Eat, Speak, Compete coming out this Tuesday. That's on our YouTube channel, as well as if you look up Eat, Speak, Compete on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, make sure to do that. So tons of esports arena content over the next week. I hope you guys are excited for the coming multiplayer flight in a couple of weeks for Halo Infinite. I'm certainly psyched about that. That's going to be great. But that's all for us today, folks. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you had a lot of fun. We certainly did. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena. Have a great rest of your weekend. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll see you again next time.